supporting the implementation of the CFTA, attracting investment, promoting economic diversification, accelerating industrialization, along with improving regional trade performance. International organizations and financial institutions receive their commitment to the African Economic Zones community in supporting the ISO 6th annual meeting. Join us on November 25th in person in Accra or sign up for the online transmission of the event. Africa Economic Zones Organization supporting SEZ developments across the continent. It is a tradition for Africa Economic Zones Organization to get together with the African SEZ community. In this year's edition, the CFTA Secretariat will be hosting the ISO 6th annual meeting at its headquarters in Accra, Ghana. Distinguished guests and high-level experts will explore challenges and opportunities designed to the African Special Economic Zone, connecting to global value chain at the era of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Conferences and industrial prospect session will provide guidance on the contribution of SEZ in supporting the implementation of the CFTA, attracting investment, supporting the ISO 6th annual meeting. Join us on November 25th in person in Accra or sign up for the online transmission of the event. Africa Economic Zones Organization supporting SEZ developments across the continent. It is a tradition for Africa Economic Zones Organization to get together with the African SEZ community. In this year's edition, the CFTA Secretariat will be hosting the ISO 6th annual meeting at its headquarters in Accra, Ghana. Distinguished guests and high-level experts will explore challenges and opportunities designed to the African Special Economic Zone, connecting to global value chain at the era of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Conferences and industrial prospect session will provide guidance on the contribution of SEZ in supporting the implementation of the CFTA, attracting investment, promoting economic diversification, accelerating industrialization, along with improving regional trade performance. International organizations and financial institutions restate their commitment to the African Economic Zones community in supporting the ISO 6 annual meeting. Join us on November 25th in person in Accra or sign up for the online transmission of the event. Africa Economic Zones Organization supporting SEZ development across the continent. It is a tradition for Africa Economic Zones Organization to get together with the African SEZ community. In this year's edition, the CFTA Secretariat will be hosting the ISO 6th annual meeting at its headquarters in Accra, Ghana. Distinguished guests and high-level experts will explore challenges and opportunities designed to the African Special Economic Zone, connecting to global value chain at the era of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Conferences and industrial prospect session will provide guidance on the contribution of SEZ in supporting the implementation of the CFTA, attracting investment, promoting economic diversification, accelerating industrialization, along with improving regional trade performance. International organizations and financial institutions restate their commitment to the African Economic Zones community in supporting the ISO 6 annual meeting. Join us on November 25th in person in Accra or sign up for the online transmission of the event. Africa Economic Zones Organization supporting SEZ development across the continent. It is a tradition for Africa Economic Zones Organization to get together with the African SEZ community. In this year's edition, the CFTA Secretariat will be hosting the ISO 6th annual meeting at its headquarters in Accra, Ghana. Distinguished guests and high-level experts will explore challenges and opportunities designed to the African Special Economic Zone, connecting to global value chain at the era of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Conferences and industrial prospect session will provide guidance on the contribution of SEZ in supporting the implementation of the CFTA, attracting investment, promoting economic diversification, accelerating industrialization, along with improving regional trade performance. Organizations and financial institutions restate their supporting the ISO 6 annual meeting. Join us on November 25th in person in Accra or sign up for the online transmission of the event. Africa Economic Zones Organization supporting SEZ development across the continent. It is a tradition for Africa Economic Zones Organization to get together with the African SEZ community. In this year's edition, the CFTA Secretariat will be hosting the ISO 6th annual meeting at its headquarters in Accra, Ghana. Distinguished guests and high-level experts will explore challenges and opportunities designed to the African Special Economic Zone, connecting to global value chain at the era of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Conferences and industrial prospect session will provide guidance on the contribution of SEZ in supporting the implementation of the CFTA, attracting investment, promoting economic diversification, accelerating industrialization, along with improving regional trade performance. International organizations and financial institutions restate their commitment to the African Economic Zones community in supporting the ISO 6 annual meeting. Join us on November 25th in person in Accra or sign up for the online transmission of the event. Africa Economic Zones Organization supporting SEZ development across the continent. It is a tradition for Africa Economic Zones Organization to get together with the African SEZ community. In this year's edition, the CFTA Secretariat will be hosting the ISO-6 annual meeting at its headquarters in Accra, Ghana. Distinguished guests and high-level experts will explore challenges and opportunities designed to the African Special Economic Zone, connecting to global value chain at the era of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Conferences and industrial prospect sessions will provide guidance on the contribution of SEZ in supporting the implementation of the CFTA, attracting investment, promoting economic diversification, accelerating industrialization, along with improving regional trade performance. International organizations and financial institutions receive their commitment to the African Economic Zones community in supporting the ISO-6 annual meeting. Join us on November 25th in person in Accra or sign up for the online transmission of the event. Africa Economic Zones Organization supporting SEZ development across the continent. It is a tradition for Africa Economic Zones Organization to get together with the African SEZ community. In this year's edition, the CFTA Secretariat will be hosting the ISO-6 annual meeting at its headquarters in Accra, Ghana. Distinguished guests and high-level experts will explore challenges and opportunities designed to the African Special Economic Zone, connecting to global value chain at the era of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Conferences and industrial prospect session will provide guidance on the contribution of SEZ in supporting the implementation of the CFTA, attracting investment, promoting economic diversification, accelerating industrialization, along with improving regional trade performance. International organizations and financial institutions receive their commitment to the African Economic Zones community in supporting the ISO-6 annual meeting. Join us on November 25th in person in Accra or sign up for the online transmission of the event. Africa Economic Zones Organization supporting SEZ development across the continent. It is a tradition for Africa Economic Zones Organization to get together with the African SEZ community. In this year's edition, the CFTA Secretariat will be hosting the ISO-6 annual meeting at its headquarters in Accra, Ghana. Distinguished guests and high-level experts will explore challenges and opportunities designed to the African Special Economic Zone, connecting to global value chain at the era of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Conferences and industrial prospect session will provide guidance on the contribution of SEZ in supporting the implementation of the CFTA, attracting investment, promoting economic diversification, accelerating industrialization, along with improving regional trade performance. International organizations and financial institutions receive their commitment to the African Economic Zones community in supporting the ISO-6 annual meeting. Join us on November 25th in person in Accra or sign up for the online transmission of the event. Africa Economic Zones Organization supporting SEZ development across the continent. is a tradition for Africa Economic Zones Organization to get together with the African SEZ community. In this year's edition, the CFTA Secretariat will be hosting the ISO 6th annual meeting at its headquarters in Accra, Ghana. Distinguished guests and high-level experts will explore challenges and opportunities designed to the African Special Economic Zones connecting to global value chain at the era of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Conferences and industrial prospect session will provide guidance on the contribution of SEZ in supporting the implementation of the CFTA, attracting investment, promoting economic diversification, accelerating industrialization, along with improving regional trade performance. International organizations and financial institutions restate their commitment to the African Economic Zones community in supporting the ISO 6th annual meeting. Join us on November 25th in person in Accra or sign up for the online transmission of the event. Africa Economic Zones Organization supporting SEZ development across the continent. It is a tradition for Africa Economic Zones Organization to get together with the African SEZ community. In this year's edition, the CFTA Secretariat will be hosting the ISO 6th annual meeting at its headquarters in Accra, Ghana. Distinguished guests and high-level experts will explore challenges and opportunities designed to the African Special Economic Zones connecting to global value chain at the era of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Conferences and industrial prospect session will provide guidance on the contribution of SEZ in supporting the implementation of the CFTA, attracting investment, promoting economic diversification, accelerating industrialization, along with improving regional trade performance. International organizations and financial institutions restate their commitment to the African Economic Zones community in supporting the ISO 6th annual meeting. Join us on November 25th in person in Accra or sign up for the online transmission of the event. Africa Economic Zones Organization supporting SEZ development across the continent. It is a tradition for Africa Economic Zones Organization to get together with the African SEZ community. In this year's edition, the CFTA Secretariat will be hosting the ISO 6th annual meeting at its headquarters in Accra, Ghana. Distinguished guests and high-level experts will explore challenges and opportunities designed to the African Special Economic Zones connecting to global value chain at the era of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Conferences and industrial prospect session will provide guidance on the contribution of SEZ in supporting the implementation of the CFTA, attracting investment, promoting economic diversification, accelerating industrialization, along with improving regional trade performance. International organizations and financial institutions restate their commitment to the African Economic Zones community in supporting the ISO 6th annual meeting. Join us on November 25th in person in Accra or sign up for the online transmission of the event. Africa Economic Zones Organization supporting SEZ development across the continent.
Economic zones are considered the most popular instruments supporting socio-economic development and have significantly contributed to the overall GDP across the African continent. more than 200 economic developed, giving a significant boost to FDI flows, creating attractive investment conditions, and supporting job creation. Over the past 5 years, 60 million jobs have been generated in various sectors such as agro-processing, manufacturing, and services. Economic zones are also one of the main devices to advance continental regional integration and contribute to the implementation of the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. Their activities are designed to drive sustainable processes, promoting intra-African trade, regional value chains, and industrial complementarity. Founded in November 2015 by Tangemed Group, Africa Economic Zones Organization is striving to promote knowledge and expertise sharing and offers dedicated support to its members with devoted focus on growth and prosperity. IZO is the sole representative of the economic zones community in Africa and is comprised today of more than 80 members representing 42 countries. Since its inception, IZO has established strong partnerships and alliances, expanding its ecosystem and connecting the African economic zones with international organizations and corporate business networks.
1, 2.
IZO is committed.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, a very, very, very warm welcome to you. Mesdames et messieurs, bonjour, 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 bienvenue au Ghana. If this is your first time to Ghana, very, very welcome. My name is Anita Erskine. The program will be starting in a few minutes. I see some VIPs just walked in. In a few minutes, we will start the program officially. I would like to ask that depending on which language you prefer, English or French, we've got simultaneous translation. Mesdames et messieurs, nous avons traduction simultanée. For English, I believe it is the channel 2, and for French, it is the channel 1. Pour le français, c'est la chaîne 1, et pour l'anglais, c'est la chaîne 2. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have your translation boxes, they are active right now. My colleagues in the translation booth will make sure that we are all absolutely included in this extraordinary event. And we will be beginning in a few minutes. Thank you so much. And once again, you're very welcome.
Economic zones are also one of the main devices to advance continental regional integration and contribute to the implementation of the Africa Continental
question was how effective it was going to be. And I'm so proud that today ISO is also taking a stance on ensuring that we continue the conversation, as the theme would have it, on connecting African special economic zones to global value chains in this very all-important era of the African free trade area. My name is Anita Erskine, and throughout the day today, ladies and gentlemen, I will help to guide and guard you throughout the most important conversations that we're having today. And talking about important conversations, the first part of this program is the official opening. And of course, I have His Excellency, or the Honorable Minister for Information in the building. I've got the CEO of the Ghana Free Zones in the building. I've got so many more VIPs that I will be acknowledging. But I would like to bring on stage the first VIP. I would like to say that this program actually sits on his shoulders, and he's got a lot of work to do. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to read his bio, just a summary of his bio. This gentleman is a result-driven and accomplished senior director with extensive experience in implementing large investment projects in ports, industrial, and logistics. He acquired a demonstrated expertise in the deployment of successful business development strategies with strong focus on profitability, cost optimization, and strategic partnerships. This gentleman is currently overseeing the development, implementation, and management of business development, marketing, and communications policies with Tanger Med Group. He is in charge of driving and supervising the management of critical projects, as well as maximizing the group's performance and return on investment. And ladies and gentlemen, as I said, the success of our program today, and of course, all the activities for the days after this, I guess tomorrow, sit on his very able shoulders. Please allow me to welcome the Secretary General of the African Economic Zones Organization, none other than Mr. Ahmed Benis.
Was too much, huh? Good morning, everyone. It goes without saying that I'm very, very happy to be here together with my sisters and brothers from Ghana and from the rest of the continent. So I'm gonna start in English and then we'll follow up in French, right? Since we are a bilingual organization and international one, we've got more and more international. So, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, representative from high African and international authorities, presidents, general directors, dear speakers and experts, after the success of the previous editions in Ivory Coast, Ethiopia, Morocco, the 6th edition of the annual meeting of the economic zones is held today in a hybrid format in Accra, Ghana, at the headquarters of the African Continental Free Trade Area and Secretariat. This gathering has allowed us to bring together our partners, whom I warmly extend my gratitude for reiterating their promise to work for the development of the community and to strengthen the linkages between the African economic zones across the continent. The warm welcome of the Ghanaian authorities and the Secretariat of the CFTA, the great contribution of the African Development Bank, UNIDO, as well as a strong involvement of experts from the African Union, the UNCTAD, and the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa are of course highly acknowledged. Fruitful days ahead, where our panelists and experts will address matters of major interest to the African Economic Zones community. High-level discussions and deliberations will take place under the general theme of connecting special economic zones to global value chains at the era of the CFTA. We can already congratulate ourselves on the success of this edition, which is bringing together more than 120 participants physically present at the CFTA headquarters and more than 1,000 participants connected through the virtual transmission. Ladies and gentlemen, over the past 20 years, special economic zones have been spread across the continent, and are today present in the 47 economies out of the 54 economies of the continent. This year's edition of the African Economic Outlook has assessed more than 203 economic zones, and 73 projects have been announced for completion. This significant growth in the economic zones is a part of a new wave of industrial policy and is a response to the globalization of trade. And many of economic zones have played a vital and critical role in structural transformations and promoting greater participation in global value chain. Today, economic zones are considered as one of the most instruments for achieving economic growth, attracting investments, promoting industrializations, and of course, creating jobs. Over the past 5 years, 60 million jobs have been created in agro-processing, manufacturing, services across the African SEZ. Mesdames et messieurs, laissez-moi aussi le plaisir de partager avec vous quelques expériences abouties. L'expérience du Maroc, sous la conduite éclairée de Sa Majesté le Roi Mohamed VI, que Dieu l'assiste, ainsi que celle d'autres pays africains, confirme le rôle des zones économiques dans la promotion du développement de secteurs à forte valeur ajoutée, tels que le textile, l'automobile, l'aéronautique et l'électronique. Les zones économiques africaines pourraient s'inspirer du modèle de Tangemed ainsi que d'autres modèles aboutis en Afrique. Ces modèles s'imposent aujourd'hui comme plateforme industrielle, portuaire, logistique au niveau continental et nous permettent d'avoir une envergure internationale. L'objectif est de faciliter les échanges logistiques et bien évidemment attirer de nouveaux investisseurs vers le continent. Ceci contribuera significativement à la création de l'emploi et bien évidemment à améliorer les conditions de vie des citoyens africains. Les zones économiques africaines doivent aussi s'investir de nouvelles fonctions pour étendre leurs objectifs et développer de nouveaux processus pour les chaînes de valeur, soutenant la création d'un marché africain unique et solidaire. Mesdames et messieurs, depuis la création de notre organisation en novembre 2015, à l'initiative de Tangemed et d'autres zones économiques, nous nous sommes fortement investis dans le développement et la promotion de nos zones avec un objectif principal qui est celui de mettre en place une approche collaborative et participative permettant de créer de véritables dynamiques à forte valeur ajoutée au sein du continent. Je réitère mes remerciements à tous nos partenaires, aux membres de la communauté des zones économiques pour leur contribution, leur implication et je vous souhaite à toutes et à tous d'excellentes délibérations. Merci.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, can I please have the Minister of Investment Promotion from Gabon, Her Excellency Mrs. Carmen Ndao. You're going to have to teach me how to pronounce your name.
Welcome everybody. I'm very happy to be here in Ghana. Unfortunately, I will speak in French, so I have tried to say some words in English. Thank you very much. Monsieur le ministre des Technologies et de l'Information du Ghana, Monsieur le secrétaire général de la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine, Monsieur le président de la Banque africaine de développement, Madame le directeur général adjoint de l'Organisation mondiale du commerce, Monsieur le représentant de la secrétaire générale de la CNUSED, Monsieur le représentant du directeur général de l'Organisation des Nations Unies pour le développement industriel ONUDI, Monsieur le président de l'Organisation africaine des zones économiques AESO, Monsieur le Président Directeur Général de l'Autorité des zones franches du Ghana, Mesdames et Messieurs, chers participants, c'est avec un plaisir renouvelé, en ma qualité de ministre en charge de la promotion des investissements du Gabon, que j'ai l'honneur de prendre la parole en ces lieux dans une réunion d'une telle solennité relative aux zones économiques spéciales. Avant de poursuivre mon intervention, permettez-moi de m'acquitter du devoir de remercier, au nom du gouvernement de la République gabonaise et au mien propre, les autorités ghanéennes pour le chaleureux accueil qui m'a été réservé, ainsi qu'à la délégation qui m'accompagne depuis notre arrivée à Accra, terre du panafricanisme, tel que le témoigne l'histoire de votre beau pays. Mes vifs remerciements s'adressent également au secrétariat général de la SVCAF et à l'Organisation africaine des zones économiques pour l'honneur fait au Gabon d'exprimer sa vision à l'occasion de cette 6e Assemblée générale annuelle de l'Organisation africaine des zones économiques, AESO, qui a pour thème les zones économiques spéciales et les chaînes de valeur mondiales à l'ère de la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine. Mesdames et messieurs, il convient de préciser ici que dans le cadre de notre processus de diversification de l'économie, devant la prépondérance du secteur pétrolier dans la constitution de la richesse nationale, le Gabon s'est également lancé dans l'implémentation d'un réseau de zones d'investissement spéciales afin de s'assurer d'une certaine résilience de son économie face aux chocs exogènes, dus notamment à la chute des cours mondiaux de nos matières premières brutes. C'est ainsi qu'a été aménagée la zone économique spéciale de Nkok, prix du Global Free Zone of the Year dans la catégorie Wood Products pour l'année 2020 par le Foreign Direct Investment Magazine et qui est devenu aujourd'hui le premier producteur de plaquage en Afrique et le deuxième mondial pour en définitive assumer le statut de premier parc industriel d'Afrique centrale. Dans la poursuite du déploiement des zones d'investissement spéciales, à la faveur du dispositif légal, nous sommes en train de finaliser pour cette fin d'année l'opération dédiée à la valorisation du bois et a mis en place 5 nouvelles zones dédiées au développement de l'agriculture. Aussi, sous la très haute impulsion du président de la République, chef de l'État, Son Excellence Ali Bongo Ondimba, le Gabon, faisant partie des premiers pays signataires de l'accord en mars 2018, qu'il a ratifié en juillet 2019, vient ici réaffirmer par ma voix que la ZLECAf constitue une de ses priorités dans la dynamique générée par le plan d'accélération de la transformation, notre programme de relance économique actuellement en cours de mise en œuvre. Cette volonté s'est manifestée au courant de l'année 2021, car notre gouvernement, en étroite collaboration avec le secrétariat général de la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine, a abrité 2 importantes rencontres en lien avec ce marché commun africain. En effet, le Gabon a abrité le 13 octobre 2021 déjà un forum sur la mise en place, sur la mise en œuvre de la ZLECAf dénommée One Trade Africa, organisée par le ministère du Commerce en collaboration avec le Centre du commerce international de Genève. Cette rencontre visait à accroître la participation effective des micro, petites et moyennes entreprises dans la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine à travers notamment une meilleure connaissance des marchés africains et de leurs exigences, ainsi qu'un accès plus facile aux dispositifs d'accompagnement existants. Le 1er et le 2 novembre 2021 s'est également tenue la première réunion consultative de la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine sur les zones économiques spéciales, un moment d'échange et de partage d'expériences qui a rassemblé plus d'une cinquantaine de délégués des pays africains, rehaussés par la présence du secrétaire général de la ZCAF. Mesdames et messieurs, à travers ces récentes assises, le Gabon maintient sa position quant à la parfaite compatibilité entre la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine et l'essor des zones économiques spéciales en Afrique, tel que je l'avais déjà souligné lors de ma prise de parole au cours de la 5e Assemblée générale de l'Organisation africaine des zones économiques, en soulignant que les pays africains auront tout à gagner à faire intégrer les investisseurs implantés au sein de nos zones économiques spéciales dans ce vaste marché continental de 1,2 milliard de consommateurs, avec ce contexte particulier de relance de nos économies qui ont été durement frappées par la crise sanitaire. Aussi, nous pensons que par cette part active qu'elle pourrait prendre dans le développement du marché africain, les zones économiques spéciales en Afrique devraient participer davantage aux chaînes de valeur mondiales afin d'accélérer l'industrialisation et la création d'emplois durables. Tout en espérant que cette 6e Assemblée générale, qui se tient ici, au siège de la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine, apportera à ces travaux un cachet spécial, je voudrais clore mon propos en réitérant l'engagement du Gabon à l'intégration des zones économiques et en remerciant à nouveau tous les organisateurs de cette assemblée annuelle. Je vous remercie. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, just a quick announcement. Toyota Corolla GT 3266X, Toyota Corolla GT 3266X, we urgently need you to move your vehicle, please. And now our next speaker promised me last year that by the end of this year, he would be fully bilingual. I'm not sure why the Honorable Minister is looking at the CEO of, they don't know who I'm talking about. So let's test his knowledge of French. Mesdames et messieurs, je vous présente le ministre d'Information, Monsieur Kojo Opong Nkrumah. Messieurs, bienvenue.
Merci beaucoup, mademoiselle. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of Ghana's Minister for Trade and Industry, the Honorable Alan Kojo Chabanting, on whose behalf I deliver these remarks, it's an honor to have Ghana selected to host the 6th African Economic Zones Organization's annual meeting here in Accra, our vibrant capital city and the commercial capital of Africa. We have been very fortunate to host two very important events of Africa Economic Zones Organization within the last 3 years. And on this score, we wish to express our sincere gratitude to the executives of the organization for the confidence that you show in Ghana. Let me use this opportunity to also welcome you distinguished invited guests and delegates from all over Africa, both physically present here in Accra and those of you who are joining us virtually. The theme for the 6th AEZO annual meeting, Connecting African Special Economic Zones to Global Value Chains, comes at a time when Africa and Ghana are stepping up our efforts to deepen trade within our ranks. It's appropriate for the ongoing negotiations as well on how goods produced in SEZs should be treated under the AfCTA. You will recall, ladies and gentlemen, that this meeting is being held after the first AfCFTA consultative meeting on SEZs held in Gabon, which discussed the regulatory framework for SEZs as envisaged in the Protocol on Trade in Goods of the agreement establishing the AfCFTA. Ladies and gentlemen, special economic zones are catalysts for the realization of the industrialization agenda of Africa as envisioned in the implementation of the AfCFTA. It is therefore critical for member states of AfCFTA to advocate for the right policy framework to promote SEZ development in our countries. The connection between SEZs, AfCFTA, and global value chains are important in harnessing the benefits under the AfCFTA. This means that the connections must be deepened if true value is to be achieved. This meeting is therefore being held at an opportune time to deliberate on the critical thematic areas of SEZs and AfCFTA, particularly how SEZs can leverage the operationalization of the AfCFTA to boost the industrialization agenda of Africa. Distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is no doubt that SEZs play a major role in the economies of African states. Most African countries are using SEZs or export processing zones as tools for economic development. For the past 25 years, Ghana has reaped the benefits of implementing an EPZ program through attracting significant foreign direct investments, job creation, value addition to our natural resources and exports. We're currently working with the World Bank Group to develop an SEZ policy to position our private sector to take full advantage of SEZs within the expanded regional market under the AfCFTA, as well as other market integration frameworks. We can achieve this if market access for the products produced from our SEZs and EPZs are granted preferential treatment under the AfCFTA. We need to continue the paradigm by supporting each other to develop vibrant SEZs in order to continue to enjoy the benefits gained from SEZs. And we need to learn from the rich experiences of other countries such as China, whose dedicated attention to SEZs development has led to over 60% of our export from SEZs and made China a significant player in the global value chains of many products. As you may be aware, ladies and gentlemen, participating in the global value chain provides opportunity for developing countries to diversify their exports and intensify their integration into the global economy, which translates into significant job creation. African countries must seize this opportunity under the AfCFTA to enhance the productivity and competitiveness of African private sector operators within the global value chains to pull along the numerous micro and small enterprises up the scale. Excellencies, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, the private sector operators cannot harness the benefits of both SEZs and the operationalization of the AfCFTA if we do not develop programs and projects to deal with the high cost of trading across our borders, weak trade infrastructure, inefficient customs clearance, and the unnecessary bureaucracy and red tape which tend to impede smooth regional trade. It is in this light, and in the light of these challenges, that member states of the AfCFTA need to pay dedicated attention to the various elements being promoted under the African Union's Program of Action for Boosting Intra-African Trade. The 7 priority clusters under the BIAT, namely trade policy, trade facilitation, trade-related infrastructure, enhancing productive capacity, trade finance, trade information, free movement of persons, capital, and other factors of market integration have been holistically designed to ensure that African countries develop in-country programs and projects to address the challenges of the private sector. Ghana has already started implementing a comprehensive agenda for industrial transformation, which is in line with the BIAT program of action in readiness to take advantage of the AfCFTA. Some of the interventions currently being pursued by the government of Ghana under the BIAT priority clusters are the One Region, One Park initiative, which aims at developing at least one industrial park or special economic zone in every one of the 16 administrative regions in Ghana to provide easy access to dedicated commercial land spaces for enterprise development. In addition, we believe that trade facilitation plays a critical role in market integration and taking advantage of SEZs, as well as the operationalization of the AfCFTA, requiring a strong and robust trade facilitation system, particularly at our ports of entry. In this regard, ladies and gentlemen, the government of Ghana has introduced a number of trade facilitation measures to simplify the trading regimes. The reduction in the number of inspection bodies at our ports and border posts, the harmonization and simplification of customs procedures and documentation have been established to ensure that businesses operating within SEZs can trade smoothly and be active players in the global value chains. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, it is my expectation that the outcome of this meeting will address the critical issue of building strong linkages between the special economic zones and the African Continental Free Trade Area and reposition the African private sector to participate fully in the regional and global value chains. I wish you fruitful deliberations at this annual meeting, and I encourage you to enjoy your stay here in Accra. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. He sent me another message to say, if you bring this conference back to Accra next year, his entire speech will be in English. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, we are using the hybrid model. That means not everybody could join us here physically. We do have some participants online, so wherever you may be, you are very, very welcome, and do partake in our conversations throughout the entire day if you can. But also speaking about our friends and our VIPs who weren't able to join us, they did ensure that at least we see them and we hear them. And one such person is His Excellency, Mr. Wamkele Mene, the Secretary General of the AfCFTA Secretariat, and he has sent a message to us by video. Take a look.
annual meeting of Africa. Apologize that I'm not able to be with you in Accra, unfortunately, due to long-standing
ce qui va faciliter
and these regulations are
voici est venu le temps d'être ghanéen et il est bon d'être ghanéen et il est bon d'être africain. Parce que au-delà des conversations que nous sommes en train de mener, il y a également beaucoup d'actions. L'intervenant qui va prendre la parole, c'est un homme d'action, un homme qui vient de l'espace juridique et qui intervient dans l'espace diplomatique. Et il est en ce moment même au Ghana et il intervient dans l'espace économique social du Ghana. Mesdames et messieurs, veuillez me permettre d'accueillir un monsieur qui est un homme, pas seulement un homme qui parle beaucoup,
Please allow me to welcome the Chief Executive Officer of Ghana Free Zones Authority. Now, my paycheck is on his desk for signing, so I shall not crack jokes about English and French. Please allow me to welcome Ambassador Dr. Michael Aaron Okwe Jr., Esquire.
Michael Aaron Okwe Jr. Anita.
As you can all see, a
Comme
woman of
tous vous le
substance. Let us
voyez,
give her a
c'est
round
une
of
femme de substance.
applause.
On peut l'applaudir quand même, Anita.
Thank you very much.
Je vous remercie infiniment.
Wow, I can see a lot of
Wow,
very
je me rends compte qu'il y a
faces here
beaucoup de
today.
dignitaires ici dans la salle
As
aujourd'hui
Africa
et
shows its unity
l'Afrique
in bringing
fait preuve de
together
diligence
people
en
who would
rassemblant
move
des
the
personnes qui vont
continent
faire en sorte que
forward.
le continent puisse aller de l'avant.
Let me start
Je
by
voudrais
acknowledging the
commencer par
following
saluer
dignitaries.
les dignitaires ci-après.
Mr. Fouad
Il s'agit
Brini,
de M.
Honorary
Fouad
President
Brini,
of ISO.
le président honoraire
Most
d'ISO.
welcome.
Bienvenue, monsieur.
H.E. Wamkele Mene, who just spoke to all of you. Wherever you are, we are in your home turf today, so we're very grateful for the space. Once again, I thought that was a gunshot, but we know that it's a bit of an explosion in the speakers. Maybe the speakers are very excited. So when we are clapping afterwards, we should clap like the speakers are at the moment. Honorable Kojo Opon Nkrumah, Minister of Information. Please, I want a round of applause for him. Please, louder, because one, he was supposed to be with the Vice President as we speak now for a very important meeting, but he decided to extend his stay a bit longer. So he'll leave us shortly in about 2 or 3 minutes. Honorable Minister, we're very grateful. We're also very grateful accepting to step in from the presidency to represent his colleague minister, the Honorable Minister of Trade, Alan Kojo Tremanting, who unfortunately was out of the country. And so we've had an able representative, and we're grateful for that. H.E. Mrs. Carmen Indaut, the Minister of Investment and Promotion, Gabon. We can clap for her. We want everybody to feel welcome. So the more you clap, the more they feel welcome. Mr. Ahmed Benis, Secretary General, Africa Economic Zones Organization. Thank you. Dr. Akinwumi Adesanya, the President of AFDB. H.E. Albert Muchanga, Commissioner for Trade and Industry, African Union Commission. The Board of the Ghana Free Zones Authority. Mrs. Angela Paulini Elard, the Deputy Director General, the World Trade Organization. Dr. Ibrahim Asani Mayaki, the Chief Executive Officer, AUDA NEPAD. Dr. Sion Zhao, Managing Director, DPPFC, UNIDO. Mrs. Rebecca Grispan, Secretary General, UNCTAD. Dr. Vera Songwe, the Executive Secretary of UNECA. Officials from the various SEZ implementation organizations or agencies. Friends of the media, all distinguished ladies and gentlemen here present. Today is a very fantastic day, and we're very excited to have the 6th annual meeting of the African Economic Zones Organization, or AZO for short, in Accra under the theme, Connecting African Special Economic Zones to Global Value Chains. And this is at the era of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, or AfCTA for short. I'd like to take this opportunity to extend warm and welcome greetings to our international guests, especially those who are visiting Ghana for the first time. It is my sincerest hope that we shall be seeing more of you in the future when you'll be visiting in your private capacity. The message is simple: come again and come more often. To our cherished guests joining us online, we extend our utmost appreciation for your gesture, and we wish to implore you to participate fully in this session. Because of COVID restrictions, we allow you to stay as far as you can, but next time we will then treat you to come yourselves. Mr. President, honorable ministers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is refreshing to note that when we were approached in late August, about 2021, by ISO to host the annual meeting, barely 3 months after my assumption into office as CEO of the Ghana Free Zones Authority, we did not hesitate to accept the challenge. A national planning committee was constituted immediately to work with the ISO Secretariat and the AfCTA Secretariat. By the grace of God, and of course with tremendous hard work and skill shown by the teams both locally and internationally, we have been able to deliver this seminar and this conference today. And I wish to take the opportunity to thank the team for the splendid performance and trust that this two-day program would end very successfully. I know a lot of you have had challenges at the airport with regard to the COVID queues, but we just want you to know that necessity was the mother of that invention, and we have to take health precautions. So once again, sorry for any inconveniences, but it was all for your own health. I also want to use the opportunity to welcome all our various sister organizations, GIPC, GEPA, EXIM, and all the various Ministry of Trade organizations who are also here to support this very event. This two-day program is under 4 key sections. 1, this annual general meeting. 2, we have a dinner and award ceremony at the Movenpick Hotel this evening at 7 p.m. for the delegates. 3, we have a visit to the Tema Free Zones Enclave, which we call the Tema Export Processing Zone, and that is on Friday, tomorrow at 9 a.m. I don't know which time to use, whether to say European time or New African time of 9 a.m. But I would like to say New African time of 9 a.m. The General Assembly follows shortly after that at the conference room of the Ghana Free Zones Authority. We'll be inviting you to our premises right after the tour in Tema, and that starts about 12, and we would also have lunch at the same venue. I wish to entreat all our guests to participate in this event to make it a success. Ladies and gentlemen here present, it is very refreshing to report that the Ghana Free Zones Authority remains the anchor for the government of Ghana's industrial parks and special economic zones policy. And we, working with the Ministry of Trade, work on policy to make this a reality. For the first time, in the first half of 2021, the free zone enterprises generated a total export revenue as regard its strategic policy of land acquisition and assistance with business of $1 billion United States dollars. Capital investments by free zone enterprises amounts to about 178 million so far this year, and a total of 30,000 jobs, that's direct, not indirect jobs, have been created, mainly in the manufacturing sector. Ladies and gentlemen, the Ghana Free Zones Authority and the Ministry of Trade and Industry is in the process of developing the Greater Kumasi Industrial City and Special Economic Zones project in the Ashanti region, which is linked to the Buankra port. We all know the Buankra port is the inland port in the middle of the country for the organizations and the other countries that do not have access to ports. So for all those who are processing in the northern part of Ghana, the Buankra land port is also specifically for them. The authority is also keenly taking steps to develop about 4,000 acres of land in Shama and Sekondi in the western region. This area has the second largest port in the country and is being extended to become the deepest in the whole sub-region of West Africa. There's also availability of gas, which we all know is clean, at least cleaner than thermal, and also very affordable. So we're working on that, as well as Amandi has started with a railway project through this same enclave. So for just this enclave, you have rail, you have gas, and you have the second largest port. In addition, an environmental and social impact assessment has been initiated by the World Bank, and this process is giving a lot of hope to investors who have already started lining up to work in partnership with Ghana. These are some of the processes that we are taking forward with regard to special economic zones in Ghana. Mr. President, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, and the good people of Ghana, we say Akwaba. Akwaba means welcome. Please patronize some of our local foods as well as our tourist sites. I've managed to convince one delegate who was leaving tomorrow evening to leave on Sunday. So I hope many of you would stay at least another extended day or two to be able to enjoy Ghana a bit more and not just be here for the conference. I thank you all for your kind attention. Let's keep safe and may God bless us all. Thank you very much.
Yes, a quick photo op in commemoration of the opening ceremony of this all-important event. You may stand right in the middle of the stage. And for all of you who are joining us online, the program will continue with a series of speeches, which will be joined which will be brought to us via testimonial video, after which our coffee break will then usher in a series of plenary sessions. Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of the opening ceremony, but not without saying that in Ghana, we do enjoy our music, we do enjoy our poetry, and we are very proud of our culture. So for that reason, we have brought you one of the absolute best, if not the best himself, who will close this opening ceremony with a few words of wisdom. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to welcome Nana Asase.
Hello. When a child is called before his elders, he dare not name names or call titles, lest he misses one and be made to pay a fine. And so I salute you all. Have these meetings not always been virtual? Just that we have not had technology to serve us as best as it does now. Because really, if all of Africa were to cram in this room, there would not be enough room for our brains. And so, even in the clansmen's circles, we do not send the ones with long feet, we send the ones with good brains. That is what my people say. I'm the writer king who sips communion wine from the calabash. I did not come to pour libation. I was told a child enters an elder's house, and then he greets, and then he welcomes his visitors. And so I say, Akwaba, miawezo, soy le bienvenu, bienvenido. Whichever way I choose to say it, Africa, welcome. Welcome to this crossroads of dreams where it all began. Welcome to the center where all of you have been granted a seat. Mind you, we have a lot of talk shows. However, good intentions alone are not enough. And so when a man hits you on the head, he's only telling you to strengthen your neck. And so Africa has carried all of its wares to the center to see how the world takes it off. How do we package ourselves? And so I choose to wear these medals. Let us put our best foot forward and let the world see how they salute Africa. When a woman is in labor, she does not rejoice. But after she has delivered, we all not only celebrate her, but we meet her at that crossroads of dreams, that market of 9 moons, where they go to come home empty-handed. Some might not even survive at all. That is the stage of the world's markets. Is Africa of age? Are we ready? We are here to call those answers. For at least we are privileged to be adept in our mother tongues. We are privileged to be adept in the language of trade, and we are privileged to standing for the many young Africans who are looking that these sessions, when we pour out, will translate into jobs and meaningful things. And so I, on behalf of all the young people of Africa, promise you that when this is done, and the 7th is here for perfection, and we are here to count the harvest, I will be here long enough to hold you to task and ask you all these questions. Where did all the fantastic things we said come to? Where are all the numbers translating into? This is not an economics class. And so I'm not here to talk about all the vociferous tendencies militating against our economic advancements as various independent units. But I am simply here to tell you this proverbial and remind you. They said that when you pick one stick out of the broom, it breaks. When you put the bundle together, it is strong. And so at last, I'm glad that our elder kinsmen are learning their lessons and they are passing it on to us, that it is only when we're united that we can go so far. Do I need to reiterate this? It has been said too many times, too many welcomes given, too much aspirations of hope that I sweat in all of this cold. This is to tell you that Africa will work again. I'm the writer king who sips communion wine from the calabash. We all know that a good matter is short. This matter is short. And next year from now, there might still be the question of English and French, but whichever one it is, we would be speaking one simple tongue of championing Africa's benefits. Congratulations, you chose to place all of it at the center. And this is where we sit. We might as well applaud ourselves not by beating our hands together, but hitting our chest. They say when a man beats his chest, it simply means he does not have a drum. We do not beat our chest because we do not have drums. I believe that chest is as good as a drum as any animal skin could ever be. We beat our chest because we are people. We know how far we have come. We wear our scars proudly on our chest, and we beat it to say, it's just a matter of time. Gradually, the old lady will get to the summit of the mountain. Africa will work again. If it does not, maybe these beads are expensive enough to redeem her gold sacks. Thank you.
Nana Sase, I want to be like you when I grow up. Well done. Ladies and gentlemen, this officially brings us to the end of the opening ceremony, but I would love to entreat you to remain seated because there were a lot of VIPs who weren't able to join us in person, and they've sent their testimonial videos that I would love for each and every one of us to pay attention to. Please allow me to ask you to look at the screen for a special message, a keynote testimonial video from the president of AFDB, Dr. Akinwumi Adesina.
the most popular instruments supporting socio-economic development and have significantly contributed to the overall GDP across the African continent. More than 200 economic zones are being developed, giving a significant boost to FDI flows, creating attractive investment conditions, and supporting job creation. Over the past 5 years, 60 million jobs have been generated in various sectors such as agro-processing, manufacturing, and services. Economic zones are also one of the main devices to advance continental and regional integration and contribute to the implementation of the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. Their activities are designed to drive sustainable processes, promoting intra-African trade, regional value chains, and industrial complementarity. Founded in November 2015 by Tangemed Group, Africa Economic Zones Organization is striving to promote knowledge and expertise sharing and offers dedicated support to its members with devoted focus on growth and prosperity. IZO is the sole representative of the economic zones community in Africa and is comprised today of more than 80 members representing 42 countries. Since its inception, IZO has established strong partnerships and alliances, expanding its ecosystem and connecting the African economic zones with international organizations and corporate business networks. IZO is committed to foster business trade and stimulate industrial investments. It assists its members in project deployment initiatives and go-to-market activities by implementing international standards and best practices. IZO contributes to the development of capacity building and collective intelligence gathering involving international experts, data assessment and analysis, IZO Atlas, as well as comprehensive IZO training facilities. The African Economic Zones Organization, a dedicated platform to support economic zones development across the continent. Economic zones are considered the most popular instruments supporting socio-economic development and have significantly contributed to the overall GDP across the African continent. More than 200 economic zones are being developed, giving a significant boost to FDI flows, creating attractive investment conditions, and supporting job creation. Over the past 5 years, 60 million jobs have been generated in various sectors such as agro-processing, manufacturing, and services. Economic zones are also one of the main devices to advance continental and regional integration and contribute to the implementation of the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. Their activities are designed to drive sustainable processes, promoting intra-African trade, regional value chains, and industrial complementarity. Founded in November 2015 by Tangemed Group, Africa Economic Zones Organization is striving to promote knowledge and expertise sharing and offers dedicated support to its members with devoted prosperity. IZO is the sole representative of the economic zones community in Africa and is comprised today of more than 80 members representing 42 countries. Since its inception, IZO has established strong partnerships and alliances, expanding its ecosystem and connecting the African economic zones with international organizations and corporate business networks. IZO is committed to foster business trade and stimulate industrial investments. It assists its members in project deployment initiatives and go-to-market activities by implementing international Economic zones are being developed, giving a significant boost to FDI flows, creating attractive investment conditions, and supporting job creation. Over the past 5 years, 60 million jobs have been generated in various sectors such as agro-processing, manufacturing, and services. Economic zones are also one of the main devices to advance continental regional integration and contribute to the implementation of the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. Their activities are designed to drive sustainable processes, promoting intra-African trade, regional value chains, and industrial complementarity. Founded in November 2015 by Tangemed Group, Africa Economic Zones Organization is striving to promote knowledge and expertise sharing and offers dedicated support to its members with devoted focus on growth and prosperity. IZO is the sole representative of the economic zones community in Africa and is comprised today of more than 80 members representing 42 countries. Since its inception, IZO has established strong partnerships and alliances, expanding its ecosystem and connecting the African economic zones with international organizations and corporate business networks. IZO is committed to foster business trade and stimulate industrial investments. It assists its members in project deployment initiatives and go-to-market activities by implementing international standards and best practices. IZO contributes to the development of capacity building and collective intelligence gathering involving international experts, data assessment and analysis, IZO Atlas, as well as comprehensive IZO training facilities. The African Economic Zones Organization, a dedicated platform to support economic zones development across the continent. Economic zones are considered the most popular instrument.
Since the establishment of the World Trade Organization. Third, Africa has an estimated 30
meeting at its headquarters in Accra, Ghana. Distinguished guests and high-level experts will explore challenges and opportunities designed to the African Special Economic Zones connecting to global value chain at the era of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Conferences and industrial prospect session will provide guidance on the contribution of SEZ in supporting the implementation of the CFTA, attracting investment, promoting economic diversification, accelerating industrialization, along with improving regional trade performance. International organizations and financial institutions restate their commitment to the African Economic Zones community in supporting the IZO 6th annual meeting. Join us on November 25th in person in Accra or sign up for the online transmission of the event. Africa Economic Zones Organization, supporting SEZ development across the continent. It is a tradition for Africa Economic Zones Organization to get together with the African SEZ community. In this year's edition, the CFTA Secretariat will be hosting the ISO 6th annual meeting at its headquarters in Accra, Ghana. Distinguished guests and high-level experts will explore challenges and opportunities designed to the African Special Economic Zones connecting to global value chain at the era of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Conferences and industrial prospect session will provide guidance on the contribution of SEZ in supporting the implementation of the CFTA, attracting investment, promoting economic diversification, accelerating industrialization, along with improving regional trade performance. International organizations and financial institutions restate their commitment to the African Economic Zones community in supporting the ISO 6th annual meeting. Join us on November 25th in person in Accra or sign up for the online transmission of the event. Africa Economic Zones Organization supporting SEZ development across the continent. It is a tradition for Africa Economic Zones Organization to get together with the African SEZ community. In this year's edition, the CFTA Secretariat will be hosting the ISO 6th annual meeting at its headquarters in Accra, Ghana. Distinguished guests and high-level experts will explore challenges and opportunities designed to the African Special Economic Zones connecting to global value chain at the era of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Conferences and industrial prospect session will provide guidance on the contribution of SEZ in supporting the implementation of the CFTA, attracting investment, promoting economic diversification, accelerating industrialization, along with improving regional trade performance. International organizations and financial institutions restate their commitment to the African Economic Zones community in supporting the ISO 6th annual meeting. Join us on November 25th in person in Accra or sign up for the online transmission of the event. Africa Economic Zones Organization supporting SEZ development across the continent. It is a tradition for Africa Economic Zones Organization to get together with the African SEZ community. In this year's edition, the CFTA Secretariat will be hosting the ISO 6th annual meeting at its headquarters in Accra, Ghana. Distinguished guests and high-level experts will explore challenges and opportunities designed to the African Special Economic Zones connecting to global value chain at the era of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Conferences and industrial prospect session will provide guidance on the contribution of SEZ in supporting the implementation of the CFTA, attracting investment, promoting economic diversification, accelerating industrialization, along with improving regional trade performance. International organizations and financial institutions restate their commitment to the African Economic Zones community in supporting the ISO 6th annual meeting. Join us on November 25th in person in Accra or sign up for the online transmission of the event. Africa Economic Zones Organization supporting SEZ development across the continent. It is a tradition for Africa Economic Zones Organization to get together with the African SEZ community. In this year's edition, the CFTA Secretariat will be hosting the ISO 6th annual meeting at its headquarters in Accra, Ghana. Distinguished guests and high-level experts will explore challenges and opportunities designed to the African Special Economic Zones connecting to global value chain at the era of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Conferences and industrial prospect session will provide guidance on the contribution of SEZ in supporting the implementation of the CFTA, attracting investment, promoting economic diversification, accelerating industrialization, along with improving regional trade performance. International organizations and financial institutions received their commitment to the African Economic Zones community in supporting the ISO 6th annual meeting. Join us on November 25th in person in Accra or sign up for the online transmission of the event. Africa Economic Zones Organization, supporting SEZ development across the continent. It is a tradition for Africa Economic Zones Organization to get together with the African SEZ community. In this year's edition, the CFTA Secretariat will be hosting the ISO 6th annual meeting at its headquarters in Accra, Ghana. Distinguished guests and high-level experts will explore challenges and opportunities designed to the African Special Economic Zones connecting to global value chain at the era of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Conferences and industrial prospect session will provide guidance on the contribution of SEZ in supporting the implementation of the CFTA, attracting investment,
Nigeria. Where are you, sir? Please wave your hand so we can see you. All right, thank you very much for joining us. We also want to say a big thank you and a welcome to the Managing Director, Nigeria Export Processing Zones Authority, Professor Adesoji Adesuba. Thank you so much, sir. Where are you, sir? You're very very warm welcome to you. Very warm welcome to you. Thanks for joining us, and we hope you stay throughout the entire day. And we want to say also thank you for joining us from the Nigeria Economic Zones Association, the Executive Director, I.O. Elegbede. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for joining us. You've been here since very early in the morning. We really appreciate your presence here, really do. And now, ladies and gentlemen, a quick look at the videos that were giving us a few issues earlier, but we are ready to go. And after that, we jump straight into the plenary session. If you're joining us online, please know that during the plenary sessions, we will also be taking questions from our participants online. Our first testimonial video is from the President, AFDB, Dr. Akinwumi Adesina. Please take a look at the screen.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I wish to thank the Africa Economic Zones Organization for inviting me to speak to you today at this 6th annual meeting. Now, it is hard to believe that 1 year has passed already since I addressed you at your 5th annual meeting last year. Last year, the COVID-19 pandemic put African economies underwater as GDP growth rate declined by minus 2.1%, the lowest in 2 decades. African economies are showing resilience and are bouncing back. GDP growth rate is projected to rise to 3.4% in 2021. Now, I am very optimistic about Africa. This is because the fundamental value proposition of Africa remains very strong. Now, think of the following 3 points. First, consumer and business expenditures are projected to reach $6.7 trillion by 2030. Second, with over 50 countries harmonizing tariffs and rules and standards, the African Continental Free Trade Area will soon become the largest free trade area in the world since the establishment of the World Trade Organization. Third, Africa has an estimated $30 trillion worth of natural resources, one of the wealthiest in the world. Now, unlocking these vast potentials is critical for more rapid economic growth, wealth creation, and of course, creating millions of jobs badly needed for the continent's rapidly growing youth population. For this reason, and for this to happen, Africa must rapidly industrialize, address its infrastructure challenges, and develop more competitive regional and global value chains. Special economic zones have played major roles in making such developments happen for other parts of the world. According to the OECD, special economic zones are responsible for exports worth $3.5 trillion annually. That's equivalent to about 20% of the world's global trade in goods. Industrial policies, such as the special economic zones that enhance manufacturing, have helped the rapid diversification of Asia's exports. Asia's exports were worth $6.8 trillion in 2019, largely made up of manufactures. But Africa's total merchandise trade was worth only $997 billion in 2018, mainly made up of what? Exports of its natural wealth as commodities. Ladies and gentlemen, manufacturing helped Europe to rebuild rapidly from the ruins of the Second World War. And more recently, manufacturing empowered China to become the second largest economy in the world. So, manufacturing has the potential to lift millions out of poverty and dramatically improve the quality of life for the people of Africa. My message today to you is clear. Africa must rapidly industrialize. The African Continental Free Trade Area provides an excellent opportunity to promote the formation of strong regional value chains that will allow African producers to expand into their own proverbial backyards and trade in semi-finished and finished value-added products. To this end, the African Development Bank is supporting the development of special agro-industrial processing zones that will help Africa unlock its food and agribusiness potential and expand its own share of the continent's food and agribusiness market that will be worth $1 trillion by 2030. The special agro-industrial processing zones will enable farmers, agricultural producers, processors, aggregators, and distributors to work together in contiguous locations of comparative advantage, lowering transaction costs and sharing business development services to boost productivity and enhance competitiveness. The development of infrastructure is critical for lowering the costs and enhancing the competitiveness of Africa. With massive investments by the African Development Bank, Africa is being rapidly connected, opening up huge opportunities for economies. Over the past 6 years alone, the African Development Bank has invested over $10 billion in infrastructure, including seaports, airports, roads, highway corridors, digital infrastructure, energy, water, and sanitation. Today, the Nacala Rail and Road Corridor connects Mozambique, Malawi, and Zambia, boosting trade and reducing transport costs by 15 to 25%. The Kasungula Bridge now connects Botswana, Zambia, and ultimately the Democratic Republic of Congo, reducing waiting time from 14 hours to just 1 hour. The bank has invested heavily in the development of ports to ease maritime transport, including ports in Morocco, Togo, and Namibia, as well as the modernization of airports in Morocco and Ghana, which are all helping connectivity and integration. And the bank has launched a $20 billion desert to power program that will help to turn the Sahel region of Africa into the world's largest solar zone and provide electricity for 250 million people. Now, this will allow 11 countries to have electricity to power industries and to support special economic zones. The African Development Bank will continue to strongly support critical infrastructure that will expand opportunities for the development of economic zones in Africa to fully unlock the economic potential of African economies. Ladies and gentlemen, we must build more special economic zones. We must connect the economic zones with infrastructure. We must use special economic zones and critical infrastructure to unleash the industrial manufacturing capacity and the competitiveness of Africa. The African Continental Free Trade Area must become a zone that hums with sounds of industrial machines, cognitive robots, and workers all working to add value to everything that Africa produces. Then Africa will move from exporting raw materials to industrial manufacturing with regionally and globally competitive value chains, adding value to all its resources and unleashing jobs for millions of youth. Now, that is what I call success for Africa. Now, let's make it happen. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning from Geneva. I would like to thank you for inviting me to address you today. Due to conflicting engagements as we prepare for our ministerial conference in just over 2 weeks, I could not join the discussion in person. But I'm happy to speak to you about how Africa's integration in the AfCTA is a positive development within Africa, as well as the WTO. I'll focus on 3 issues. First, what are the expected benefits of the AfCTA? 2, how to reap those benefits. And 3, how the WTO can help. We see the AfCFTA as a key milestone to promote the African economic community and to realize the Agenda 2063 vision of a prosperous and united Africa that's an influential global player. There's an immense value in the economic integration of the African continent. As we know, African trade in goods and services amounts to only 3% of global exports and imports on average. And primary commodities are Africa's main export to the rest of the world, accounting for 82% of total exports. Intra-African trade amounts to just 16% of Africa's total trade, which is significantly less than in some other regions of the world. The AfCFTA has the potential to change those low numbers, boosting intra-African trade by removing trade barriers, lowering trade costs, and advancing industrialization across the continent. So, how do the African countries make sure they reap these prospective benefits? Tariff reduction would be the first and relatively easy step. While some countries are concerned about potential loss of tariff revenue, reducing the costs of imports helps Africa integrate and establish economies of scale. The more difficult part would be to address non-tariff barriers and to cut costs to trade. Non-tariff barriers are hard to tackle because often it's difficult to detect them. I'm impressed by the AfCFTA online tool launched with the help of UNCTAD to track and address non-tariff barriers by allowing users to submit complaints. As to reducing trade costs, trade facilitation is the best tool, particularly for the many landlocked developing countries in sub-Saharan Africa. Implementing the WTO Trade Facilitation Agreement will help African countries harmonize customs and transit procedures, cut red tape, and reduce logistics and other trade costs. Our data suggests that full implementation of the Trade Facilitation Agreement in Africa will cut trade costs by 16.5% on average. The success of AfCFTA will also depend on whether African countries focus on increasing their manufacturing capabilities in a highly competitive global landscape. A big test for the agreement will be the extent to which it's inclusive. And there are 2 dimensions of this inclusiveness. First, the benefits of the agreement should extend to all parties, and not only to the biggest and most economically developed ones. Second, the agreement must create opportunities for women and young people. Some 80% of businesses in Africa are MSMEs. The informal sector accounts for about 85% of economic activity in Africa, and women account for almost 90% of the labor force in the informal sector. These businesses and entrepreneurs must have access to finance, a production network, and markets, and they must be able to access digital markets and participate in e-commerce. This brings me to my last point. How can the WTO help? The WTO has undertaken various efforts to support trade development in Africa over the years. For example, we have supported trade development in Africa through our Aid for Trade initiative, which focuses on economic diversification as a key to development. Since its launch in 2006, donors have disbursed $451 billion in official development assistance to help developing countries build trade capacity and infrastructure. Of this amount, 163 billion has gone to African countries. Moreover, the WTO has supported different aspects of the AfCFTA negotiations and participated in capacity building meetings with different subregions, something I'm very proud of. Let me note that all 9 African countries seeking to accede to the WTO are signatories of the AfCFTA. Coherence and synergies between the WTO accession process and AfCFTA implementation are very important and have been the main focus of the WTO's technical assistance and capacity building activities. Here at the WTO, we're committed to continuing to support the successful implementation of the AfCFTA through our Aid for Trade initiative, training, experience sharing, research, and other available means. At the same time, I would like to underline the importance of transparency in AfCFTA implementation. Transparency is an important pillar of the multilateral trading system. As a rule, WTO members notify a regional trade agreement once they've ratified it, and it's reviewed by the membership. However, the AfCFTA has not yet been notified to the WTO. It's important that such notification takes place in line with standard transparency obligations. Among other things, this would help the WTO Secretariat to provide more targeted assistance and technical advice. And it would also give other trading partners an opportunity to study it and incentivize those partners to notify their agreements that may be of interest to Africa. To conclude, I would like to once again stress that if properly implemented, the AfCFTA will be enormously beneficial for the African continent. Given the ambition of the enterprise, that is, integrating an entire continent, this has certainly not been an easy feat. Much progress has been made, and despite some delays in negotiations and other challenges, the benefits appear within reach. But to reap them fully, there's still much work to be done. And the WTO looks forward to continuing our partnership. Thank you very much.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my great pleasure to participate in this 6th annual meeting of the Africa Economic Zones Organization, AEZO, on behalf of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO. I would like to take this opportunity to express my sincere gratitude to the hosts for inviting UNIDO to partner on this event on a very timely topic, connecting Africa's special economic zones to the global value chains at the era of the Africa Free Trade Area, AfCFTA. As a specialized agency of the United Nations, mandated to promote and accelerate inclusive and sustainable industrial development, SID, as well as lead in the implementation of the Third Industrial Development Decade of Africa, 2016 to 2025, IDDS3. UNIDO attaches a great importance to the successful implementation of the AfCFTA that could contribute to attain the Africa we want and the goals laid in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. This year's meeting, which is taking place within the context of recovering better from COVID pandemic, is an occasion to further exchange experiences, best practices, knowledge sharing, to build strong networks, and to strengthen multi-stakeholder partnerships. It is also an opportunity to agree on how to further upscale intra-Africa trade through the special economic zones, where global value chains are key. In Africa, special economic zones have gained considerable traction, although adopted relatively late in the 1990s, often in response to the US-Africa Growth and Opportunity Act and the Multi-Federal Arrangement. As one of the leads, it would be worth citing the special economic zone in Tonko in 1989, covering food and agribusiness, wood, metal engineering and plastic, clothing and textile, pharmaceuticals and other light manufacturing. Other early movers included Cameroon, Kenya, Malawi, Mauritius, Namibia, Nigeria, and Zimbabwe, with a number of zones established in the early 1990s that remain in operation today. Yet the majority of zones were established during the 2000s, and nowadays there are about 237 special economic zones covering 38 countries, some fully operational and others in the planning or construction phase. This shows that the growth trajectory of special economic zone over the last decades has been truly impressive, thanks to the mandate and the support of organizations such as AEZO. Ladies and gentlemen, the AfCTA undoubtedly provides new opportunities for special economic zones as production centers to boost the intra-Africa trade and foster economic integration, in particular, regional and global value chains. The special economic zones that have the capacity to generate high productivity, stimulate innovation, promote investment, and foster social inclusion and environmental protection, help overcome business infrastructure constraints and barriers to firm entry into the market. To achieve the objectives, there is a need to ensure sound business environment and the regulatory frameworks, as well as policies aiming to boost manufacturing, increase export and employment, while unlinking local suppliers to the value chains of transnational corporations. Ladies and gentlemen, the operationalization of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area has already demonstrated its benefits, as reflected in the 2021 AEZO and AfCTA survey, where 90% of special economic zone operators indicated a foreseen boost of trade relationship within the enlarged African market. Such increase is driven by different industries, especially agribusiness, light manufacturing, and electronics, sectors that UNIDO has been and will be further supporting as part of its mandate. For instance, UNIDO's support in Kenya has contributed to generate nearly 60,000 jobs within a few years through its industrial parks, with a high proportion of jobs opportunity seized by female workers. Let me open a parenthesis on UNIDO's experience on industrial parks. We firmly believe that industrial parks, in particular those established within the PCP approach, such as in Ethiopia and Senegal, offer new industrial policy pathways. One-stop shops can offer a seamlessly integrated administrative service package to tenants of an industrial park. This, in turn, supports the tenant in dealing swiftly and efficiently with public regulatory bodies, so their business focus is not diverted away from where it is most needed, their businesses. And when special economic zones are matched with higher standards of environmental and social responsibility, the application of resource-efficient and cleaner production methods, as well as the reuse of waste energy and waste materials, they can evolve into economic industrial powerhouses and still have positive or at least not deleterious effects on the environment and the climate. UNIDO have an comprehensive experience in industrial parks, has developed an international guidelines for industrial parks, a comprehensive reference framework to guide the development of competitive, inclusive, and sustainable parks. The guidelines were prepared by combining in-house technical expertise with international best practice and were launched in 2019. A training program is currently being developed for special economic zone operators and practitioners, and UNIDO looks forward to rolling it out firstly amongst Africa special economic zones. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to draw attention to the endorsement of the world's 20 biggest economies G20 at the end of October 2021 of a global minimum corporate tax of 15%, which will potentially lead to the reallocation of more than $125 billion of profit from around 100 of the world's largest and most profitable multinational enterprises. This might have a bearing on the world's special economic zones, including those on the Africa continent. In conclusion, I wish to reiterate that UNIDO stands ready to further deepen its partnership with AZO to achieve inclusive and sustainable industrial development in Africa. I wish this forum a great success. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols observed. I'm very happy to join you today at the 6th annual meeting of the Africa Economic Zones Organization. And I want to share with you some thoughts on Africa's participation in the global value chains and the prerequisite for a robust contribution of special economic zone in supporting Africa's industrialization. As we all know, the world is witnessing a global supply chain crisis triggered by a pandemic but transformed into global economic disruption. The vulnerability that leads to this crisis is a consequence of a rampant 21st century production revolution. A thorough observation of a global trade patterns is sufficient to see that COVID-19 itself has played a much smaller role in giving rise to the ongoing supply crisis. In recent years, goods and services have been produced as dispersed activities in multiple regions and by different suppliers. This trend has facilitated a trade and investment liberalization, lower logistic costs, and technological innovation at the same time. The global value chains account for 70% of the world trade and are primarily driven by the increasing expansion of transnational corporations trying to build a competitive advantage, mainly through international outsourcing. The COVID-19 pandemic has only opened our eyes to one of the most crucial global value chains reality. A global multi-sector interdependency in producing and delivering vital goods and services with important policy-making implications and substantial economic consequences. Despite this ongoing global crisis, Africa underscores the importance of open trade and investment flows guided by a rules-based multilateral system. Indeed, through exports, GVCs could unleash productivity potential and support economic growth. Well-regulated global value chains should support inclusive investments and help those more vulnerable deal with shocks. In that regard, the Accelerated Industrial Development Strategy of Africa, AIDA, offers a solid framework to strive and adjust its participation to the global value chains. Indeed, AIDA puts human capital development, technology, and poverty alleviation at the forefront of Africa's industrial development strategy. Today, Africa seems hesitant about building solid industrialization through a domestic supply chain or finding an appropriate mechanism to participate in the global value chains strategically. Our reality in the global trade is well known. and it's not exciting. 2% of worldwide trade, and our participation in the global value chain consists of being providers of raw materials for the other regions of the world, whilst other regions exports high added value goods and services. And this context is not favorable at all. It needs to be changed. Special economic zones can play a role in sustaining industrialization and Africa's integration into global trade. Successful special economic zones should support economic diversification and strategic specialization in host countries by attracting high volumes of investment, domestic and foreign. In Africa, very few special economic zones have transcended their establishment as spatially distinct zones and have helped drive economic transformation in their host economies, like in the case of Mauritius. Africa's industrialization challenges and the subsequent low participation in global value chains are real, and they require structural solutions. Without the macroeconomic fundamentals in place, special economic zones will not have anything more special than our countries of enclaves. This is why investment in quality infrastructure, skills development, and strategic specialization are the critical drivers for sound industrialization towards an adequate economic recovery. In conclusion, I invite your organization members to reflect on these realities and support the ongoing continental and regional efforts towards building the fundamentals, infrastructure, skills, and institutional capacity. I thank you.
I suppose I will go ahead and introduce each of the speakers and then go through from there. So from the African Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat, we have Dr. Muhammad Ali. If he can please make his way to the stage. And next we have Mr. Richard Bolwin from UNCTAD. And I believe we have two, well, let me go through first. We have two virtual attendees as well. I will mention them last. Next, we have Dr. Suleiman Abdullah from the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. And finally, we have Mr. Tidian Boy from UNIDO. And then joining us virtually, we have Dr. Beth Dunford of the African Development Bank, as well as Cecily Below from the European Commission. And perhaps before we get into the discussion here, how much time will we have for the full session? Can somebody let me know? 1 hour. All right, perfect. Half an hour. Okay. All right. We'll have to go quick then. So the way that I'll do this is I will basically go one by one with a prompt for the gentlemen on stage, as well as our panelists who are attending virtually, to give their focus area, their kind of main thrust with the topic in question. So starting with Mr. Muhammad Ali from the AfCTA Secretariat. In the European Union, we saw regulatory and tax harmonization policies create an environment that sidelined new and existing SEZs. So as African regional and continental integration accelerates post-COVID, how do we ensure that special economic zones evolve to support regional value chains under the African Continental Free Trade Agreement?
It's working now. Thank you so much. The AfCTA agreement. The AfCTA agreement in Article 20 of the Treaty recognizes the importance of the special economic zone. Indeed, the article itself recognizes the special economic zone as a pillar and beacon for industrialization in Africa, and call upon use this one. Okay. And the agreement actually call upon member states to develop special economic zones for the sake of industrialization. However, the agreement itself also call upon the Council of Ministers to develop regulation that govern the special economic zone or govern the products originating in the special economic zones. Those regulations are meant to help the African countries to industrialize and meant to recognize the special economic zones products as part of the African products that is being traded under the AfCTA, as long as they go along with the rules of origin under the AfCTA. So in a sense, as I said, the AfCTA agreement call upon the development of special economic zones, call upon tailored interventions from special economic zones to be part of our value chain. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So moving on to Mr. Richard Bowen from UNCTAD. Zooming out a bit, can you broadly address your research on global long-term investment trends? and how they've been impacted by the pandemic, which is something that we definitely want to explore. And then what that means for the viability of special economic zones under the AfCTA over the next several years.
Thank you, Preston. First of all, let me say it's a great pleasure to be here. And I'd like to thank AZO and other partners for the invitation. To your question, it's a very long-term question, so let me answer with a long-term answer. In the 1990s, the growth of global foreign direct investment was about 20% per year. In the 2000s, it was about 7%. And in the 2010s, about 1% per year. And now I started at UNCTAD as the research coordinator for our annual World Investment Report exactly in 2011. So I'm probably to blame. But what it demonstrates is that over time, really something happened. Something happened in global investment, something happened in global trade, and something happened with what we call international production, which is the combination of the two, right? Already in one of our early World Investment Reports in 2013, we demonstrated that about 80% of global trade takes place within the international production networks of multinational enterprises. And those multinational enterprises are also the main actors when it comes to foreign direct investment, obviously. So that slowdown in the growth of global foreign direct investment clearly also affected trade. In fact, we saw a big slowdown in trade in the last 10 years. So something happened in international production, something happened in global value chains. And what we've seen most in terms of the slowdown is a slowdown in new greenfield investment projects in manufacturing. And it's exactly the type we need most, right? It's exactly the type that developing countries need most for industrialization, and that special economic zones need most to fill their capacity, right? So I'm looking at that two ways, right? So one, we really need to think about what this means for us as zones. And two, we really need zones to make sure that this is turned around, right? Because when we look at developing countries, most of that type of manufacturing investment goes to special economic zones, or not most, I mean, a large chunk of it. As services investment, international investment in services is spread throughout economies. International investment in natural resources, extractive industries goes to where the natural resources are, but industrial investment in manufacturing very often is concentrated in zones. So this is why I'm saying we really need to turn this around. Now, we were already slow in growing at the end of the 10s, and then we got COVID. And in 2020, global investment shrank by 35%, right? Now, we're looking at the first data now for 2021. In the first half, a big turnaround, so we're already recuperating a very large chunk of the investment lost last year. But unfortunately, when I look at the manufacturing investment, greenfield investment in manufacturing, we're still on the way down, right? In Africa, in the first 6 months of 2021, greenfield investment in manufacturing still shows minus 22%, right? So we're still not recovering. We need to really turn this around. So what's happening is there's a transformation taking place. Actually, in our World Investment Report 2020, we talked about the expected, we looked ahead a little bit in time, we looked at the expected transformation of international production and the types of trends that we see and that have caused the slowdown in the past and that will continue to affect investment going forward. One is, of course, the shift to services, the shift to digital, right? So this is important for zones to keep in mind. We need a broader base of investment promotion to fill our zones. Another one is regionalization, right? This is expected by all economic commentators. They're saying we're moving from global value chains to regional value chains. And in that context, the CFTA is clearly a very important push, right? We need to push and rely more on our regional markets and on regional value chains if the reliance of past development strategies on integrating in global value chains is different now than it was before. It's not going to go away. We're not going to be completely without what we call efficiency-seeking investment in manufacturing to produce for global value chains, but the growth there is gone, right? So we need to think about where we get the growth from, and the growth is going to come from regional value chains and regional markets. So in that context, I think the work we're doing now, trying to integrate in the CFTA, is really important and crucial at this stage. At this stage of the development of international production and international investment flows. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. So now we are going to go to one of our virtual participants, Dr. Beth Dunford. I hope she can hear me.
Yes.
So zooming back in, first of all, you can hear me okay?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Well, let me begin with the question and then.
So I can hear you. But now I can't hear you.
Maybe I should just ask the question and then.
Oh yeah, now I can hear. Good.
With that broad context in mind, there's an extremely important backdrop to the development and the use of special economic zones to unlock opportunities, but also to deal with a very present issue, which is that Africa's population is growing at a blistering pace, while most African countries resort to importing food from outside of the continent. From the perspective of regional value chains, this is a definite issue. And SEZs in Africa currently do not tend to focus on a primary industry such as agriculture. So in this age of global value chain and supply chain disruption, how can special economic zones become a catalyst for industries such as agro-processing? And what role do you see the African Development Bank playing in that from a planning, financing, and implementation perspective?
Great. Well, thank you, Preston, for that question. And first, I want to stand on existing protocol. And I really want to thank the African Economic Zones Organization for inviting me to participate today. I'm really excited to be here. And so when it comes to regional value chains and special economic zones, there are really some areas that require some serious rethinking. So first, what Africa exports outside the region, they're not basic food products that are critical for food security in the region. So on the whole, Africa has exports of coffee, cocoa, tea, cotton, pulses, and then also some niche products such as fruits, tomatoes, flowers, sesame seeds, cashew nuts, right? So, but meanwhile, for food products that are critical for food security, the African continent has been continuously importing. So there's a continuous deficit, for example, in cereals and vegetable oils. And so there's a need to continually import these products. And this represents a large and really increasing bill to pay for food products. That's in macroeconomic terms, quadrupling the deficit in 15 years. So moreover, Africa really needs to address the challenges of transformation, including the high cost of transport, high cost of logistics, also the lack of value addition and low labor productivity. So according to the African Agricultural Trade Monitor in 2021, only 2 African countries, that's South Africa and Egypt, have diversified economies. So Africa's integration into regional and global value chains is really critical for job creation, technology transfer, and feeding its population and beyond. So the African Development Bank supports the growth of formal trade through the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. So there's room to expand intra-Africa agricultural trade within and amongst regional economic communities. So food demand, as we all know, is changing very rapidly, qualitatively and quantitatively, as a result of demographic shifts, growing urban demand, changing lifestyles and diet habits. So rapid urbanization and accompanying consumption habits is driving a huge rise in demand for processed foods and other products. So in light of these developments, Africa should focus its comparative advantages for agriculture and for agribusiness. So this really starts by addressing the issues around competitiveness, low agricultural productivity, high costs related to logistics, transportation, customs procedures, a lack of agro-industrial capacity, and actions that impede interregional trade and the development of regional value chains. So special agro-industrial processing zones can grow Africa's comparative advantage in agro-processing. Special agro-industrial processing zones provide a solution to the challenge of excessive food imports, feeding a growing urban population, and importantly, the need to create jobs in Africa. So we're going to be hearing more about the development perspective on special agro-industrial processing zones from my colleagues, Professor Oleriyan Oyinke Oyebanjo, the bank's special advisor on industrialization. And that's going to be during this afternoon's industrial prospects session 2. And our bank director for agriculture, finance, and rural infrastructure, Atsuko Toda, will be detailing the bank's investment in the sector during the same session. So the bank believes that the implementation of special agro-industrial processing zones should respond to domestic, but also regional market needs. So they need to take advantage of existing infrastructure and really fill critical infrastructure gaps. Zones should maintain a knowledge and innovation culture really and focus on new ideas and research. We know that strong institutions, strong regulatory environments, strong coordination with government and between local institutions are very important to successfully implementing the special agro-industrial processing zones. So supply to the zone industrial park needs to be, as we know, at the right price point and on time. And that requires investment in aggregation centers to make that possible. So ideally, the special agro-industrial processing zones need to take what we call a 4P approach. So that's a mix of public, private, and also producer relationships. This is important for it to be inclusive and ensure that smallholder productivity rises to meet this challenge. So it's really best for development finance institutions to be involved from the planning and from the development stage. And this is done by providing project preparatory funds for feasibility studies, for environmental, social impact assessments, legal documentations, et cetera. So we believe that more project preparatory funds are required at the early stages, and the African Development Bank stands ready to support special agro-industrial processing zones on the African continent. Thank you. Preston, back over to you.
resources, and we don't want to go again for what the economic literature called the white elephant. So that's why we should tap straight into the promise of the special economic zone to leverage the industrial capabilities on the continent. So I would like to state that when you look at what's going on now, it is still at the low level, because Africa exports is coming to the level of 25% from the special economic zone. And this is very low when you benchmark it to certain countries. For example, in Russia, it's 82%. In China, it's 60% of exports that are coming out from the special economic zone. So in Africa, it's still very low. We have a long way to go. For most people, including countries, including developing economies, this threshold is above 40%. So it means that we should make sure that we leverage all the potential and the possibilities that are out there for the special economic zone. And for this to happen effectively, we need to take some key consideration. So first of all, from historical perspective, and what we learn from the field is that location is key. So to make sure that special economic zone are connected to the right set of infrastructure and the cater for the facility for export of whatever is being produced there, it's important. Second, we should make sure that these are not just enclave or economic outposts which are completely disconnected from the realm of the local economy. So we should try to find a way to connect this zone on both sides with the local economy. This is also very, very, very important to provide for their competitiveness. And then I would like also to, given the context of the African Continental Free Trade Area, to provide some example where there are tremendous opportunities for economies on the continent to tap in regarding two value chains, two sectors. The first one is the agri-food value chain. So when you look at this sector in general, broadly speaking, so the agro-industry, how we call it, the actual value worldwide is more than $5.2 billion US. And 1.5 trillion of this industry is for export. Africa alone is importing more or less 50 billion US dollar each year of agro-food products. And the African Development Bank has projected that this will reach 90 billion by 2030, which means that there is a tremendous opportunity to seize there to make sure that we are developing our regional value chain on the continent within the framework of AfCTA to cater for this need. And basically, because there are four major megatrends that will impact the agro-food value chain. The first one is obviously the population increase. The world population is increasing, and particularly the African population is more dynamic. So from now to 2030, we'll have additional 700 million people in the world, and half of it likely to come from Africa. So, which means there will be additional need for food consumption. The other major factor also that will impact on the demand side is the shift in habits in terms of consumption. Nowadays, people are more and more looking for nutritious food, for local products, rather for kind of food that are coming from the other side of the world. So this is an interesting shift on the demand side. On the supply side also, we have two mega trends that are happening there. The first one is urbanization. The more we are getting urbanized on the continent, it means that we are shifting human resource from agriculture to other sector of the economy. And the second one is climate change, which is impacting heavily on traditional production process of agricultural products. So we should be clearly mindful of this mega trend and seize the opportunities that are there to see how our special economic zone can articulate this and position themselves to cater for this expanding market. And also this food security dimension is national security issue even. We saw it in 2009 when the food price started to surge, and we are seeing it now with the COVID vaccine. how rich countries are hoarding the vaccine for their people first. And when you remember during the also surge in food prices in 2009, some countries like India put a ban on rice export. So all these factors, we should be mindful of them and ensure that we are putting the right policy, the right institution in place to cater for this developing and emerging trends on this particularly important value chain. The second value chain I would like to talk about is the textile and apparel value chain. This the current value of this value chain worldwide is like 2.6 trillion US dollar, and because of its localization, mostly one of the main actor is China. Because of the rising wages, so this industry is trying actually to locate elsewhere in the world. It started already in Asia, seeing the textile industry picking up in countries like Vietnam, like Cambodia and others. Even in Africa, things are starting to move into the right direction. I will give the example of Ethiopia and Lesotho. In Ethiopia, the export of textile and apparels back in 2008 was only $2 million. But because they put the right set of incentives, nonetheless, by developing a special economic zone, they were in a position to attract major players like in the garment industry like H&M and others. Today, Ethiopia is exporting close to 200 million of textile and garment to the rest of the world. So it means in more or less 11 years, Ethiopia was able to multiply almost by 90 its export of textile and apparels. In Lesotho also, what is going on is very interesting because Lesotho was able to increase its exports significantly. And the workers that are involved in the sector back to 2005 were around 18,000 people. And today, the textile and apparel sector in Lesotho has not less than 55,000 people working in the sector. So this is a strategy clearly that indicates that it's possible. There are opportunities out there for catering jobs, providing jobs for our youth on the continent. And one of the interesting facts also about Lesotho is that initially it mostly benefiting from agua and exporting most of its production to the US market. And now we are seeing a shift up to, it was 2% for the regional market. And now South Africa alone is accounting for 17% of Lesotho export of textile and apparel. So in a nutshell, to put it that way, when you organize yourself, the African market is capable of providing the incentives for our industry to be organized so that the production will take place on the continent. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. So next we will be going to Mr. Tidian Boy from UNIDO. And for you, sir, I'd like to ask, as the AfCTA takes off, the role of cross-border SCZs stands to increase in importance throughout Africa. So can you please speak to the role that these cross-border SCZs can play in developing economic corridors between countries in Africa, as well as some of the potential challenges that we can expect for these developments?
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I would also like to thank, of course, the organizers of this meeting, our partner, AOZ, and of course, the Ghana Export Processing Zone. I would like also to thank my predecessors, my colleague predecessors, who I think in their interventions made very much good sense and already, I think, paved the way for some new developments and new proposals. What I would like to say before diving directly into the issue of cross-border special economic zones is really to see how I think we have talked about the importance of developing regional value chains. This is important, but what I would like to say is that we still need to see how we can concretely accompany the development of these regional value chains. What can we do? There are different approaches that have been set up, that have been discussed. What we would like to propose today is that we as UNIDO are developing an approach, a methodology to see how we can support, with the cooperation, of course, of other international organizations, countries, governments, private sector, how we can develop the methodology to support the development of regional value chains in the context of regional economic communities, and also involving many countries. This methodology basically would rely on three pillars, three steps, I would say. First of all is, how do we identify and prioritize actually the value chains, the regional value chains. And this for us needs to be done, first of all, in terms of having to do a mapping exercise, having to also develop evidence-based, I would say an evidence-based mapping exercise, having also, and this is important, to develop a dialogue involving as many actors as possible at the regional level, at the national level, and also at the local level. So this exercise, then this first step will be then this identification of these regional value chains through a thorough evidence-based diagnostics. The other one would be, the other step, next step would be, how do we then from there develop a strategy also involving, again, the regional actors of these regional value chains. Together, that can lead then to the third step that would enable us to actually establish these regional value chains and also define the appropriate investment strategies to develop them, especially in terms of how do we develop the public type of investment, PPP type of investment, and totally private investment, to see how we can actually promote investment in these value chains. So this approach, I think, is important, but at the same time, it will lead, I think, and I think our colleagues from UNCTAD and UNECA very much developed that, it would lead to a new generation of special economic zones. I think today we have to think about this in the light of what happened with respect to the COVID crisis, but also with the opportunity given by the free continental area. And this is really, I think, a crucial step. First of all, we have to make sure that the ZES are very now closer now to the regional markets and even to the domestic markets. It's true, we have to maintain this link to the global markets, but this linkage now, I think this regional value chains approach gives a new opportunity for ZES to look closer at these markets. But then again, here there are several principles that we have to put forward. First of all, in this new type of ZES generation, this new generation of ZES, a certain number of principles have to be put forward. First of all, it is important that the ZES respond to a regional industrial strategy. It has to be the tool for the regional, it has to be a tool for regional industrial development. It is not just, let's say, an instrument in isolation. It has to be the strong linkage. This is, I think, very important. Second of all, the issue of governance and coordination has to be reinforced. We have to make sure that in the ZES, especially in the regional ZES, if I can say so, type of ZES, there's more involvement of private sector at the national, at the regional level. There's a stronger involvement also of regional economic communities and regional also private sector and also local sector. So this idea of having this governance system is very, for us, essential. And also having a great coordination system. You know, we talk a lot about this issue of, you know, countries competing themselves within the region. Today, I think we have to be strong advocates as international organizations, especially, that to convince countries in the same region that actually there's an advantage to cooperate and to coordinate better, and to see and identify the complementarities rather than the areas of competition in terms of industrial development. So this is for us
This is for us crucial. The other issue, I think we touched upon that, is the fact that these special economic zones have to have a linkage, very much so through the politics, to the political strategies of the, how do we say, aménagement du territoire in French, to how the countries, how do you say, equip their territories. You know, there's a much more now, there's a very much, how do you say, view that countries need to develop their territories, their rural territories and so on. ZES need to be able to be instruments of also this new type of development. And what our colleague from UNECA is very important, this linkage with the local and with the local producers. And here, this is where we would like to propose this cluster, let's say, based type of special economic zones, whereby we try to develop clusters in areas that do not necessarily have an infrastructure that is enough to support a special economic zones, but that can actually prepare, let's say, the terrain for involving local producers into the to transformational activities and then linking them up to more bigger, like agro-industrial processing zones and so on. Last principle is this idea of having to build multi-stakeholder partnerships around the ZES. Again, that means involving all the partnerships, all the partners that should be involved and that have not been sufficiently involved. We talked earlier about the governments, but also the regional economic communities, the regional private sector, the local communities. How do we build a multi-stakeholder partnership to push this agenda forward? I'm sorry, just also to go back to what our colleague from UNECA, I think it's important today that these special economic zones have also a special outlook towards environment, the issue of environment, the issue of circularity. How do we build special economic zones that could actually generate, have more resource efficiency and cleaner production capacities? And of course, looking at this new generation and this aspect of regional value chains, this led us to think very much about cross-border, the importance of cross-border special economic zones that actually could be able to operationalize actually this whole methodology, this whole strategy. We're looking very much at three here, in particular in Africa. There's the Benin-Nigeria Special Economic Zone. There's the Sikobo Special Economic Zones involving Mali, Burkina Faso, and Cote d'Ivoire in the border zone of the three countries. And here again, and of course, the industrial zone between Zimbabwe and Zambia. And here, I think these should be for us an example of how we want to work with other organizations, with the local authorities, with the regional economic communities, to see how we can actually concretely confront these challenges that we were speaking about, and how we can actually operationalize these regional special border cross special economic zones. And we would are definitely open to work with all of you here who are here to see how we can try to operationalize concretely this type of zones. Thank you very much.
And this leads perfectly over into the statement from Cécile Bilot from the European Commission. We've just been talking about the role of these multi-sector, these organizations and the interoperation between different organizations from the operational all the way up to the supranational level. In what ways can the Europeans support the development of these connections that ultimately lead to the development of African special economic zones that complement the framework of the AfCTA?
Thank you very much, and good morning or good afternoon to everybody. I'm really happy to be here. Also, it's only online and you couldn't be present, but this is a very important theme, and hearing from the different speakers, a lot has already been said, and that's the good thing of being last as a speaker in the panel. Where we're coming from as the European Union, I'm coming from the DG INPA, International Partnership, and clearly as part of our cooperation and partnership with African country, economic development is of course very important. We are fully supportive of the regional integration taking place on the continent and the AfCTA movement going on. But and in this perspective, in this context, really there is a role to look at as a model, a sort of African model for how to develop this as a special economic zone, as really a way to capture this potential to develop the regional supply chain, as the speakers were saying before, and to do it also in a way that is a sort of new generation, and it was described by the speaker before me, that take into account really the sort of local production dimension that is needed in Africa to be developed along the key supply chain, but also the sort of sustainable growth dimension, both on the environmental side and also on the working condition side. Also to take into account of the role of how we play into this model, the fiscality concept and model for African country, and seeing it in a long term about how it can also contribute to revenue mobilization for government of the ZES being put into place. So I think this is a very interesting discussion that you are having, a very interesting and lots of energy movement around the support of economic zones in Africa. As the EU, we stand ready to continue this discussion and to see how this African model can be further developed in the context of the regional integration, of course, taking place. For example, like developing multi-country ZES could be something that could be important for the future development. So you have different ZES in different countries that are physically connected, and then you promote along that specific regional value chain, being from the agro-food sector, as the speaker said before, or in other, can be in other also sector like raw materials, for example, where you get into more of the processing of the raw materials that comes and that are very numerous in Africa. So I think it is really a way important to embed the sort of new way of doing this in Africa into this regional perspective. We're happy to continue to discuss that with you, all of the country involved in the association as AO, and to see also in light of what will be coming on our agenda, the EU-Africa Summit will be taking place in February next year, 17 and 18 of February in Brussels. The economic agenda of the summit will be very important, especially the investment side of it. And we are also organizing next to the political summit business forum, so sort of business summit where we will have businesses from African, from European side discussing and exchanging on ideas on how we bring that back to our political leader on how we can promote further the development in Africa. So I think in this context, developing and bringing this discussion of how we build a new generation model of ZES for Africa would be very important to bring into this context and into the scope of also the summit discussion on building a very and supporting also economic development and building strong links between the EU side and the African side. We are also already, as this is not something new also, of course, for us as a topic for the European Union, we are already supporting a number of ZES, and especially as part of a sort of innovative model of doing it. I have in mind a project that has been supported and is still going on in Mozambique. And one of the ZES there in Belulan, where you have really developed also eco park embedded into the model of ZES. So really bringing also the sort of environmental dimension into how the business is being done. So I think on this, I won't take much longer, but to say that we stand ready to continue with this discussion to see how we can help facilitating the discussion between also European business, African business, and contribute to it to make really ZES a key element also of the African development, but an African development that is based on some common element values and also the strong regional integration movements going on. Thank you very much.
Gentleman there, as well as there. 10 minutes left, so please keep your questions brief. And that gentleman as well. Please raise the microphone up a little bit more.
Yeah, my name is Thomas Johnson. I would like to know the distinction between regional value chain and regional economic chain. Because I heard two different distinctions between value chain and economic chain. So we have regional, special, and global.
The difference between regional value chain and regional economic chain.
Exactly.
And is there someone you wanted to direct the question to particularly? Or just in general?
From the left.
To Richard, I think.
Sure. Very brief. I believe the distinction that was being made both by myself and other speakers was between regional value chains and global value chains. Where global value chains are those where in the course of a production process, components and intermediate goods are being imported from countries all over the world, and subsequently the manufactured product integrating those components are again manufactured throughout the world. Whereas at a regional basis, obviously that takes place within the region. And those are often processing industries that benefit from this. The type of light manufacturing, electronics, automotive integration are often global value chains, and the type of chemicals or processing industries are often regional value chains, just by way of generalization.
Okay. You there, sir.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Emmanuel Benza. I'm Deputy Executive Director of AfCTA Policy Network here in Accra. We're a membership-based organization seeking to help our membership and stakeholders understand and appreciate what the AfCTA is about, basically, and the whole other things. I have a question with respect to the Zambia. I think the comment about the Zambia Zimbabwe industrial zones. I wanted to find out something, whether it's a continuation of, at one point, I think there's Zambia, Malawi, Mozambique growth triangle. I wanted to find out that the growth triangle was supposed to have been imported from Southeast Asia. And I think UNDP did some study back in 1999. And so the triangulation of this area was supposed to have been probably one of the first in Africa. Now, of course, we know what is happening in Mozambique with all the challenges there at the moment. But is there a way in which, looking at the proximity of these three countries, is there a way of reinvigorating this conversation with Zambia, Malawi, and Mozambique? Because it would make sense. It would stimulate SADC, for example, conversations and so on. I know that the SADC had an industrial fair just a few days ago. for example. These are the kind of things that it was left dead for a long time because they were fighting over, where the secretariat for the ZMM would be and things like that for a while. So if we can get some kind of assurance, these kind of, growth triangles could also help complement, some of the conversations that have been had around SEZs. That is one thing. The ancillary question to that would be to find out whether the special economic zones are a kind of a replacement of these growth triangles. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for your question. Actually, you're absolutely right. It is, in a sense, a continuation of this triangle that you're talking about. And it is very much also, which is important to mention, is that now it is even more, let's say, supported by SADC, the specific. So with the support of SADC now, which is being much more, let's say, involved, you have then a bigger, let's say, will to make sure that, first of all, the project goes forward, and that indeed that it goes back, let's say, to its original, let's say, objective of having this triangle being built. So this is indeed, it is indeed very, very much so. Now, with respect to, is the special economic zone replacing the triangle? So far, actually, when I mentioned this project, I didn't mention special economic zone, I mentioned industrial, actually, park, because we have, in this project, the level of special economic zone has not really been actually reached. So we're going progressively towards that objective. But so far, it is just this industrial, let's say, zone, cross-border industrial zone. But it's true that we're going towards this new type of special economic zone. Thank you.
This gentleman over here on the left, with the one behind, sorry, he was sooner. Please
Yeah, thank you. The moment I thought my role was to open the mic for someone else. My name is Ziad Hamoui. I'm the National President of Borderless Alliance, and it's a regional advocacy group. And it's not a question, it's actually a feedback or comments that builds on a thread of ideas from UNCTAD's regionalization, from Dr. Suleiman's agro-production, etc. Clearly, free zones have a key role in shaping the conversation about exporting from Africa abroad to exporting across Africa. And this would take a reconfiguration of the supply chain and the trade logistics. And the reason I'm saying that is because one key element that will ensure the success of exporting of trade of goods and services that are made in Africa across to another African market will be the connectivity of these African markets across the continent. And here, my concern is with the connectivity of the maritime shipping links. And I'm assuming that shipping is part of the priorities of the special commitments of the Protocol of Trade and Services. If that be the case, then we are expecting that in a few years' time, African maritime shipping will be liberalized and then cabotage will take place in a more free way. And that will mean that the economic zones and even the AfCTA will have, the opportunity to take the short sea shipping agenda forward to the African Union level and to help to shape up a regulatory framework that will help connect these together. And so my comment is that I believe that the African economic zones and the AfCFTA have a clear priority to work on towards promoting the short sea shipping agenda. I was happy to hear that the representative of the European Union also works towards the connectivity of Africa and Europe. And I believe that African connectivity is key towards ensuring the success of the AfCFTA. And I would like to find out how we can push this agenda together. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. So I think we only have time for just one more question. And I think this gentleman here in the tan suit was next.
Thank you. François Serre, I'm a lawyer and consultant for UNIDO. I have a question for Mr. Mohammed Ali. You were talking about the regulations. Those regulations are not yet adopted, are being discussed. What are the key issues? Meaning that, is it that the regulations are going to provide a general regime in terms of tax and customs incentives? Is that some countries are going to raise some issue of sovereignty or protection of local private sector? If I have some goods in Senegal developed in a special economic zone, I'm sending them to Rwanda. Are they going to be free of any tax? And based on what Mr. Tidiane said, do you think that, because the main issue is not trade, but industrialization, do you think that this general regime should focus on a criteria that we would have a tool to evaluate the level of local value chain, not regional, not continental, not global value chain, but local value chain, relation between clusters in territory and special economic zone, and how much transformation, how much transfer of technology, how much training are being developed in special economic zone, and then you would have a global regime for tax and customs incentives at the level of the continent.
Thank you so much. I'm not, yeah, I think it is working. I think this question maybe require additional 30 minutes, but that to answer. But I will try to be brief to answer. The first thing is the regulation is yet to be developed. And the main issues are during the negotiation time before the signature of the AfCTA, there was a view that there will be unfair competition coming from the products of special economic zones when they are exported under preferential arrangement under the AfCTA. There was another argument, which I can say it was the majority, that we cannot ignore the value that the special economic zone bringing to our industrialization and our economic transformation. Currently, the percentage of export, African export from a special economic zone is 25%. Maybe some can consider it is low, but we cannot ignore 25% of our exports when we are dealing with a trade agreement like AfCFTA. So the status quo of the agreement as we stand now, we have article, as I said, that recognize that the importance of special economic zones and recognize that the special economic zones products will benefit from the AfCFTA preferential arrangement as long as they met the rules of origin of the AfCFTA. However, it says that we, as a Council of Ministers of Trade, we need to develop regulations that govern this practice. The practice in different regional economic communities in Africa is different from REC to another. Some RECs allow percentage of these products to enter the market. Some other RECs allow, they are silent, which means 100% of the products of special economic zone will enter. And some other RECs, they prevent the products of special economic zone. However, in the AfCFTA, we had our first consultative meeting in Gabon, and we are having this conversation here now, which will feed back again deliberation to develop this regulation. And what we are trying to do, we are trying not to over-regulate the special economic zone in under the AfCFTA. We're trying to keep it simple. We're trying to keep it within the spirit of Article 23, which is allowing the product in special economic zone, but we need a regulation for that. I hope that answer the question. The other point I want to make is ideas like we hear today, ideas about new generation of special economic zones. What we saw in the ground where some countries actually, they moved or shifted from the typical idea of free zone to special economic zone or industrial zone that provide tailored intervention in some sectors to allow the value chain, or actually to force the value chain. We saw it in many cases. We saw it in Gabon, we saw it in Ghana, we saw it in many cases where countries provide tailored incentives to force the value chain to happen. The last part of the question, the AfCTA is not a test for single country ability to produce product. What we are trying to say with the accumulation concept we have in rules of origin, it is assessment on how we can work together as African countries and produce. Examples are textile, examples are automotive sector, examples, so many examples. It is not the ability of single country like Botswana or Egypt to produce whole car or to produce a whole product. It is assessment on how we can create what we can call now, not only regional value chain, continental value chain, how we can work within continental value chain to produce. And that's why the ideas of cross-border special economic zone, cross-border trading companies, cross-border entities that can help to aggregate, the production, can help to upscale the small and medium enterprises to the level that can be financed by banks or by big players in finance. So it is all connected circle. It is all connected circle. And the AfCTA again is not one day event. It's a process. It's a process that no one single institution or no single body can implement it alone. That's why it is a continuous process that need the support and work with organizations like African Economic Zone, that need the support and the work from different organizations, UNICA and TAD and Audanibad, many other organizations where they can provide interventions in their particular sector so we can all achieve the AfCTA goal. I hope that answers the question. Thank you.
Mike, so, we're back. Well, so with that, we conclude the current panel session. I would like to thank our distinguished panelists for their input, their thoughts, as well as our hosts for assembling the opportunity for this discussion today. So with that, thank you again.
Thank you very much, Preston and Martin, for doing such a fantastic job. We're moving on to our first expert outlook. We've got a very tight 30 minutes. Do forgive me. We've run behind on schedule, and it's my job to bring us all right back. So please allow me to welcome, talking about Focus Report on Special Economic Zones in Africa. Speaking is the Africa Regional Editor of Oxford Business Group. Please welcome Mr. Bernardo Bruzzone. Bruzzone? Bruzzone. Bernardo, you have a horribly wonderful 30 minutes only.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me well? Sorry, I feel like I'm in a Zoom meeting, so I have to ask. First of all, I think it's a lot of pressure to say that it's the first expert panel after so many distinguished speakers spoke today. I definitely have a lot of pressure for what we already discussed and we will be discussing later. First of all, again, I'm Bernardo Bruzzone. I'm the regional editor for Oxford Business Group in Africa. And I first would like to thank Ahmed Benis and Farah Hanafi from ISO, Mr. Mike Okwaye Jr. from Ghana Free Zones Authority for the welcome, for the invitation to this event. I would also like to thank our partners from Tangemed, Lagos Free Zones, Misurata Free Zones, Polaris Parks, and Sebot International Farms, who supported us as well in the collaboration, the production of this focus report about economic zones in Africa, which is Oxford Business Group's first covering this subject, this very important subject. Again, it's a real big pleasure to be here in Accra. It was a very lonely couple of years with only remote meetings, remote events. So it's more pressure, it's more intimidating than a Zoom meeting, but it's also great to be here united. I think this is a great momentum to launch this report, not only because of it being the end of the first year of the start of the African Continental Free Trade Area, but it's also the end of 2021, which was a year in which we started seeing the light at the end of the tunnel regarding the COVID-19 pandemic. And we really expect 2022 to be really a recovery year, not only for Africa, but for the whole world. I think the fact that the pandemic also helped a lot, in a sense, economic zones and companies and all of the economies to kind of reduce, to improve efficiency, reduce cost, improve efficiency in supply and value chains, and accelerate digitalization in processes and really use technology to improve efficiency. Do I have my presentation, Farah? Okay. So this is a digital report, although you all have a copy of it, a reduced copy of it in your bags, and you also have access to the QR code in the leaflet, so you can access there. First, I wanted to introduce a little bit the goal, the purpose of this report, which is basically raising awareness to global readers about economic zones in Africa, what they are and what they matter, what impact they can have in Africa's social and economic development, value-added generation, FDI, job creation, and value chains. And moreover, something that we're here to discuss today, what challenges need to be tackled on the way. I'm not sure that's the latest updated version, but first of all, I just want to give some context. For example, giving the figures that were mentioned earlier, that Africa has 17% of the world's population, but only accounts for around 2.9% of the world's GDP and 2.1% of global trade. It has some of the fastest growing and most resilient economies in the world, showing growth for some countries even during the worst year of the pandemic. And real GDP that is projected to grow by 3.4% in 2021 after contracting by 2.1% in 2020. It's a booming young population that's at 1.2 billion today, can up to double by 2050. A consumer expenditure that has been growing at an annual compound rate of 3.9% since 2020. And a continent that has 12% of the world's oil reserves, 42% of the gold reserves, and 60% of the world's arable land. Go to the previous one, sorry. Basically, we were discussing a lot about agribusiness, agriculture in the continent, and I think that's the perfect example of value-added creation possibilities. We have, for example, 90% of cotton in West Africa is exported raw to Asia for spinning, and then it's only 2% is processed in the region. And then Africa purchases a lot of t-shirts, a lot of shirts, a lot of finished textile products used in the continent. So that's a massive opportunity, just to take an example. Same for cocoa, right? Africa produces 75% of the world's cocoa beans, and only benefits from around 2% of the global cocoa and chocolate market revenue, which is a bit absurd. Regarding a third example of cashew nuts, for example, we have Africa producing 90% of the world's cashew nuts and exporting 95% of it unprocessed. If we take, for example, a case in 2018, when basically after exporting the cashew kernels to India, which were processed once, and to the European Union were processed again, the price paid sales in the European Union was 8.5 times more than we was left the cashew farms in Cote d'Ivoire, for example. And these are very simple processing, industrial processes such as roasting, salting, packaging, so some things that could definitely be done here in Africa and generate the value added. Next slide, please. I think you can go to the next slide again. Right. So yeah, it's not my most updated version of the presentation, unfortunately, but no. Okay. So basically, we did a survey to try to understand why there's no more industrialization in Africa, what's hampering investment, and we sent this tailor-made survey to CEOs. You can hear, okay, to CEOs globally on the manufacturing sectors to try to understand what for them were the main reasons not to invest or that could hamper, could reduce the investment in Africa. The majority of them indicated political risk, followed by access to reliable power supply, bureaucracy, human resources, regulations, access to industrial land, and power costs, right? So this is obviously all different things that can be tackled by the existence of economic zones in Africa, right? So obviously, economic zones in Africa cannot respond to political risk per se, but the presence, and since they're very often part of strategic government programs, strategies of national development, show that there's a serious political will to attract investment, and that there's the security to bring the capital to the continent and to have it develop in the manufacturing sector. Oh, no, sorry. That was the right one. But just to give a little bit of overview of economic zones in Africa, as mentioned before, there were some economic zones between the 70s and the 90s, but the number was quite marginal. And it really started leveraging more between the late 90s and early 2000s. In 1990, there were 19 economic zones. And today in 2021, we have 203 operating economic zones and 73 under development. So 60% of the continent's economic zones were established in the 21st century. And since then, they have been playing a really major role in attracting FDI and in boosting industrial transformation in the continent. Well, so we're going to highlight a few of the highlights of the key takeaways of the report and the main trends regarding economic zones in Africa, which are basically the use of technology, the power and the impact that economic zones can have in improving the talent pool, improving skills in job creation. Regarding technology, we have seen a trend in which economic zones are really harnessing new technologies and embracing a digital revolution, in which digitalization and automation can really help boosting competitiveness, productivity gains, and investment with the help of tools such as the Internet of Things, big data, artificial intelligence, enterprise resource planning, and advanced robotics, which really are transforming production and business models and providing and proving to be very effective in attracting FDI. Finally, the technology can also be used in aspects such as digitalized one-stop shops, licensing processes, other digital services that really can help cutting the red tape, reducing bureaucracy times, and really accelerating investment and investment processes. One thing that is very, very important on the social, but also on the investment side, impact of economic zones is the capability to improve the talent pool and create jobs, right? So according to numbers from AZO, in the past decade, economic zones created more than 41 million jobs in agricultural sector and 2 million jobs in other highly skilled sectors such as telecoms, aeronautics in Morocco, and the digital economy in general, right? However, it's really important for policymakers, for policymakers, governments, private sector, universities to really work hand in hand together and really understand the real needs of the market and create strategies that really help responding to the needs of these markets in terms of employment. One last aspect that we would like to highlight is the presence of ESG principles in economic zones, right? So as you know, ESG principles are environmental, social, government principles. governance principles, in which global investors are really increasingly interested, right, in companies with clear and effective approaches, and market regulators here in emerging markets are looking to introduce and refine regulatory frameworks for ESG reporting. So in the survey that I'm not sure it's here, we had around 70% of the respondents saying that environmental and sustainability standards are very important for their company when evaluating a new investment. So the ESG strategies that economic zones in Africa are already proactively developing can really generate a massive competitive advantage when comparing to other destinations in order to attract an investment, right? So it's not only, of course, there's the matter of developing a more sustainable environment in a continent that is really sensitive to that really relies, for example, on climate conditions for the agricultural sector, and also having a social impact on local communities, or a governance impact in establishing transparency, increase transparency, reduce corruption issues, and improve governance models as a whole. But it's also about return of investment in general for these companies, for these economic zones that are implemented, right? So definitely, especially after the pandemic, this was a phenomenon that was exacerbated by the pandemic. Investors globally are really more aware on the implementation of these ESG principles and are more likely to bring their capital, their dollars or euros in economic zones, in companies that are implementing these ESG principles. So just to kind of summarize the discussion, I think the key points to kind of keep in mind regarding our report, regarding economic zones in Africa under development, are the potential of AfCTA to unlock a range of opportunities for economic zones. This, of course, knowing that this depends on the success of the agreement, in the sense that countries really need to have the political will to implement the reforms, to harmonize the regulations, and also to remove non-tariff barriers, right, which is another aspect. The other point is digitalization and technological change on economic zones in Africa, which are really being embraced by economic zones and then really help improving efficiency and increasing value proposition. The potential for economic zones in overcoming logistic and mobility barriers with potential to unleash growth. Job creation and the impact on developing skills, one of the really most important aspects of economic zones from our perspective. ESG strategies, as I just mentioned, really essential for becoming more competitive and more sustainable. And finally, the importance of continuing with these successful PPP models with increased cooperation between governments and the private sector, because that's going to be the only way to be able to tackle the issues, to create the right policies and bring quality and long-term investment to Africa, which is what the continent really needs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I would like to acknowledge the presence of the Deputy Minister for Trade and Industry, the former CEO of the Ghana Free Zones Authority, MP of New Jubbing South constituency, former General Assembly member of ISO, in the person of the Honorable Michael Otri-Befi. Honorable, I'm sure you didn't come prepared with a speech. Here we only speak French, so you're not speaking. Yes, exactly. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to welcome Professor Hafsa El Bekri, Professor International Economics of Euromed University, and Special Economic Zone Supporting Regional Integration is the conversation. And Professor, you have 20 minutes. You can do it? Thank you very much. You may go ahead. Yes, please accept.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am very pleased today to be here with you in this 6th annual meeting of ISO. My name is AfCTA and I am a professor of international economics in the UMed University of Fez in Morocco. And I am so honored to have this chance to speak to such an important gathering today. Actually, I would like to first to warmly thank the ISO organizing committee and especially the Secretary General, Mr. Beniz, and Mrs. Farah Hanafi for believing and involving the academic world and research community in this promising organization. And I will start by explaining why I'm here today. Actually, since in 2020, I started working on the regional economic integration in Africa as part of my research activities in the UML University. And since the beginning of the pandemic, this current upheaval that is sweeping the world, we started with a research group of colleagues to work on global value chains and how these global value chains are can represent an opportunity for some countries. So today I will be very glad to share with you the findings of a paper I was working on about regional integration in Africa under the AfCTA, and first under the regional economic communities, and by ricochet the AfCFTA. And then I will be analyzing ad absurdum the role of special economic zones in supporting this regional economic integration. So it is well known, the African Union has made the choice to operationalize the AfCFTA, building on the achievements of regional economic communities, which are considered as cornerstones of this continental integration. And this choice reopened the debate about how and the role of these regional economic communities in intensifying intra-African trade and also stimulating the African participation in global value chains. However, it is worth noting that regional integration and the level of integration within these regional economic communities still and remains strongly contrasted between the different regional communities. And it is therefore important to analyze whether these regional communities could stimulate the continental trade. So based on the findings of a research paper, I will first highlight the structure of intra-African trade in these regional economic communities. Secondly, I will analyze the factors of trade intensity within these regional economic communities, and I will compare between two RECs, notably SADC and SENSAD, the intensity of trade within these regional economic communities. And finally, I will explore the how special economic zones could support regional integration in these communities. Oh, okay. First, I will start by reminding that the theoretical framework of regional economic integration provides many theoretical distinctions between positive and negative integration, shallow and deep, but the most important distinction we will emphasize is the one between regionalism and regionalization. Actually, regionalism is what we call the jure integration, or rules without economy. And conversely, regionalization is the economy, is the natural construction of economic blocks, which is economy without rules. And why I'm making this conceptual clarification, it is to discuss about a new paradigm in the theoretical framework. Actually, the economic integration in Africa is still weak. According to some reports, intra-African trade relations are below 15% of the continent's total trade. And maybe the key to achieving this economic integration, as recommended by AU, is to rely on the recognized regional regional communities. But also, this regional integration represents a community ideal through the idea of combining, as we underlined before, economic and institutional integration. It still presents many challenges, and we can wonder whether the implementation of AfCTA could rely on these RECs. So here I will present the methodology adopted in this paper. First, we measure the trade affinities of two countries, Morocco and South Africa, within their home regional economic communities and outside, by using the coefficient of bilateral relative trade intensities that allow to compare each observed flow with a theoretical flow, which reflects the overall capacities of two partners to exchange, and then we compare the intensity within SADC and SENSAD. And finally, we explain the bilateral relative intensities with an econometric model, which relies on four exogenous variables, such as geographical distance, the gap in specialization structure, economic distance, and the membership of an REIA. Okay, just briefly, there are some mathematics econometric equation, but it's just to say that the main idea is to address the question: are the trade flows between two countries as intense as their weighting in international trade suggest? And then by using this index, which is developed by the CEPI, we try to measure the trade affinities with Morocco, in Morocco with 21 countries, African countries, and we did the same with South Africa, within their home regional economic communities and outside. So we have many figures of relative bilateral intensities of Morocco. This is the first case. And the main and the primary results shows that the intensity of trade is generally correspond generally to a logic of geographical proximity, and we understand that bilateral relative intensity between two countries has not changed over 10 years because it was a dynamic comparison between 2008 and 2018. For example, in 2018, Burkina Faso and Morocco commercial flows were 3 times bigger than their theoretical flows given their weight in international trade. And in 2018, the volume of trade between Morocco and South Africa was only 17% of their theoretical level. So we have the same, we did the same calculations with the South Africa's case, and we gave the same results. Actually, South Africa's trade relations are more intense with SADC countries. And here I will be talking about comparing the two RECs, SADC and SENSAD. Actually, we see that in both cases, trade affinities within these two regional economic communities are intense inside the regional communities. However, they are more intense in SADC. And then we try to understand and to explain factors influencing the cross ratios of relative intensities by developing an econometric approach that allows to link the cross ratios with a set of distance variables that I will be presenting. So we try to explain this by the equation estimated with relative intensity of flow, with geographical distance, economic distance, gap in specialization structure, and regional integration agreement. And okay. And the main results show that the impact of economic distance on the intensity of trade increased with in 1.7% with an increase in distance of 1% between two countries. The impact of geographical distance on the intensity of trade also has negative but non-significant impact on the intensity of trade. And the most important result here, why and the most important I want to emphasize is the impact of structure of specializations on the intensity of trade. Actually, the main recommendation is that it is important to diversify the exportable offer and to open up the markets with significant difference in specialization. And it is also recommended to develop industrial projects to the sub-regional scale. And here, I want to talk about a shift of paradigm because as I underlined before, there is regionalization, which is natural, and regionalism, I mean institutions, but it's also important to do a shift in paradigm towards a project-based integration, because as the results show that trade affinities are more striking among regional economic communities with high integration rates, and belonging to regional economic communities do not help necessarily to stimulate trade at the same intensity. So here, trade intensification promised by the AfCTA under and within these regional economic communities could be unequal. That's why we call in the theoretical framework to need for a project-based integration that combine both natural, economic, regionalization, institutional, regionalism, but also industrial integration that could be supported by and should be supported by special economic zones. And actually, this discussion was also done by the last report of AfCTA 2020 about how these special economic zones could constitute the nexus between special economic zones and AfCTA by leveraging regional synergies, harmonizing regulation to involve regions' attractiveness, and also coordinating action and information to take advantage of complementarities between member states. So I have some many references for those who will be interested to discuss about this later. And I would like to thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Extremely insightful. Ladies and gentlemen, who is hungry? If you're not hungry, we can continue. But I see Adma's hands up, so I'm going to give you a nice 30 minutes for lunch. By the way, lunch is exclusive to all registered delegates, so we do need to see your delegates badge kindly, and it's on the 6th floor. So 30 minutes from now, I'll pull you downstairs. Is that okay? All right. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Lunchtime.
Sí, yeah.
No problem.
Yes, thank you.
Super. Roma, Madame Roma est demandée à l'accueil. Madame Roma est demandée à l'accueil.
Monsieur Hetman est demandé à l'accueil. Madame Romaïssa est demandée à l'accueil.
tradition for Africa Economic Zones Organization to get together with the African SEZ community. In this year's edition, the CFTA Secretariat will be hosting the ISO 6th annual meeting. Will explore challenges and opportunities designed to the African Special Economic Zone, connecting to global value chain at the era of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Conferences and industrial session will provide guidance on the contribution of SEZ in supporting the implementation of the CFTA, attracting investment, promoting economic diversification, accelerating industrialization, along with improving regional trade performance. International organizations and financial institutions receive their commitment to the African Economic Zones community in supporting the ISO 6th annual meeting. Join us on November 25th in person in Accra or sign up for the online transmission of the event. Africa Economic Zones Organization, supporting SEZ development across the continent.
Supporting socio-economic development and have significantly contributed to the overall GDP across the African continent.
More than 200 economic zones are being developed, giving a significant boost to FDI flows, creating attractive investment conditions, and supporting job creation. Over the past 5 years, 60 million jobs have been generated in various sectors such as agro-processing, manufacturing, and services.
Economic zones are also one of the main devices to advance continental regional integration and contribute to the implementation of the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. Their activities are designed to drive sustainable processes, promoting intra-African trade, regional value chains, and industrial complementarity. Founded in November 2015 by Tangemed Group, Africa Economic Zones Organization is striving to promote knowledge and expertise sharing and offers dedicated support to its members with devoted focus on growth and prosperity. ISO is the sole representative of the economic zones community in Africa and is comprised today of more than 80 members representing 42 countries. Since its inception, ISO has established strong partnerships and alliances, expanding its ecosystem and connecting the African economic zones with international organizations and corporate business networks. ISO is committed to foster business trade and stimulate industrial investments. It assists its members in project deployment initiatives and go-to-market activities by implementing international standards and best practices. ISO contributes to the development of capacity building and collective intelligence gathering involving international experts, data assessments and analysis, ISO Atlas, as well as comprehensive ISO training facilities. The African Economic Zones Organization Economic zones are considered the most popular instruments supporting socio-economic development and have significantly contributed to the overall GDP across the African continent.
More than 200 economic zones are being developed, giving a significant boost to FDI flows, creating attractive investment conditions, and supporting job creation. Over the past 5 years, 60 million jobs have been generated in various sectors such as agro-processing, manufacturing, and services. Economic zones are also one of the main devices to advance continental regional integration and contribute to the implementation of the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. Their activities are designed to drive sustainable processes, promoting intra-African trade, regional value chains, and industrial complementarity. Founded in November 2015 by Tangemed Group,
Africa Economic Zones Organization is striving to promote knowledge and expertise sharing and offers dedicated support to its members with devoted focus on growth and prosperity. ISO is the sole representative of the economic zones community in Africa and is comprised today of more than 80 members representing 42 countries. Since its inception...
1, 2. Ladies and gentlemen, if you can hear me in the foyer, may I kindly ask that you take your seats so we can proceed with the next part of the day's program. If you can hear me, if you're in the foyer, I do appreciate that there are a few touch points there that you would like to visit, but we are a few minutes, approximately 15 to 20 minutes behind time. I'm hoping to catch up. So if I can kindly ask my wonderful ushers to please bring everybody back in so we can proceed with the next part of the program, I would be most grateful. Ladies and gentlemen, if you could kindly take your seats so we can proceed with the afternoon's program, kindly. Ladies and gentlemen, if you could take your seats, in approximately 2 minutes, I will start the program. Thank you. Thank you very much. We will start off the second part of our day with a few words, ladies and gentlemen, from His Excellency Albert Muchanga, Commissioner for Economic Development, Trade, Industry, and Mining of the African Union Commission. So I will ask the technical team. In a minute, we will load the video. Ladies and gentlemen in the foyer, if you could kindly take your seats. We start in a minute, please. Kindly take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome to the second part of a very important day. I do hope you had a good lunch. And as you're here, we bring to you a special word through a testimonial video from His Excellency Albert Muchanga, Commissioner for Economic Development, Trade, Industry, and Mining of the African Union Commission. Take a look.
Your Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, I greet each and every one of you. This is the fourth meeting on the topic of special economic zones that I'm attending this year. And I'm very happy to be with all of you. I would like to thank the organizers for inviting the African Union Commission to share our views on how special economic zones can be leveraged to unlock Africa's immense economic opportunities to achieve inclusive growth and economic transformation. Achieving Africa's transformation requires strengthening the role of special economic zones for investment effectiveness, industrial development, and job creation. In this light, the theme of this sixth annual meeting, connecting Africa's special economic zones to global value chains at the era of the African continental free trade area, allows us to reflect on how to leverage special economic zones for economic transformation and inclusive growth across our continent. As we reflect on the crucial role of special economic zones for Africa's integration in the global value chains, recent assessments suggest that, with few exceptions, the performance of African special economic zones has so far been below expectations and are far from achieving their objectives and full potentials. With this state of affairs, it is pertinent to recall the key elements of the global value chains. And these are research and development, innovation / design, investment/production, supply chains basically anchored on intra-firm trade, marketing, branding, and retailing. The key question from these elements is, where do African special economic zones stand on each of these elements? Under the African continental free trade area, the development of regional and continental value chains is a key catalyst for growing this market through intra-African trade in manufactured, agro-processed, and intermediate goods. The key question related to the foregoing is how do we create synergies between global value chains on one hand and regional and continental value chains on the other hand. As you address this question, the key task is to make African special economic zones contribute to increasing Africa's share of global trade, while at the same time contributing to the development of intra-African trade. Performing these two tasks calls for focus on some key issues, which are now I'll highlight. First, there's need to build internal capacities and capabilities in research and development, as well as innovation and design. With these, Africa will be better placed to move up in the global value chains, as well as increase levels of intra-African trade. Second, there is need for sufficient investment in basic physical and digital infrastructure. Digitalization is key to connecting special economic zones to regional and global value chains. The African governments and the private sector firms need to play a role in this drive. Governments should focus on investments in physical infrastructure to allow private companies such as small and medium enterprises and startups to participate in the digital economy. As an example, new technologies have been crucial in mitigating supply chain disruptions and facilitated trade in essential products such as pharmaceuticals. It is the acceleration of Africa's digital transformation that led African policymakers to fast-track phase 3 of the negotiations in the African Continental Free Trade Area to establish a continental protocol on electronic commerce to fully leverage the potential of intra-African digital trade. Third, there is need to improve regulatory frameworks and make sure that they are conducive to private sector investment and innovation. Investors and firms need to access sound and stable legal frameworks, with judicial systems that protect property rights, including intellectual property rights. Fourth, there is need to develop human resources to take advantage of regional and global value chains. In so doing, governments need to invest in education, particularly in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, while the private sector needs to assist by investing in training employees on technical skills specific to their businesses. Fifth, there's need to channel financial resources to Africa's industrialization. Scaling up both domestic and external financial resources is central to Africa's industrialization, as its financing gap remains large, at around 6% of GDP, with the gross domestic savings rate consistently lower than the gross domestic investment rate. New approaches to development financing revolve around sovereign wealth funds, pension funds, insurance savings, private equity funds, diaspora and sovereign bonds, remittances, public-private partnerships, as well as the curtailment of illicit financial flows from Africa. Related to this, all of this is the need to overcome energy bottlenecks across Africa. And in this way, we shall be contributing to boosting productivity in Africa's industrialization drive. To conclude, let me underscore that continental recovery to COVID-19 relies on the concerted efforts of all parties, both to ensure Africa's beneficial participation in the continental and global value chains, and taking firm actions to access vaccines, as well as mitigate climate change. Special economic zones have a critical role to play in all this. I'll end here and wish you fruitful deliberations.
Thank you so much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to hand over to the project manager, ISO, with a focus on showcasing major achievements of African economic zones and underlying challenges and opportunities for African SEZs community in supporting the implementation of the AfCTA. Please allow me to welcome the ever capable and one person who's given us so much information today and helped to put this program together, the ever capable and ever wonderful Miss Farah Hanafi. Farah Hanafi.
Yes. Okay. Thank you so much, Anita. So, good afternoon all. Bonjour à tous. Boa tarde a todos. We had a fruitful morning with all experts' intervention and insights. Ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to meet so many of you face to face after such a long period. And I am more delighted to be here and to be the moderator of African or Mid-African Economic Zone session, especially with my second family, with my brothers. So the session will be shining a spotlight on several African special economic zones that will be sharing their input on their various achievements and underlying challenges or opportunities for the African special economic zones community in supporting the implementation of the CFTA. As you all know, special economic zones, first and foremost, a tool for enhancing intra-regional trade, and under the right conditions, it could meet specific needs of exporters, help overcome urban challenges within a limited geography, in addition to leveraging the productive potential of the cities. The establishment of special economic zones can accordingly be viewed as part of the strategic instrument to accelerate Africa's economic diversification that will embrace everyone, the private and public sector, women, youth, and morals. Several special economic zones have played a key role in structural transformation, promoting greater participation in global value chain. The challenge for African special economic zone is not just a matter of attracting investors or joining value chains. It is about increasing the share of value added created locally and to moving up the chain from simple to more complex activities. So I'm pleased to present the speakers of the Mid-African Economic Zones session. And I will start with Mr. Abdul Maiga from Mali. Bonjour. Mr. Abdoulaye Maiga, he is the Managing Director of Agency for the Development and Management of Industrialization and Industrial Zones. Bonjour. Mr. or Dr. Antonio Enriquez da Silva, he is the CEO he is the chairman of Luanda Bingu Special Economic Zones, and he is also the president of APIX in Angola. Uma honora TV consultant. Mr. Ikiwemi Vidor, he is the managing director of Togo Invest Corporation. Merci de nous rejoindre. Ms. Ilham Khalil, she is the director of Tangier Free Zone from Morocco. So she will be joining us by Zoom. Mr. Kennedy Mwela from Zambia, he is the managing director of Lusaka South Multi Facility Economic Zones. Mr. Mwela. And we have Mr. Walid Gamaluddin. He is the CEO of the General Authority of Suez Canal Economic Zone. So thank you for your precious time that you will devote to this year edition. So we will start with the first panelist, Mr. Abdoulaye Maiga. We will switch in French, okay? Bonjour, Monsieur Abdoulaye Maiga. Alors, comme vous savez très bien que plusieurs pays travaillent en ce moment sur la mise en place du cadre réglementaire des zones économiques spéciales. Qu'en est-il de la zone économique spéciale du Mali? Si vous pouvez, parce que bien sûr, on veut bien profiter de votre présence afin de partager avec nous l'état d'avancement de vos différents projets.
Bonjour à tout le monde. Désolé, je vais parler en français. J'espère que le casque va bien traduire. Je suis très content d'être dans les pays de mon ancêtre, moi-même pour moi, et j'espère que j'aurai l'occasion de me recueillir sur la tombe de Rolix également, qui est parti récemment. Je suis meurtri par son décès. Mais bon, on est là pour bâtir l'Afrique à la suite de illustres prédécesseurs. Et je pense que les sessions SIZ contribuent à cela. Donc, pour répondre à partager l'expérience qu'on a actuellement dans le développement des zones économiques spéciales au Mali, c'est vrai, il y a à peu près 4 ou 5 pays qui ont le même agenda. Sans les citer, je crois qu'il y a le Burkina, la Côte d'Ivoire, le Niger, un peu le Togo, mais je laisserai mon frère Écoué parler de ça. On n'a pas encore de loi spécifique, en tout cas de cadre juridiquement installé pour développer les zones économiques spéciales, comme nos frères d'Angola ou du Maroc. Voilà, donc actuellement, ça fait 5 ans qu'on travaille sur ces projets de loi et les difficultés ont été qu'il fallait concilier vraiment le secteur privé, les investisseurs internationaux, mais également les populations qui vont accueillir ces futures zones dans leur site. Et au finish, répondre en même temps aux meilleurs standards internationaux et aux normes en la matière pour attirer l'investissement étranger. Donc, 5 années, l'État qui se dit qu'il va perdre des recettes douanières s'est braqué pendant à peu près 14 mois pour essayer qu'on lui démontre comment la compensation de ces recettes douanières vont être résorbées. Donc, il a fallu 14 mois pour discuter entre les impôts, l'État, le ministère des Finances et de l'Économie, pour arriver aujourd'hui à un document qui est dans le processus d'adoption, fort heureusement. Il est actuellement dans le processus d'adoption. Normalement, avant la fin du premier trimestre 2022, on devrait pouvoir adopter les textes portant le régime des zones économiques spéciales au Mali. Donc, dans la suite, je pense que la Guinée, le Burkina, la Côte d'Ivoire vont également prendre le même standard pour qu'on puisse aller ensemble. D'ailleurs, c'est un élément clé pour avancer dans la zone économique spéciale transfrontalière qu'on essaie de bâtir ensemble entre le Burkina Faso, la Côte d'Ivoire et le Mali.
Vous m'entendez? Parfait. Alors, merci beaucoup pour votre réponse. Ma prochaine question est par rapport au projet Sikasso Kolobo Bougoudialas. J'espère que j'ai bien prononcé le nom. Alors, c'est une parfaite illustration de la mise en place des accords transfrontaliers, et ceci est parfaitement aligné avec les objectifs de la SLECAP. Et on profite bien sûr de votre présence afin de partager avec nous de nouvelles par rapport à ce projet.
Je pense que c'est le projet qui va illustrer la première partie de mon propos. Parce que adopter une loi, c'est juste du papier qui va être dans les archives. Mais ça va être concrétisé par la mise en place effective des zones économiques spéciales. Et une d'entre elles est la zone économique spéciale Sikasso, Korobo, Bogo-Dioulasso, qui devrait réunir les 3 pays. Alors, la ZLECAF, tous les participants de ce matin l'ont dit, a pour premier objectif d'interconnecter les marchés, mutualiser les avantages et un partage équitable des bénéfices. Je pense que c'est ce qu'on a compris de la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine. Donc ici, cette zone a en particulier, en plus de tous ces avantages qui sont évoqués naturellement, parce que c'est les zones les plus peuplées de ces 3 pays-là. Donc ces pays font à peu près 60 millions d'habitants, les 3 pays réunis à peu près, et à peu près un tiers est dans cette région-là. Donc c'est assez important comme population. Mais c'est également une population qui a souffert d'une séparation par la force des choses, qu'on appelle colonisation, avec des frontières qui les séparent, alors que c'est le même peuple qu'on retrouve de part et d'autre des frontières. Donc, en plus des aspects économiques et tout ce qu'on a vu ce matin ici, c'est une formidable occasion également pour ces peuples de se retrouver à travers l'économie, à travers la participation au développement de leur pays respectif, c'est-à-dire les 3 pays. Voilà. Sinon, à travers l'UEMOA, l'Union monétaire de la région, il y a déjà un schéma d'aménagement directeur de SATI qui est déjà créé, qui montre là où doivent passer les rails, les routes, les principales zones. Il y a également les communautés qui se sont déjà organisées en union des collectivités, des peuples de la zone Sikobo. Donc voilà, l'organisation est pratiquement en place. Une fois la loi prise, les lois prises dans les 3 pays, on doit pouvoir aller vers le développement proprement dit de ces zones-là. Donc, chacun de ces 3 pays est fortement appuyé par l'UNIDO. C'est une occasion pour moi de les remercier ici qui font du travail. C'est des concepts très nouveaux pour nous, pour nos pays. Vous avez vu, je parlais que les ministres des Finances et tous ces aspects ont du mal à comprendre, mais grâce à eux, grâce à l'expérience qu'ils ont vécue dans d'autres pays, ce matin de la zone Zimbabwe, c'est des exemples qui font avancer également nos décideurs. Voilà où on en est à peu près. Donc, on espère également que 2022 verra concrétiser, en tout cas, les premiers aspects de la zone Sikobo.
Excellent, excellent. So, Dr. Antonio, thank you again for being here with us today. And my first question for you regarding the Luanda Bingo Special Economic Zones that recently launched the Guichet de Apoio de Investor. Okay, so it's a one-stop shop that aims to simplify the process for investors. How was the process to create this in terms of coordination with different stakeholders, and what are the outcomes of this project?
First of all, I'd like to thank you for this beautiful setup, the organization. And it's again a pleasure for us to be again in Ghana. I was here 2 months ago with my president. And it's, of course, it's almost feeling like being at home, and thank you again. I will have to put into perspective what we did with the special economic zone in Angola, because since some of our counterparts elsewhere in Africa, they are still challenged with the creation of infrastructure. We had that kind of infrastructure since 2009, meaning that the existence of the special economic zone as part of an investment, huge investment that was made by the government of $1.5 billion since 2009, only in 2018, when we changed the management of the organization, and we had to also bring in people from the private sector, we start noticing positive changes in how the special economic zone was performing. And of course, this was also part of the reforms under the current president, His Excellency João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço, which with a new set of, a new vision on what are the priorities of Angola, what sectors we could bring forward in terms of the potential that the country has. And then as part of that materialization, we had then the need to have a vehicle as the special economic zone, and also a new investment law, private investment law, which matching together enable then the creation of other synergies. When going to the need to create a one-stop center, we also thought that bureaucracy was a major challenge to an obstacle to what we wanted to implement in the ZE. And we then decided, since we had a building which was not been useful at that time, we decided to bring in all key stakeholders that play important role in the public administration, in conceiving, in giving licenses and providing other public services that lasted for too long. Of course, with COVID also brought us into a new situation when we managed to bring in ICT solutions. With those ICT solutions, and the streamline of procedures, we also saw that it's possible to shorten and to track down all different steps that are required for implementation of the kind of services that we wanted. And that has, on a very short period of time, shown positive results. Of course, on one side, we need to streamline, we need to bring together everyone on board, but on the second side, we had to communicate that. I think that is also very key to communicate and to be able to share with the general public what has been done, because there are always those that don't believe that it's possible, there's always those that challenge the results. And of course, the best thing is to prove that you are doing by doing it, okay? So it's possible also to replicate, because we did not invented the wheel, okay? We had to see who's performing well, what kind of setups they have in place, and what we can do according to, of course, with our own reality, and copy and paste. Copy and paste in the sense that we will adapt and see how, according to Angolan's reality, because we are not that fluent in English, no, majority of Angolans speak Portuguese. So we had also to see how we could be bilingual. So, en fait, on a fait ça très facilement parce qu'on a aussi le voisin, la République démocratique du Congo, et c'est un marché de plus que 5 millions de consommateurs. Saying that it's possible today to go to Angola to see that Angolans both are fluent in English, are fluent in French, and we are much open to the world. We had also to deal with the perception, and perception is something that takes time to change. Even when perception is a bad thing in terms of experience, when you are willing to change it, you are willing to showcase that in fact the measures and the consistency of the measures are really there to stay, then you need to insist, you need to come to events like this one, you need to learn from others, you need to share your experience, and together we are going definitely be able to change Africa's reality in terms of globality, but also specific to the region and to the geostrategic location of Angola, to take advantage both for the local market, but also to promote a more integrated trade with the countries that are neighboring with us, like Zambia, like DRC, and all other countries that might look for some of the raw materials that Angola can provide. The CES plays an important role in that, but organizing one that's efficient and which results can be followed, because it's not only about saying what we are achieving, but it's also possible to check and to analyze that data from our own website and also from the Ministry of Finance reports.
Excellent, excellent. It was quite insightful to hear your inputs about the latest achievements of Luanda Bingu Special Economic Zones. And my second question is that Angola is also embarking on the CFTA implementation. So how do you see the contribution of your economic zone along with the opportunities that you can capture out of the continental agreements?
Well, I see it from different angles, meaning that we are not going to be able to grow alone. So we need to share both our experiences and to be able to attract FDI from the region or from elsewhere into the country, and with a vision and a program, which Angola has already, a diversification program where we are doing import substitution. And this kind of program has enabled that the attention that we are giving to sectors like agriculture, it's already showing some results. We have within the space of the special economic zone, we already have some food processing units. We need to scale up because the potential is there. But when we look at the local needs, and we look considering that in 2019 we imported $3.5 billion in food, so that means that it's a huge space to fill, both with what Angola is able to produce, but also integrating goods that come from other countries. It can be processed in Angola and then export to Europe or to the US. As you see, landlocked countries like Zambia, like DRC, could operate out of Angola, out of the infrastructure that is existing, cutting costs and take advantage of the proximity to those markets that are across the ocean.
Perfect. Dr. Antonio, obrigado. Muito obrigado.
Nada.
Alors, nous passons maintenant vers Monsieur Ekoué Mividor. Monsieur Ekoué Mividor, merci d'avoir accepté notre invitation et merci encore une fois pour votre présence. Alors, je reviens vers vous en touchant à un sujet qui est très, très important concernant l'accès au financement. Donc, l'accès au financement, c'est une des problématiques identifiées dans la mise en place des différents projets des zones économiques spéciales à travers Togo Invest Corporation. La mise en place de ces zones togolaises, ils ont été bien avancées certainement et bien accélérées. Donc, pouvez-vous nous dire de plus sur ces différents projets des zones économiques spéciales togolaises?
Merci pour la question. Merci donc, à ISO pour effectivement l'invitation de pouvoir parler un peu de l'expérience togolaise par rapport aux difficultés de financement. Alors, je vais d'abord commencer par parler de facilité par opposition à la difficulté de financement dans le cas du Togo pour je dirais, des gens ont des différents noms. C'est une plateforme industrielle, mais en fait, c'est une zone économique où on rassemble des facteurs de production, des incitations à produire et effectivement des capacités à pouvoir sortir la production. Donc, ce parc aujourd'hui qui est en train de se développer, à terme, il sera pratiquement au-dessus de 1000 hectares et il s'appelle la plateforme industrielle d'Aditikopi. Alors, c'est une plateforme qui, effectivement, donne un accès privilégié, je dirais, à des facteurs de production comme l'eau, l'électricité, le traitement des eaux usées et aussi, effectivement, des mesures incitatives sont données aux industries qui se mettent sur cette plateforme par rapport à certains secteurs. Et un des secteurs clés de cette plateforme, c'est le textile, qui effectivement est la transformation agroalimentaire. Alors, maintenant, quand on a cette facilité, effectivement, ce parc est destiné donc, en même temps, il est un parc à camions. Parce qu'un des problèmes qui est lié, et un des intervenants ce matin l'a dit, un port, c'est aider entre les pays. Alors, et quand ce port ne fonctionne pas bien, du fait de l'engorgement de ce port, ça devient beaucoup plus un facteur contraignant qu'un facteur facilitant. Donc, on va ressortir un peu tous les conteneurs des activités qui ne doivent pas être sur un port seront transmis sur cette plateforme. Donc, ça, c'est déjà une plateforme de stationnement de camions pour soulager la zone du port. Le traitement de conteneurs pour ne pas, effectivement, sur un espace qui est très cher du fait de sa proximité, ne pas traiter des opérations qui n'ont pas de valeur ajoutée. Et ensuite, effectivement, être capable d'amener des industries qui vont venir produire sur cet espace de telle manière qu'ils puissent produire facilement et exporter la production. Alors, par opposition effectivement à cette facilité, c'est un parc qui a été développé entre l'État qui a participé et Eurise, que tout le monde connaît assez bien, on a maintenant les difficultés qui sont, je crois, inhérentes un peu à tout le monde qui est ici. Hein. Les pays africains, effectivement, certains, je dirais beaucoup, ont des difficultés pour financer leurs projets. Alors, généralement, les gens, il y a un dicton qui dit que le financement n'est pas un problème. Que dès que vous avez un projet bancable, tout le monde court pour venir vous financer. Bon, en général, ce n'est pas tellement vrai, mais bon. Si on suit ce principe, disons donc que ce qui va effectivement amener le financement, c'est effectivement, c'est les études de faisabilité qui prouvent que le projet est bancable. Alors, vous tournez un peu le problème à l'envers. Maintenant, il faut financer des études de faisabilité pour montrer que le projet est rentable. Alors, quand vous arrivez, généralement, nos pays, ceux qui sont, je dirais, les moins nantis, n'ont pas aussi de problème, n'ont pas aussi d'argent pour financer les études. Ils sont à la recherche de ressources qui ne sont pas très chères, donc plus ou moins des dons pour financer ces études. Alors, on sait que les dons et nos collègues de la BAD sont ici pour l'attester. Ce n'est pas quelque chose qui est... Vous n'allez pas demander un don à la BAD et puis le lendemain, on vous le donne. Ça prend autant de temps que peut-être même faire une étude sur un projet donné. Et le directeur de la zone ce matin apostrophait les collègues de là-bas d'ici pour leur dire pourquoi ce n'est pas rapide quand on demande un don. Donc, alors, le problème reste donc maintenant tout entier du financement, parce que le projet n'est pas bancable. On passe maintenant à la recherche de financement pour les études. Et ça, il n'y en a pas tellement qui sont donnés. S'il y en a, en général, c'est des dons qui sont liés. Par exemple, l'exemple dont parlait Madame Manafi tout de suite, c'est Togo Invest, effectivement, a bénéficié pour développer une zone économique au Togo d'une facilité de FACEP. Le FACEP, c'est du trésor, c'est bien du trésor français. Donc, une fois que vous avez fait ces études-là, vous êtes plus ou moins liés. Vous devez effectivement prendre comme développeur, comme constructeur de la zone, une entreprise française. C'est pas dit dans ce sens-là, mais c'est fortement encouragé et c'est comme ça que ça se passe. Alors, ça nous amène à tomber dans les fourches codines je dirais, de financement qui sont liés. La plupart du temps, on se dit que les entreprises chinoises sont trop présentes sur le continent. La raison est très simple. La raison est très simple parce que les entreprises chinoises, en général, quand elles viennent sur le terrain, elles ne demandent pas si les études sont déjà faites. En général, même, ils préfèrent que les études ne soient pas faites pour qu'eux, ils disent, on va financer des études nous-mêmes, mais on a le droit de premier refus si les études s'avèrent être bonnes. Alors, donc ça enlève une certaine indépendance au pays en général, et c'est ce qu'on a remarqué. Donc, le problème de financement, il reste tout entier, et ça peut effectivement entraver des opportunités. Alors, quand vous connaissez par exemple le Togo, vous savez que le Togo, c'est la consommation intérieure ne peut pas justifier effectivement le développement de grandes zones. Donc, toute notre politique est effectivement dirigée vers la capacité à pouvoir attirer des gens avec des facteurs de production de telle manière qu'une fois qu'ils ont produit, ils sont capables de réexporter vers d'autres directions. L'Interland, par exemple, c'est une des destinations très privilégiées pour la production qui va se faire sur ce parc industriel. Aussi, bon, regarder, ressortir pour aller vers des pays limitrophes par la voie maritime et peut-être aller même un peu plus loin en utilisant le traité de la Goa qui permet d'exporter à des coûts beaucoup plus, à des incitations qui sont données par l'État américain. Alors, donc, comme je veux dire, donc on a une difficulté qu'on a remplacée par une autre, faire les études. Alors, je supplierai, il faut trouver des solutions. Donc, je pense que les messieurs de la BAD sont là et ils vont peut-être en parler. Augmenter les capacités des pays à pouvoir faire des études. Si on arrive à faire les études, je crois et je suis persuadé que la démonstration de cette étude, de la rentabilité des projets en question, fera qu'on pourra aller chercher des ressources sur le marché. Donc, c'est une doléance que je place au niveau de la BAD pour dire augmenter les capacités. Je sais qu'ils en font déjà beaucoup à travers différents mécanismes, mais faites-en un peu plus, ça soulagerait beaucoup de pays qui sont dans cette salle. Voilà un peu ce que j'avais à dire sur... alors, je crois que là, vous m'avez posé une question sur les projets qui sont en cours.
Exactement. Quels sont les projets qui sont en cours ou bien futurs qui vont permettre au Togo de se positionner sur les chaînes de valeur et en même temps soutenir l'implémentation de la SDK? D'accord.
Alors, j'ai déjà commencé effectivement à aborder un peu cette deuxième question. Comme je l'ai dit, quand vous regardez le Togo, tout est fait par un industriel qui vient s'implanter au Togo de telle manière à exporter. Donc, à avoir accès à, bien sûr, le marché intérieur en profite un peu, mais vous ne pouvez pas installer une grosse capacité de production juste pour le Togo tout seul. Donc, tout le Togo est en fait, généralement, quand un investisseur arrive, c'est la capacité qu'il a de produire à moindre coût et de pouvoir exporter. Donc, la politique sur le parc industriel dont je vous ai parlé il y a un instant, s'est dirigée vers dans ce sens-là, avec les différentes incitations qu'on donne d'habitude. Alors, effectivement, là, maintenant, il faut regarder l'enchère que cela amène par rapport. Tous les pays commencent effectivement à vouloir attirer les investisseurs et à coup de diminution des impôts, des taxes, ceci, des incitations fiscales qu'on donne, on pense qu'on va attirer les gens. Mais bon, en tout cas, c'est ce que l'on fait aussi au Togo, on le fait. Mais en plus de ça, je pense qu'un des éléments déterminants qui en fait le succès de ce parc qui a commencé sur 130 hectares et qui déjà, je crois que les 130 hectares sont déjà partis, c'est la capacité à trouver du personnel qui n'est peut-être pas acquéri ou instruit par rapport à l'activité que vous voulez faire, mais le niveau d'éducation est tel que la capacité à effectivement les former est assez bonne et très rapide. Donc, cela permet, donc c'est un des facteurs, ça, qui est l'éducation que doivent avoir les gens. Donc, l'État fait un effort énorme sur l'éducation pour permettre aux gens de pouvoir très vite être entraînés et formés par l'investisseur qui arrive. L'autre projet, deux autres projets dont je vais parler qui sont phares, c'est les agropoles, alors, qui sont des zones économiques de transformation de l'agriculture. Si vous connaissez aussi un peu le Togo, une des ressources sur le Togo qu'on a, c'est l'agriculture. Donc, et chaque zone, effectivement, a sa spécificité. Donc, le Togo a été, on a 5 agropoles et Madame Achuko qui est là était au Togo, c'est la BAD finance le projet des agropoles pour essayer de l'amener rapidement à sa conscience. Bon, alors, c'est quand même des concepts qui sont très compliqués. Et ils sont compliqués parce qu'il faut intervenir, pas forcément dans la gestion du concept lui-même, mais il faut intervenir le foncier. Le foncier, j'ai travaillé à la BAD il y a de cela 3 ans, et quand on est à la BAD, on n'a pas l'impression que ces problèmes sont si critiques que ça. Alors, je suis rentré au Togo pour travailler pour le Togo. Un des problèmes, le premier problème le plus difficile, insolvable, je pense que c'est le foncier. Parce que, étant dans un pays qui n'est pas forcément très, très riche, l'une des richesses coutumières par des populations, c'est la terre. Au moins ça, vous avez la terre. Vous ne pouvez peut-être pas la liquéfier en la vendant à une bonne chose, mais vous l'avez et généralement, quand quelqu'un vient pour la prendre, ça cause beaucoup de problèmes dans notre pays. Donc, ça, c'est un des problèmes et je pense que la BAD peut aider en tenant la main des gens qui vont exécuter ce genre de projet. Et je pense que c'est un peu le cas au Togo. Ils n'ont pas l'expérience. On pense que parce qu'on a mis 10 000 agriculteurs sur le petit espace ensemble, ça forme une zone homogène. Ce n'est pas vrai. Ce n'est pas vrai et il faut que la BAD assiste beaucoup plus qu'elle ne le fait parce que ce sont des concepts qui sont nouveaux en Afrique, même si on pense que l'Afrique a toujours eu une tradition d'agriculture. Alors, le dernier exemple que je voudrais prendre et qui au Togo est en fait en train d'être mis en place, c'est le traitement de la chaîne de valeur dans l'industrie automobile. Alors, quand vous regardez une voiture, dans une voiture, il y a au moins 13 000 pièces. 13 000 pièces qui sont assemblées pour former une voiture. Alors, imaginez le nombre de travail, de boulot qui est derrière la production d'une voiture. Donc, c'est quelque chose que l'État togolais a réalisé et voudrait pas forcément être tout le long produire ces 13 000, mais moi, si on regarde et qu'on arrive à en produire peut-être 1000, ça créerait déjà du travail et de la richesse pour le pays. Donc, et ne pensons pas que forcément, il nous faut une technologie, il faut qu'on puisse faire des moteurs, il faut qu'on puisse faire... Ne serait-ce que si on a voilà, on a des animaux, voilà, on peut faire des chaises, en cuir, c'est déjà un élément de participation à la chaîne de valeur de l'automobile. Donc, tout ça donc je vais me résumer, je vais m'arrêter ici. Donc, toute entreprise qui se fait au Togo est fait dans le sens que la ZLECAf veut faire. On doit forcément exporter et exporter à nos voisins et encore plus loin pour que ça soit soutenable. Merci.
Merci beaucoup pour vos réponses. Alors, we are delighted to have with us Ms. Ilham Khalil from Tanger Medicine. Ilham, vous nous entendez bien? Est-ce que c'est OK?
I can hear you, Farah. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Ilham, do you hear us?
I can hear you. Do you hear me?
Perfect.
Okay, perfect.
Donc, Tanger bénéficie d'une position géographique stratégique lui permettant de se positionner sur une chaîne de valeur industrielle mondiale et attirer de grands investisseurs tels que l'automobile, l'électronique, l'aéronautique. Quels sont les fondamentaux de cette réussite?
Merci Farah. Et tout d'abord, je vous félicite pour l'organisation de ce 6e meeting. Et pour répondre à votre question, je ferai un peu de rétrospective par rapport au projet Tanger Med en général. Comme vous savez, c'est un projet qui est guidé par une vision royale qui a commencé il y a une vingtaine d'années pour dire de mettre en place un projet intégré d'infrastructure pour mettre en valeur le nord du Maroc et tout le royaume finalement, et pour le connecter, le positionner dans le trafic mondial et dans l'économie mondiale en général. Donc, c'est un projet intégré de ports et de zones industrielles qui est aujourd'hui déjà positionné sur la carte mondiale comme une zone qui attire des investissements étrangers de renommée mondiale. Et c'est un projet d'infrastructure très important qui fait qu'il a reçu plus de 10 milliards de dollars d'investissement entre des collaborations publiques-privées. Et aujourd'hui, ne serait-ce que pour mettre en valeur la partie donc industrielle, donc de la Tanger Med Zone, nous sommes à peu près sur 6 zones économiques déjà opérationnelles, 2000 hectares de plateformes industrielles donc qui reçoit plus de 1100 entreprises en activité et qui a créé plus de 100 000 emplois. Donc, aujourd'hui, la proposition de valeur de Tanger Med sur la partie industrielle, c'est de dire que nous accompagnons les investissements depuis la première étape donc d'études de marché jusqu'à le choix de nos zones pour implanter leur activité. Et aujourd'hui, nous sommes des pionniers dans des secteurs tels que l'automobile, l'aéronautique, le textile et la logistique, grâce finalement à cet écosystème et aux synergies créées entre les différents opérateurs qui sont installés, et grâce au service que offre aussi la plateforme industrielle et les différentes composantes du port au niveau de notre zone. Donc, aujourd'hui, nous sommes sur une évolution qui est très intéressante. Nous continuons à accompagner donc nos industriels sur les 6 différentes zones d'activité. Et l'objet principal de notre service, c'est de montrer la proposition de valeur et que tous les ingrédients sont là pour qu'ils puissent adresser leur marché et en contrepartie pour nous, de créer des postes d'emploi et de rehausser la compétitivité de tout le royaume grâce à leur présence. Farah, je vous entends pas. Vous m'entendez? Farah, je pense qu'il y a un problème technique, je ne vous entends pas.
In the Southern Hemisphere, we are happy to host you. Please take note of that. Zambia, by the way, is next to Angola and Zimbabwe.
Mr. Secretary General, please take notes for the next edition. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Regarding your question, obviously, I must from what we are a bit behind in the concept of such, working out at the moment, Africa still resides in the northern part of Africa. And then, by that very nature, it tells you that most of the problems or challenges that we face will submerge the country as a whole.
Donc, nous intervenons en tant que
but also what it has done a lot of investment on the fence, because investors are either not sure investors to the COVID pandemic. So these are some of the challenges that each and everyone trying to form an opportunities. Happy that economics on both the.
So we have less than the 50 minutes. So my second question, do you think that the implementation of this CFTA will support FDI attractiveness from sector?
Global value chains. It might take a bit down which value and it's not every value chain of a value chain where you become a consumer, nothing else. We might want to start crystallizing the end to become a stronger trade and regional trade hub. I'll give you an example. Just coming to Ghana to spend a night in Doha. Now, that tells you a lot about the disconnect between the southern hemisphere and the northern hemisphere. We're not doing business as a continent. So the global values that are there tracking within the local environment. But as an economic zone, Zambia by already heard there was a mention that we are trying to participate with Zimbabwe in agro-processing. We are also participating in the northern part with export-related trade between Congo and Zambia. Because of our location alone, I've seen a lot of appetite from huge manufacturers that are aiming for expanding their potential. This interesting, the local incentives that are coming as a result of changing attitudes of the environment globally as well. So the first thing is I would want Africa to be stronger internally before you assume advantage at a global perspective. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So let's go to Egypt. Mr. Gamaldi.
Hi, good evening. Yes. Do you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, Mr. Gamaldi.
Do you hear me? Hello? I can't hear you. Do you hear me?
So, Mr. Gamaldi, with us. Canal Economic Zone have witnessed major advancements. Could you please share some insights on latest development of your economic zone?
First, thank you so much for having me today, and it's a pleasure to be a speaker in this annual event. And to answer your question, I would like to share my screen and show a very fast presentation about the SE zone, what has been the development, and what are we working on. Just confirm that you hear me quite well. Okay, first of all, the SE zone or the Suez Canal Economic Zone is not one economic zone, but rather 4 economic zones and 6 ports. It's an integrated industrial area along the banks of the Suez Canal. So the total size of these 4 economic zones and 6 ports is around 461 square kilometers or 461 square meters. 4 economic ports, 4 industrial zones, and 6 economic ports. These three ports are on the Mediterranean, West and East Port Said, El Arish, and 2 on the Red Sea, El Adibiyah, Ain al-Sukhna, and El Tor, and 4 economic zones close and around the banks of the Suez Canal. The Suez Canal, as everybody knows, is the main route for most trade worldwide. 12% of the world trade passes through the Suez Canal. 18,000 ships pass every year. So it's a major destination for a lot of investors that pass through this location. SE zone facts, like I said, 461 million square meters. It's almost the size of a small country. 4 economic zones, 6 ports. We have 14 industrial developers operating within the SE zone. We have 3 main operators, of which 2 are international players like DP World and Maersk in East Port Said. We have around 250 operating entities in the SE zone, of which around 200 factories are either under construction or operational within the zone. Total investment to date in infrastructure and investors is around $18 billion. That doesn't take into consideration the deals that has been signed this year, amounting to another $11 billion that will be implemented over the next 3 years. We have created around 100,000 jobs, and we expect to have a multiple of that in the next few years. It should be noted that Egypt and the SE zone invested heavily on the connectivity and the infrastructure to ensure the viability and the success of investors to be established within the SE zone. So tunnels have been established in Port Said, Ismailia, Suez Canal Tunnel. We have also built roads from north to south and west to east to ensure the connectivity from all sides. The new administrative capital, which is a dot on the map today, is now the backyard for the Ain Sukhna area, and it puts all this in context with nearby airports and with nearby highways to ensure, and with the tunnels, that the connectivity and regional context is quite ensured, to ensure that the proper location for investors to export or to provide products to the local market is done at ease and at a low cost. Utilities and infrastructure has been developed quite dramatically in the SE zone, that today we can say that we have a world-class infrastructure in whether power, electricity, water treatment, communication, natural gas, that we are looking now at what the investors need after 5 years today. But we are looking that the private sector would help us in developing this infrastructure through an offtake agreement. And we have working on that with respect to desalination plants, PV, green hydrogen, blue hydrogen, e-methanol, and the likes. Market accessibility. Egypt enjoys several foreign trade agreements, and through that investors participate and locate within Egypt. The most important of which is the African Free Trade Union Agreement, which is a very vital and important part for the integration of Africa and increase of bilateral trade between African countries. Direct incentives, just to go fast for that, we have zero customs for re-export, we have zero VAT for re-export, but anything that is sold to the local market, customs are paid on imported taxes and VAT. We have some sort of corporate tax incentive for capex that is given for 50% of the investor to allocate over 7 years before they start to pay taxes of around 22.5%. Indirect taxes, over the last year with the COVID, we helped improve the ecosystem and to improve the regulatory structure of the SC zone by finalizing a lot of the regulations and the ecosystem that was required and necessary to ensure the viability of the SC zone for investors. We finalized the export-import regulation from the SC zone to Egypt, because SC zone is a country within a country. We finalized the customs manual in September 2020. We provided that the factories that operate within and the entities that operate within the SC zone would receive support from the export support program. We are moving for digital transformation on all our services with the help of a lot of the IFIs and improving our local systems. We are giving special incentives to labor-intensive industries that has more than 5,000 laborers with respect to insurance, payment of employees, utility costs, and so on. And now we're giving 5-year residency for investors that operate within the SC zone. Going closer, the Sokhna industrial area, which is comprised of 2 parts, and the Sokhna port is an integrated area. This is one of the mature industrial areas that we have. Most of the 250 operating entities operate in the Sokhna. It should be noted that 250 entities does not include any company that operates in the ports. So if we add the ports, the number would grow dramatically. We have succeeded to make the Sokhna a platform for petrochemical industry, fertilizer industry, ceramics, and so on. And we have interest right now to by 3 international players to establish 3 green hydrogen factories, all for exports, which is something that we are very proud of, and hopefully we will have one declared maybe next month or latest Jan, which is something that is part of the COP27 objective that Egypt will host next year in November next year. We are also looking at sectors that will help both the African continent and Egypt to localize and substitute imports that the African continent is currently importing by serving that from the SC zone. The next one is Port Said Industrial Zone, which is close also to East Port Said Port. It should be noted that East Port Said Port was one of the top ports operating worldwide in 2020, despite of COVID. This is where the Russian Industrial Zone will be, and in addition, they will have an extra area in the Sokhna area. In this one, we have established Egypt's first rolling stock factory that will support the Ministry of Transportation for upgrading its metro line by providing the cars necessary for the metro. We are also, and hopefully within a month or 2, will be declaring an initiative for car manufacturing by a sharing facility, and that will be housed in the East Port Said industrial area. It should be noted also that finally Egypt will have very soon licenses issued for bunkering services and maritime services on both the Mediterranean and the Red Sea. This complements what the SC zone does and complements with what people operating within the ports and the industrial area. We always think like an integrated industrial area, and with what my colleagues have said before, that for countries that are landlocked, they would require someone to help them for ports to export their products or services. So therefore, we were lucky to have and we have established ports close by to industrial areas for investors to lower their transportation costs, their insurance, especially that transportation, sea freight transportation now is quite high. It varies from one place to another, but it's multiples of what it was a few months back. Kantara industrial area is more for agribusiness and an SME market. It's within agricultural land. This is a smaller area, it's around 13 kilometers, and this is a more virgin site, but we have interest from several players right now to establish within this area, and hopefully we will have something inked for it in 2022. The last industrial area is East Ismailia industrial area, which we call Technology Valley, which targets high technology and high-tech technology, renewable energy, and so on. It's quite sizable. It's 70 square kilometers, and it's connected with Qantara, the one that I showed before, by the Ismailia tunnel, which is now quite connected to other parts in Egypt. The Sokhna port is currently having 3 basins operated by DP World. It should be noted that's going through a major, huge development, transforming it from a 3-basin port to 6-basin port with around 11 million square meters of logistics and yards, transforming it from to be the biggest port in Egypt and maybe the major and strategic port on the Red Sea. This project should be finalized by mid-23. It should be noted that also the Sokhna port will start from it the new railway, the high-speed rail, the electric rail for passengers and cargo. It will start from Sokhna leading up to the Mediterranean, where El Alamein city is. Effectively, Egypt is making a new Suez Canal, but on rail, effectively connecting both the Red Sea and the Mediterranean. So investors will have the choice whether to use the Suez Canal, the sea freight, or the rail through Egypt. Adibaya port is north to Sokhna. It's a smaller port, but it's a gateway to Egypt. It's more of a strategic port, despite its Sorry?
Yeah. So I wanted just to know how much slides do you have in this presentation?
No, a few more, not much. We have East Port Said, like we discussed. We have Merci that is operating there. It's one of the top ports. Now we have a Ro-Ro terminal there. We have dry bulk, and we're looking for an additional, or talking for a container terminal that is there. West Port Said is the traditional port of Port Said city. It's a gateway port and undergoing a major development. These other 2 ports are more niche ports, El Arish and Tor on the North Sinai, and they service the neighboring factories that is around them. SE's own strategy for the next few years is we create opportunity for investors. We target industries to substitute the imports of Egypt and the neighboring economic blocks. Through bringing the anchors that is required for each industry and creating the feeding industry and creating the cluster that is required. We have applied the world-class infrastructure, and we're in talks with several logistics hubs to put the complete value proposition for investors. We're attracting more international shipping lines. We're issuing a bunkering license very soon. We're developing SME platforms. We are complementing all these industrial areas to become industrial cities by having other amenities, real estate projects like hospitals, universities, schools, and we have provided a new business identity for the SE zone and organizational restructure. We look at 5 pillars. We look at 5 pillars, which is the ecosystem, the regulatory reform, financial incentives, service level provider, and cost position. We work on all these fronts at the same time, but some have developed more than another. But I think we have now reached a level that a lot of investors are starting to get interest to develop within the SE zone. The last 2 slides, we have 15 industries that we have selected based on certain criteria to service and to localize and substitute imports, whether for Egypt or whether for other neighboring economic blocks, namely Africa, therefore providing services that usually are imported from outside the region. These are the locations that we think it's best to locate these industries. It should be noted the differentiation between the location depends on whether the client is exporting to Europe, so it's best to be in East Port Said. If he's exporting to Africa, it's better to be localized in El Ain al-Sokhna. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation and your intervention. Queen Anita, I think that we don't have enough time for the Q&A session, since we will have another sessions. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen, the insightful perspective of 5 African special economic zones on how it will be possible to create the prospect connection between all of our special economic zones with the global value chain that we aim to achieve in this crucial era of implementing the CFTA. We hope and we are certain that the African continent will reach this end with devoted dedication between all the different special economic zones in order to accomplish regional trade, diversification, and participation to the global value chain. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Bad news is we've got 3 more sessions that for each I have to reduce the time to a tight 20 minutes each. Because I know that the speakers are ready, so it's a bad news because they would have been ready for a 30-minute session, but I'm reducing it to a 20-minute session. And would you now like the good news? The good news is you get to stick and stay with me for another hour and a half before dinner. All right? So we keep it moving. I would like to announce that we've got 3 very crucial sessions. These are the industrial prospect sessions, and I want to introduce the first one, labeled From Design to Asset to Asset Management of Special Economic Zone. And our speakers are Mr. Nasser, forgive me if I brutalize his name, Tiaselal, Managing Director, Tanger Med Engineering, and Mr. Ayub Rumidli, Director of Infrastructure, Industry and Logistics, Tanger Med Engineering. Gentlemen, if you could kindly join me up on stage. 20 minutes, 19 minutes and 30 seconds.
I will take only 5 minutes to present our company, Tanger Med Engineering. In a few minutes, and I will pass the word to my colleague, Ayub Rumili, to present you the core of this session. Tanger Med Engineering is subsidiary of Tanger Med Special Agency in charge of engineering and consultancy. With more than 100 engineers, Tanger Med Engineering is specializing in planning, design, construction management, and asset management of ports, logistics, and industrial platforms. Our experts and engineers has developed and managed many projects of economic zones across the continent. They were in charge of design and the implementation of more than 1,500 hectares in Tanger Med platform, which hosted more than 1,000 international companies. In order to share our experience with African partners, Tanger Med engineers have undertaken many feasibility studies and technical studies focused on the development of economic zones in Benin, Côte d'Ivoire, Ethiopia, Cameroon, and other many countries. Now, please very short video, a situational video for Tangier Med Engineering, and after to my colleague.
Tangier Med Engineering. Created in 2010 by Tangier Med Group, the leading Mediterranean and African logistics hub, Tangier Med Engineering is a consulting and engineering company specializing in maritime and port works as well as logistics and industrial infrastructures. With more than 100 employees, Tangier Med Engineering carries out the planning, design and supervision of construction works for major infrastructure projects. Port, marinas, coastal developments, industrial zones, logistics zones, dry ports, access zones, logistics buildings, industrial installations, and this in Morocco and internationally. The experts of Tangier Med Engineering, as well as its teams of engineers and highly qualified designers, have the most efficient software tools in their respective fields of intervention, which allow them to offer innovative solutions specially adapted to the needs of each client. With its experience within the group, Tangier Med Engineering provides feasibility studies, design and management of various port and maritime installation projects. The know-how and expertise of its engineers in the management of complex projects, Tangier Med Engineering also carries out the design, coordination and monitoring of large projects in logistics and industrial areas and buildings. To meet the expectations of maritime, logistics and industrial operators in terms of reducing their carbon footprint, Tangier Med Engineering carries out feasibility studies for renewable energy production projects, as well as waste treatment and wastewater treatment projects. Tangier Med Engineering has been able to develop an integrated and diversified range of services to support its clients in the different phases of the life cycle of their project. With more than 10 years of experience on the continent, Tangier Med Engineering supports African countries in the realization of several port, industrial, and logistics projects. Tangier Med Engineering, builder of the first port complex in Africa and the Mediterranean, and of the first industrial and logistics platform in Africa.
I could some planning. But we give to the special economic zone its identity, design phase, where we will go deeper in details, but to ensure the compliance of the infrastructure,
to be achieved with our objectives, with our goals, and also their cost effectiveness. Construction is the important step to materialize these projects and to allow it to be operational. So we will begin by, of course, by choosing the location. This will be done through assessments of different criteria. One of them is the status, the land status. That means the availability, how much time we need to finalize its acquisition, its cost of acquisition, and so on. The other criteria correspond to the site's connectivity. It's proximity to major axes of road or railroad network. And one of the other elements is proximity to efficient logistic hub or infrastructure like port, airport, and so on. Proximity of urban center is also important and have to be assessed, since it will be the source of manpower, necessary manpower. It can also be a market or simply service provider. Networks, available networks are important in the first assessment. If they are not available, we have to check if we can bring them in reasonable limits. So also in the site location or site choose. Still, in the feasibility study, we must proceed to identification of and characterization of demand, the projected demand. We should know what are targeted investors, what are our differentiating factors, what will encourage the investors to come, and what synergies we can develop between the different investors by installing them side by side. We should take a look at similar projects in order to identify best practice, but also risk and other threats that we have to face. So once these sectors are identified, we have to know their needs, exactly what they need, in order to design zone and infrastructure that will meet their future requests. Still in the planning phase, sustainability is an important element, is a major component that have to be integrated from early stage of the project. Of course, we'll have to do an impact of environmental and social impact assessment, but we listed here some of the sustainable development goals. There are 17 sustainable development goals. We listed 6 that we see that they are the most relevant. And if we look closer, they seem to be the same objectives for developing special economic zone. It's not some extra work. It's just if we want to develop an efficient special economic zone, we will have the same objectives. Clean water, affordable clean energy, decent work, industry, sustainable settlement, and responsible consumption. I think that's all of them, all of these objectives, all of these goals are objectives of developing special economic zone. So we go to the site master planning, which will be based on the previous concern and previous assessment, which will be in consideration of the site master plan. Of course, site master plan have to adopt a long vision term. So we have to know exactly what we are developing at the end. And then propose a phasing of this. Of course, the master plan has to highlight all the different sectors and synergies that work. We also have to meet all the different needs that's through diversity. But one thing which is really important for the master plan is the variety and flexibility. Will certainly change. So this flexibility so of course the master plan will have very cost for the needs of the business plan. Then we will go to design. We have both architectural design and technical design. So the architectural design will give us the detailed layout of the project, including its phase and so. And the technical design, which will give us exactly how we will realize this project. So detailed investigation. Stimulus infrastructure, which the connection to roads, access, connection to high voltage lines, wastewater treatment plants, water connection. So in this stimulus infrastructure, generally the investment is very heavy. So it's better to think about modularity of this investment. The terminus infrastructure, which is the technical design of roads, pathways, possession of networks, development, technical design of utility, energy, lighting. So we have to also to flow assessment, traffic assessment. Industries and business. We can also work on building information modeling, which is a very important element for detailed design, but also for the other phase of operation of asset management. So construction, we have first procurement, big process, big process management, project management, which is contract management, technical assistance. Generally, we do the design, the first design. When we do the first design, we know also assistance to be sure that what our units as infrastructure are compliant with what we have designed. In terms of functionality, but also in terms of quality and site monitoring, construction management, to ensure that the workers are following their schedule. Quality, safety, health, and the environmental management procedure control. And then commissioning to have the project to be operations. So in phase of operation, services is the asset management. The project that we are working on, asset management, we implemented asset management procedure based on ISO 550. Risk assessment. That means it's not just doing maintenance of infrastructure. We have to know exactly what risk, how critical are these risks, this damage to infrastructure. Infrastructure is useless, let's say. It's useless to maintain it. And if an infrastructure is really critical, let's say, so maybe in the budget of maintenance or part of maintenance have to go to this infrastructure. That's the objective of this. So depending on this risk and criticality of every action, we will go to scheduling, exploitation for phase, and also preventive maintenance. So, as I said, we begin by implementing building information modeling since the design phase. And once we are doing operation, this tool will be useful. So building information modeling, that means that it's 3D model. The technical characteristics, but also operation, we can add all the maintenance and all the exploitation data, so that will help us to manage all the life cycle of the project. That's all. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions, we are at your one question. Thank you very much for your attention.
Industrial prospect session is led by Mrs. Atuko Toda, Director, Agriculture, Finance and Rural Infrastructure Development Department of the AFDB, and Professor Oyelaran Oyeyinka Oyebanji, Senior Special Advisor on Industrialization, AFDB as well. And this session is focusing on development, perspective on special agro-industrial processing zones, SAPZS, in Africa. And you've got 19 minutes and 45 seconds. You spent so much time coming to the stage.
We're gonna save 5 minutes for questions. Yeah, okay. So first of all, I'd like to really thank our friends at the African Economic Zone Organization. This meeting is really, really very important to us because we really felt it's an opportunity to learn lessons between the different countries. You have zone operators, you have private sector developers, and this is something that we really thought that it's worthwhile investing in. So first of all, I'd like to thank ISO and the colleagues who are here. Secondly, it was so great to hear from the operators from, I think it was Mali, Togo, it was also Angola and Zambia. No, I'm going to save 5 minutes and go through the presentation really quickly so we can ask them some questions, because it was just such a pity that we couldn't ask you the questions earlier. And then thirdly, I'd really like to thank my colleague, the special advisor to the president of the African Development Bank, Professor Banji. I know that a lot of you know him, but he's really he's the spirit behind the ambition to really do these special agro-industrial processing zones. I know we've been talking a lot about these special economic zones, but we're here to talk about these special agro-industrial processing zones. I promised my friends at the Africaine Bank that would be very specific to the different investments that are on the continent. And I'll tell you why we're speaking about these different investments. It's because we cannot do these ourselves. All of these zones require not only partnerships between public and private sector, but we need the financiers to work together collectively to make them successful. So that's why we're going to go through a number of these zones today. Maybe Roma, if you could start the presentation. Okay, backgrounds, objectives, expected results. I would just like to say what we're trying to do is turn the tables, change the equation. This is the time for Africa. This is the time for Africa to capture value. That is what we are looking at. Next slide, please. So in terms of expected results, I think we have a lot up here, but I'd just like to say that this is about making sure that Africa captures value in terms of value chains, and also in terms of jobs, be able to create the jobs on the continent to be able to produce and process what we can to feed our populations. Next slide, please. I hope all the slides are not like this, but so I'll speak to it. Go ahead. Okay, so basically, I think just to give you an idea of what a special agro-industrial processing hub looks like, one of the things we found when we are working on these industrial processing zones is that the vertical integration is so important. So not only do you have the hub with a number of services and functions, you also have the transformation center. So it's a hub and spokes model to be able to take the entire remit so that we can actually backward integrate the supply. Next slide. So this is basically to show that it's everything from production, aggregation, and distribution. And that includes food crops as well as cash crops. So we're looking at national, regional markets as well as export markets. Next slide, please. So far, just for what we've been working on, we have special agro-industrial processing zones in design. We also have those ongoing, and we also have those that are looking towards the future. There are 18 countries at the moment, and I'd like to go through this list a little bit carefully for our friends. In Senegal, we've already started Casamance, and now we're working on the Central region. In Guinea, in Bouquet. Ethiopia, there are 4 sites. Togo, I think our colleague from Togo Invest has spoken about PIA, but we're also looking at Kara. In Cote d'Ivoire, we have a big agro-processing zone coming up in the north. Madagascar, Liberia, Buchanan, Nigeria, and this I'll ask Professor Banji to speak to, but we have one with 8 sites. DRC Congo, which we've just approved. Tanzania, that we're working on. Mozambique, Pemba, Lichinga, Corda, Mauritius, South Africa. All of these have additional financing needs. So what we're saying is that we finance bits of public infrastructure, but we also need additional financing. What we're hoping is that as the African Development Bank, the funds we're putting in with sovereign guarantee will mitigate the risks of private sector capital also to flow in. Next slide, please. Okay, so I'll just give a little bit of idea of each of these ones, and I'll also tell you some of the lessons that we're learning. So our first agropole in Côte d'Ivoire was in the Bélier region. This is a region where there's rice. Actually, one of the things that we realized with this region is that if we do not design in the hub from the very beginning, it becomes very difficult. So actually, we had to work on the hub much later. Next slide, please. This was approved in January 2017, which is a bit of a while ago. And there are different aspects to it. A number of things that we also do is work on irrigation schemes and dams to help with the production and the productivity. Next slide, please. This one is in Ethiopia. Again, 4 sites. I think one of the things, next slide, please, that you'll see is that we have different elements of power substations, water supply, effluent treatment. In the Tigray region, none of it has been carried out. In Amhara, some of it. In Oromia, it's been moving. And then we have also Irigalem. Irigalem was interesting because you had an anchor investor that mobilized 80,000 farmers. UNIDO helped us with this one as offtake. Next slide, please. So this is something that we can come back to, but a very specific story around avocados. Next slide, please. So this just gives you a picture of what this looks like. And again, Ethiopia is interesting because it was very much government-led. So Senegal, this is the Casamance Agropole Industrial. This one is mango and cashews. They have a port of Ziguinchor, which they have actually dedicated specifically for cashew export. But I believe they're working on a part of dredging. But imagine this. This we have actually approved 2 years ago, and they're still looking for the private sector operator. They've finally finished the tender, and now they've gotten private. I think it will be a syndication or what they call a consortium of developers that are coming in. But this is the model that we're trying to use. Bring in the public sector, but then ensure the operator manager is private. Next slide, please. So this tells you just a little bit more about some of the bids that we're coming. Well, Mr. Mibador was explaining what they've done in PIA. In Kara, one of the interesting things now is that we're supporting the government to really push more on the production side. So we're taking 500 hectares at a time to increase the production area so that they can get investors from the Middle East. And the government has already started to talk to some of these investors. Next slide, please. To keep on going. This one is, next slide, please. Okay, Mali. We had our friend from Mali speaking earlier, and actually this is Kulkuru region. This SAPC has not moved yet, so that's why I was hoping that at this opportunity we can even talk to the operator in Mali to see what we can do to push this forward. Next slide, please. Guinea, again, okay, one of the most developable supports. There's already so much going, but again, because we've been working with the government for the last 2 years, of course, there's been all kinds of changes that have been happening. So it's really hampered the implementation. But this is an area where IFC told us if there's one zone that has to work on the African continent, it must be this one, just because the conditions are so well. They have the gas, they have all kinds of other elements. Now we have to really try to move that forward. Madagascar, again, the same. We will be developing another project. So next slide, please. I'm going to try to leave time for questions. Ethiopia, we just approved a second phase. Sometimes what we do is we take a phased approach. In the first phase, we start with some of the irrigation, the capacity building. And that's why we've moved to phase 2, where we're now really focusing on some of the dams in this one. Next slide, please. Liberia is on Buchanan. Again, this one has been just approved. AFC is already starting to talk to us about investments. Again, it's another poor area. I think that's very interesting. Our investment is very small, but the idea is to leverage more. Next slide, please. DRC, we just again approved this one, about 71 million US dollars is the total commitment, but we actually put in only a portion of that commitment. This Nganda Jika site, again, is a place where the government will put infrastructure in the future. They're looking for a private sector operator manager. We're looking to see if this is a turnkey in that area. Next slide, please. Senegal will be working on 3 agropoles. The second one is in the Centa, which we will be bringing to board in January. This one also has co-financing of from the Belgians, and also I believe it was the European Investment Bank. So this will total about 100 million plus 140 million. Next slide, please. Pemba Lichinga in Mozambique. This is the one that we've been discussing. We will hopefully go to board very soon. But again, as you can see, the amounts that we're putting in is roughly about 50 million of a total project cost, which is much larger. Next slide, please. So for Nigeria, I'm just wondering, Prof, would you like to say a word on Nigeria? Thank you so much, Prof. So I think that was a very important point. We really appreciated the presentation by Tangier Med, because that is what we're hoping to do, to work with the governments to be able to procure those kind of professionals to be able to start with design into operation. Next slide, please. This is just a schematic to show how we're planning to work with government to be able to identify the transaction advisor from the very beginning for implementation. Next slide, please. So I'll just go through these very, very quickly. In South Africa, we have a grant which will be helping the government to, again, look for transaction advisors, because the South African government will not borrow from us. They will ask their banks to borrow from us to be able to implement. Next slide, please. Mauritius, the same. We're helping them with transaction advisors. So these are the project preparation funds that actually was mentioned in the previous session. Kenya, the same. We've done some feasibility studies with a company. Next slide, please. Uganda, the same. In Zambia, we had actually designed and complete with the help of UNIDO in Mushishi. Unfortunately, at that time, the government couldn't borrow any financing, and we tried to use guarantee products to stretch the financing somehow. But the entire design feasibility study is there without us being able to move forward. But we'd really now like to link that into corridors and see what we can do in the Copperbelt region. Next slide, please. So lessons learned. I think this is what's really important. Prof, would you like to take a shot at this? I'd like to make sure.
All right. Yeah, sorry. Okay. So, like I said, there are a couple of lessons we learned from all the stuff we've been doing, both in the past from other colleagues also, and they center around all of this. The regulatory environment has to be correct. The legal framework has to be done. And we need to ensure that, the governance is actually about it. Every time you go back and forth, at the end of the day, it's all about governance. How committed is the government to all of this? how well are they willing to go the long haul? Because this is not building a kiosk. This is really stuff that you have to really pay attention on day-to-day basis. Then, of course, integrating this SAPs within national plans, meaning that all arms of government are committed to the legislative, the executive, and everyone who knows the host government ownership must be committed to. In the case of Nigeria, for example, we are dealing with 36 states. We are now doing for 8 states. So right now, all the negotiation is around talking to each state government and asking them, we have to do it properly. We have to do it in a sustainable and transparent, open bidding procurement process. The infrastructure, of course, are required. That's really where the rubber meets the road, as I said. This is really the physical structure of the SCPs. Building the power plant, building the fiber optics. Yeah. So building all of that, I think this is really where we need our colleagues in the room to come together. Everyone is saying Africa's time is now. But the only way we can do it is we all do it together. And I think this is the lessons we are all learning. I want to thank again Tanja Med for bringing everyone together in the same room year in, year out. And we at the AfCTA, we really appreciate this. We want to keep partnering with you and all our colleagues from UNCTAD, everyone, sharing ideas and hoping that out of all of this, we all look back in the next 3-4 years and we see all these zones all over Africa. It's not going to be perfect, but we believe that lessons learned in this room is going to really help us to move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We went through really fast because we want your questions. We want to answer some questions. We want to think together. So, Anita, if it's okay, I'd really like to. Thank you so much. Please. And it doesn't have to be to us. It could be to zone operators. It could be to Tangier Med.
Thank you. Good afternoon all. My name is Oluwati Duati, and I'm Director for Export Development at Africaine Bank, and speaking to the AfCTA for quite some time now on the special agro processing zone. I must congratulate Prof and SCORE on what you've been able to do so far, how far you got the initiative. Well, I think my question is on private sector involvement. It seems that as we went through most of these projects, you mentioned that some of them have not moved as fast as you would want them to, because there has been quite some challenge within private sector. We as Africaine Bank also have noted that in the few economic zones we financed across the continent, in Gabon, in Togo, in Benin, we had a strong strategic partner who was private sector, and we could bring in efficiency into the project to move these projects. What strategies are we going to employ or deploy with regards to a greater private sector involvement in the SAPZ? Because I believe that would also help us, stimulate financing from both, DFIs, regional banks, and to ensure that we are able to, do more of these projects and catalyze industrialization across the continent. So that's the real issue here. And it will also help invest DFIs like us, who always want to see a spin of commercial aspects to this, as opposed to it being majorly driven by governments. Thank you.
No, thank you, Roti. We've been talking about this. Let's look at it very 3 broad circles. The first major challenge is the who builds the zones, who designs and builds the zones. That's where you have involvement of private and government. Some projects are government enabled, like the ones we have on the bank, where government says we borrow money, we use it to build infrastructure, and then we move it forward one way or the other. There are very few strong governments in that strength. I'm not talking military and all. strong institutional and strong government. So in that sense, we always advocate that once you get the loan and you put the structure in place, or you make a decision as with the design, bring in the private sector, let them do the design, let them do the building of the zone. And then the next phase, of course, is the facility manager. I'm skipping it up. Engineering colleagues will tell you it's more complicated than that. So you build, and then someone is the facility manager, bring in the private sector to manage it for the owners. It's like building a shopping mall. And at the end of it, you need people to occupy the shopping mall. So, and for us, all the shops will be occupied by private sector tenants. So the role of the private sector is extremely important. And I think the big advocacy job is to convince some governments that they need to let go of these things. You know, this is really where some lessons we've learned in some cases, that they just need to admit and be humble to know that, in fact, some of these private, they are their own citizens, their own companies. Let them do it. So I think that's one of the, so those are the three broad areas: build, operate, and then tenants. So the private sector permits everywhere. And for me, as much as possible, I want to free government money to do basic services. Let someone else do it, and you take the taxes and the glory.
If I could just add, Ranti, to your question, I know AfriX wants to do the private bid. We're very happy to risk mitigate that portion. So I think that's where we need to really work together to financially structure something that's good for you, that's good for us, that's good for government.
Okay, François Serre, I'm a consultant. In most of the Francophone countries we mentioned, Senegal, Madagascar, I noticed that agropole or agropark are developed outside the scope of the legislation on special economic zone. So my question is that, do you have experience in other countries, African countries, where the agropark fall within this legislation? From my experience, I can see that there's a big difference because the resource is there and you don't need to import without tax, and that you may not need to export with a certain level of exportation to get the incentives. In fact, something is more important maybe to target the nutrition need of the country. The second thing is that I was in Cameroon a month ago and I explained the model in Senegal, and I was more interested in cluster agricole, which is a smaller model. And I think I would like to ask you whether you think that at some stages may be better to develop this kind of smaller model within the territory, because my fear with the agropole is that, in fact, we may give the agropole to a multinational, and then you do not connect with agricultural family. And this connection is, I think, more important, and the multinational may not finance the chain.
I think there's room for all models, all sizes, all scales. And there are countries where probably you don't need more than 20 hectares. But the traditional will always tell you, I don't want Mickey Mouse projects. We have too many problems that to say, oh, I employ 1,000 farmers, I want 2,000. Like, look, he said we need to do big things. And sometimes the effort you actually put in doing small things, you probably encounter the same barriers in doing big things. I understand perfectly the role of learning and building capacity over time. So, yeah, so there's room for that in terms of scale. But what is facing us in Africa is a huge poverty. And this is really why the special agro-industrial processes is a unique design, because it's deliberately located within agrarian space. So the idea is to, there are places where we have ports like Guinea and all that already existing, but the decision is to locate them within the peri-urban space. So the 70% smallholder farmers in Africa, you immediately impact their lives. I'll give you an example. In Ethiopia, 2 companies are affecting 100,000 farmers, 2 companies. One of them is just doing avocado. and they are one of those we are supporting. So they actually have transformed the whole community of one of them 80,000, one of them 20,000. So imagine if we can replicate that in almost like every region, every province, and every country. So this is really what we are trying to do, and saying that, look, you need to do big things. It might be in scalable steps, but we need to have our eyes on the long run and make sure that we do things as quickly and as fast as possible. There's too much poverty all over the place. We just need to solve it.
And if I could just add to your question, unlike special economic zones, which have very specific investment code incentives, fiscal ones, for special agro-industrial processing zones, what we're looking at is land, first of all. So government, when we go in there, government has to promise us that land. Number one, land. Number two, the area. We do an ESIA. And number three, that consistent energy source. So sometimes, as you mentioned, it's not the big anchor company that wants to get in there. It's a whole array of medium-sized enterprises that says, in this economic corridor, there is incentive for us with the electricity and land available to be able to invest so that we can actually use the business registration process to go a bit faster. So the incentive system is a bit different. And number two, to your point, I remember something that Amit Bennett said to me. He said, look, these zones have to be adapted to countries, have to be adapted to context. And that's exactly what these are. You will never see a special agro-industrial processing zone without a transformation center. So we set up 8, 9, 10 transformation centers, which collect from the farmers. And that's actually something about these zones, which is very adapted to the context.
My name is Nyobong Jackson. I work with Oil and Gas Resource Authority in Nigeria. Incidentally, this is not about oil and gas. This is very important because this is about conquering hunger in Africa. So I comment. Oh, sorry. This is about conquering, how to conquer hunger in Africa. And it is very, very, very critical because I think our biggest problem over time has been our inability to conquer hunger. It means that everybody has to be seriously involved and you need to spread it more. I'm glad that I noticed also in Nigeria, and incidentally, I didn't get all the details. We need more information on that. But basically, we're all ready. When the governments have to do their bit, they need to do their bit. I agree with you. But I can assure you that the private sector is very ready from our own part as much as possible to give the information is out on time. Because if we don't conquer hunger, we'll just keep beating about the bush with all kinds of policies and so on. So what you're saying is very, very, very critical and we support. And maybe outside my official work, will have been interested to see what we can, even in my community, because hunger has to be conquered before we can start talking about real development. We can't be talking about exporting when you've not eaten enough. That's, I think, one of the problems we have been doing, even on the part of some of our governments, expecting to export when your people have not eaten there, you want to export. I mean, it's not possible. So I commend you for what you're doing, and please expand it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. By the way, I started my career in gas, oil. I worked at a Mori refinery in 1978 for my youth service. Then I transformed myself into this zone. And you are very right. By the way, the person who is promoting the Cross River Zone is actually an oil and gas fellow. I'll introduce you to him. He said he saw the opportunity and he started with his community. When we introduced, he started doing what we call all these people, they organize women in communities and give them money to start paying back. And he saw that they were returning money. So he is investing in a big zone. It's a private zone. So there's room for private zone. So people like you who want to build private zone, 80,000, whatever it is, we'll be happy to support. We want to have this everywhere, all over Africa. So thank you so much for your support. And we're expecting all of you at the Africa Investment Forum, 1st to 3rd of December in Abidjan. There's going to be a big event, 2 big events actually, both for Cote d'Ivoire and for Nigeria, the boardroom. Colleagues from TangiaMed have been invited. Please, if you have not registered, you can register now. And it's going to be exposing all the opportunities also that are available for investors, for zone builders, and everyone. We'll be happy to work with all of you.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Ziad Hamwi. I'm National President of Borderless Alliance, but my questions are beyond this. I was beginning to doze a bit because of the technical maps before the drawing, but then when your presentation started, I was like, wow, there are millions and there is money to be made in some of these projects. And since AFDB has already done the due diligence, then it has taken a whole lot of time before these documents have. So my questions are, I'll try to reduce them to short questions. My questions are, first of all, are the presentations available for distribution so that we can, because there are groups out there, groups which are looking for bankable projects that have due diligence already, so they will be looking forward for looking at that. The second question is, have any of these projects been included into the AU projects handbook, which was recently released last week at the IATF? Because if not, they have to be included. And so when the IATF 2023 comes to Abidjan, all of these projects need to be on the B2B meetings, which will take place. You know that last week, the number that was reported was 36 billion. And so maybe when you add a few billions into that one, and others also, Africaine Bank will also add some, then you get to a point where you start to have this kind of critical mass of investment into some of these projects in order to make sure that we accelerate African economic development. And my very last question is, can these projects be actually bidded by private sector, as my senior brother from Nigeria was talking about, or is it, what exactly is the problem that is preventing private sector from expressing interest in some of these bankable projects? Is it a political issue or is it a bureaucratic issue? Can you please clarify that? Thank you.
So, as we said, these projects are all open. This is why she's actually showing all the countries instead of showing all the theory and all of that. We just want you to see where you are interested to invest and where you can have an expression of interest to us, and then we have a discussion with us and the government. So in whatever level you want to participate, either you build zone, whether you want to build your own zones from scratch, you know, or you want to be participant in the one that are already been designed. Many of them, all major work have been done. In fact, for example, in Guinea, the board has given approval for 2 years now. So a lot of the time is about, as I said, governance issues. Bureaucrats are not trained to do these things. So I think so we also have to take some blame, actually. You cannot push out a big project like this and just stand aloof and say, okay, go and do it. So, and we are actually getting that feedback also and saying, look, you got to help us move forward with this. So, private sector is central to everything that we need to do. So, as it's not closed, nothing is closed. Please write to ASCO, write to any of us, and then we will begin to push this thing to all those who want to do it. For example, the African Investment Forum is a forum where people come. It's a big marketplace. The last one, we raised $38 billion in 72 hours in Johannesburg. People like you, mostly African, rich people, not so rich, and so forth, come there and bid for projects. So I think this is really what we want to do. And our DFI colleagues, Roti, I think now you've seen everything. So just bring, and let's just get this done. So we really want to make 2022 the year to implement. You know, we've done all the heavy lifting of going around the country, doing all the appraisals. So a lot of these projects are at the point where it's just to have people now take them on. And we are here to assist to get this done.
You know, I take it more as a comment. We should be on the IATF list. We should be on the African Union list. That's part of the collective power of advocating for these zones. So I take that more as advice for us. And then two, I think what you said about the maritime thing earlier was very important. And I link it to what Professor Al-Dekri said about projects and the integration of projects. How do you connect them to ensure that Africa is connected? I think that's something we really need to do, because it's not just the zones that we're working on. There's more zones. But then how do you get more? Or how do you exponentially grow the value of that by connecting them, whether through shipping lines? And I think that's the work of AZO. I think those are the type of things that the platform should look at to see what we can do together. So finally, I just wanted to say that, as the African Development Bank, we are passionate. We are passionate that this has to get done for the African continent. We are passionate about Africa feeding Africa. We do believe that this agro-industrialization play will change the equation, retain value for Africans. So we look forward to working with you to make this a success. Thank you very much.
Atuko, I wore this green suit for people like you, so you cannot tell me you didn't see me standing there, counting you down. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's brave through. Is it on now? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's brave through our very last session. I know some of you can smell the coffee. It's only meters away. I've tasted it. It's good. It's vibrant. It will wake you up, but I'm hoping that we can at least catch up a little bit of time. We're 30 minutes behind. Allow me to just break through our last session. Ahmed, are you okay with that? You've already gone for coffee. I saw you. That secret is out of the bag. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's do this last session, our industrial prospect session number 3, featuring Mr. Jean-Paul Gauthier, Senior Industrial Parks Advisor, UNIDO, Mr. Stéphane Crush, Investment and Technology Promotion Division, Department of Digitalization, Technology and Innovation, UNIDO, and Mrs. Yvonne Semba Chileshi, Expert Commodities and Value Chains Development, OACPF, and the focus is on special economic zones accelerating Africa's industrialization. Can I have my participants? And of course, this is free for all for our 3 participants, Mr. Jean-Paul Gauthier, Mr. Stéphane Crush, and Mrs. Yvonne Semba Chileshi. You're all online. Okay, so do I have you online, Mr. Jean-Paul Gauthier, Mr. Stéphane Crush, and Mrs. Yvonne Semba Chileshi? Can you hear me, please?
Present. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Wonderful. Okay, so if you can just identify yourselves. Stéphane, are you there with us?
Yes, I'm there. Hello, good afternoon to everyone. Pleasure to be here.
Wonderful. So let's play it by ladies first. Yvonne, you've got approximately 6 minutes to make your presentation, if that's what it is. Please go ahead. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and happy to be here. Let me try and see if I can share my presentation. Can you see it? Can you see my presentation?
Yvonne, kindly just give us 10 seconds. Yep, we can see it. You may go ahead, please.
Okay.
Yvonne, please go ahead with your presentation. We're all ears.
Yes, thank you very much and happy to be here. My name is Yvonne Chileshi from the OACPS Secretariat. And this afternoon, I'll be basically sharing some information about our organization, who we are, and also highlight some information on the policy framework that we use in engaging partners like yourselves. And also I will shed some light on examples of OACPS EU programs that we're implementing, and then how we intend to, or how we are actually supporting the acceleration of Africa's industrialization. And then of course, I'll end with a conclusion. But first and foremost, let me take this opportunity to thank the Africa Economic Zones Organization for inviting us to be part of this conversation. So who are we? So the OACPS is basically a group of 79 member states, 16 from the Caribbean, 48 from sub-Saharan Africa, and 15 from the Pacific. We are headed by a Secretary General, Mr. George Robelo Pinto Chikoti. We were founded in 1975 through the Georgetown Agreement. Our aim basically is to promote the sustainable development of OACPS member states and their gradual integration into the global economy. As some of you might have noticed, on my first slide, I actually had a cocoa pod, because most of our members, 70% of our member states are actually commodity dependent. The issue of special economic zones is a common feature in most of our member states. I think during the day today, we did receive a lot of presentations which were giving experiences in the different countries in Africa that are implementing economic zones. But also to say that we also have economic zones which are being implemented by our member states from Africa, from the Caribbean and the Pacific. We work very closely with the EU. Our relations are governed by the Cotonou Partnership Agreement. We just concluded the next agreement, which will be running for the next 20 years. We actually initiated the new agreement in April this year, which will be called the OACPS EU Partnership Agreement. Now, in terms of policy framework, so how do we engage with different partners? I mean, the partners that are in the room on the call today and also present. Basically, and especially that we are speaking about special economic zones, I thought I could share some information on two major initiatives. The first one is what we call the ACP new approach to support the development of agriculture value chains. In 2017, our ministers actually adopted this policy document where basically they say that we need to change the approach in terms of how we support commodities, because we noted that for some time now, ACP countries were focused on exporting commodities. But what we want to encourage now is the value addition, because we noted that the more we promote value addition, this definitely will contribute to the transformation of the agriculture sector, which is a major sector for most of our countries. Another initiative that is interesting, that I think it would be interesting for this meeting, is what we call the Joint ACP EU Cooperation Framework for Private Sector Development. And I've heard a lot of private sector aspects in today's meeting. The focus of these two initiatives is basically finance, capacity building, trade and investment, climate change, and knowledge management. As has been highlighted from the different interventions, if you're going to talk about value addition, definitely the issue of finance is critical. Capacity building is also another area that is important. Trade and investment, we know that market access does not equate market presence. So we try to see how we can implement programs to address those issues. And then climate change, of course, this is something that, everybody is familiar with the challenges of climate change. Especially that now we're even coming from COP26. My next slide basically now just demonstrates the policy framework that I talked about. So as I mentioned, we together with the EU, we're implementing a number of programs, and these programs are basically based on 4 pillars. We try through these programs to improve the business environment, production capacities, enhance value addition. We also try to address the issue of finance, and then of course manage knowledge management. Women and youth empowerment is a cross-cutting theme for us. Everything that we do, we basically try to ensure that the issues related to women and youth are prioritized. And then of course, through these programs, we try to facilitate access, to markets like the EU, because we have noted in the past that we have negotiated, for instance, economic partnership agreements, but most of the times you find that you do not have the product to take to the market. But what we're trying to do from this program, from these programs, is try to build the capacity so that we can address the supply side constraints. And for us, this is very important because even when we talk about the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, we're hoping that we can also contribute to the aspect of industrialization by implementing this program. On your right is just a list of the different partners that we are working with. We set the policy, but we work with different implementing agencies like UNIDO, AfCTA to implement the actual activities in our member states. Now, this slide just shows you some of the programs which we are implementing together with the EU. The first one that I wanted to share with you, especially with regard to the fact that we are talking about special economic zones today, is the Competitive Industries Innovation Program, which we implemented with the support of the World Bank. This came to an end last year. And basically from this program, we were able to undertake a number of studies. What is highlighted there is a study that was done, an operational review of the impact of special economic zones. But through this program, we were also able to build capacities of economic zone authorities. Then we have the Farmer Organization for ACP program, where basically we are working with the farmers. And I mean, I need not stress the importance of supporting the farmers in terms of their production, their quality of products with regard to the issue of industrialization. I mean, this is an important sector that actually feeds into the value chains. Then we have trade.com program. This program basically was looking at building capacities for our trade negotiators, for instance, when they were negotiating the economic partnership agreement, but also assisting our negotiators in terms of analyzing the different agreements, like from the WTO and all, but with the idea of trying to ensure that they have positions which translate into us actually maximizing the market access that is given to us. Then we have the Agribusiness Capital Fund. This is still running. It's a fund that is being implemented by IFAD. It's 45 million euros. It has 2 windows. The first window basically is what we call direct investment, where basically loans are given to either SMEs or cooperatives. And then they have another window where they are working through financing institutions. And this is the window that normally you would see that when we talk about small tickets, micro, small and medium enterprises, they're actually able to benefit from that window. Then UNIDO, I looked at the program, they were supposed to present before me, but of course they will speak about this. We have what we call the business friendly program, where they have also done a number of work in terms of investment promotion, and they've actually set up an investment portal. But of course, my colleagues will be speaking to that. Now, how do we see ourselves coming into the picture of what is being discussed today? Basically, how do we support the process of accelerating Africa's industrialization? I think one thing that we can say is that as OACPS, we present a platform which can actually facilitate the exchange of best practices and lessons learned, including how countries, regions are connecting special economic zones to global value chains among the three OACPS regions. We have done this in other areas, and we feel that this is something that we can also take up as the OACPS going forward as one of the areas that we can cooperate in. Another area that we feel is important is that we wanted to mention is the fact that the new agreement that we have signed with the EU, which is called the new OACPS EU Partnership Agreement, which will be implemented for the next 20 years. In this agreement, we made sure that we put provisions that will address the issue of economic growth, diversification, and industrialization. And through this as well, we have an African protocol, which we are supposed to implement, of course, in liaison with the regional bodies in Africa. So there, those are basically just some of the provisions that are there. But it's basically to say we have the foundation and would like to definitely work with the different partners to implement these provisions. In conclusion, I just wanted to say, I'm concluding. I just wanted to say that the OACPS is ready to work with the partners around the table to empower actors along the value chain, boost local value addition, and trade in higher value products as we strive to achieve the goal of transformation and industrialization. Thank you very much.
We're really appreciative of that. May I now go to Mr. Jean-Paul Gauthier, Senior Industrial Parks Advisor, UNIDO. Jean-Paul, can you hear me?
I can indeed.
Wonderful. I had said earlier on that we're really strapped for time, so if you could give us your delivery within 6 minutes, I would really appreciate that.
Okay, don't hesitate to let me know when there's something like a minute left or what have you. In the meantime, let me see if I can share my screen.
Thank you so much.
There we go. So, like Yvonne, I'm here to talk about economics of industrialization. So this is probably not one of the most exciting topics on the agenda today, but it's important because we assume a lot of things about special economic zones quite often. We assume there's a market. We assume that there will be funding. We assume that the private sector wants to do this. We assume all sorts of things. We assume that they do good. But a lot of this is simply based on looking at examples of special economic zones that have done well in one place or another, and is not grounded in a solid understanding of the economics of why that might be or might not be. So very quickly, I'm just going to make a few points on this, given UNIDO's interest in industrialization. So the first is, yes, we've got to acknowledge that special economic zones, of course, are what economists call a second best economic policy tool, which means that if you were to fix all of the regulatory and investment climate and business environment issues out there in the environment without a special economic zone, you'd be doing a lot better for the economy than you would through simply dealing with it in these particular little areas, which special economic zones are. So in that sense, they also create an unlevel playing field between what happens inside the zones, which are special, and what happens outside the zones, which are country X as usual. This is not that different, however, and the reason that we still believe in the usefulness of them at UNIDO and at the World Bank and the AFDB and the Afrexim Bank and etc. Is that this is not untrue of any infant industry argument. So the idea is that, yeah, you give a little kickstart to something in order to make something happen, with the idea that eventually over time you mainstream the policies and the advantages which you floated through the infant industry policy, in this case, the special economic zone policy. Now, another point worth making is that these are anchors for economic activity in their host economies. So how does that work exactly? They can only be anchors if you situate them properly, right? They're growth poles, using another expression which you may be familiar with from your encounters with economists from the World Bank in particular. So in other words, economic activity tends to happen in areas where there are certain characteristics. You know, cities and urban economists will talk about the power of cities. There needs to be a relationship to existing supply chains, a place in a competitive value chain. There needs to be access to ready access to labor markets with the right skills. There need to be access to downstream markets to which you can sell the output. It can't all get exported. In fact, oftentimes the exports are indirect through clients which are located nearby. That's the way it works in Malaysia, for instance, at Bayan Lepas and in many other zones around the world. So in order to enable economic activity, SEZs need a host economy. What am I saying? Special economic zones can't work in the middle of nowhere, okay? They tend not to work as regional development policies, therefore. So these ideas that we're going to have 18 or 26 quote unquote special economic zones all around our country means that they're not going to be special at all, and that they're unlikely to have the necessary factors to make them work. Economic zones are accelerators as economic tools. You put something in to get something out. Put nothing in, get nothing out. You need the host economy to support them. So they're an anchor for an economy, they're a growth pole, but they don't work without an economy that's already there. Most private sector developers are not interested in a special economic zone, which is not within probably an hour proximity of a population of about 1.5 million. If you're not within 30 kilometers of at least 200,000 people, you probably don't have the right skill sets and the right supply chain actors in order for this to work. Think about that very hard when you're thinking about some of these projects that you're thinking of funding. So this is something that we know through the economics of special economics. Another thing that's important, I think, to say about the economics of special economic zones and industrialization is that oftentimes they've been designed, or they're the legacy policy from light manufacturing, processing types of zones, right? Export processing zones of the 1970s and 80s and perhaps early 1990s. We know that light manufacturing enterprises tend to be clustered, and therefore we know that special economic zone works for light manufacturing. Because spatial concentration and agglomeration, that works to improve cluster connectivity. And it creates linkages and collaboration opportunities. So the whole, if you will, economics of clusters is actually extremely relevant to understanding why special economic zones actually do work, particularly for light manufacturing. There's a concentration of activity, supply chains, of resources, of knowledge, and then there's more easily spread benefits from the combined infrastructure and public goods and spatially oriented policies, benefits, and governance that you provide there. But you know, in order to have these effects, you also have to make sure that you don't simply say, okay, I'm going to locate at place X where potentially there's a lot of this, and I'm going to plunk in some concentrated infrastructure and some tax breaks and a one-stop shop, and Bob's your uncle. We're going to have economic success. Zones are porous because of the fact that they're located in a host economy. So there's a great, and one of the great falsehoods out there, apart from the field of dreams fallacy, build it and they will come, is that you can have an enclave, right? If it's broken outside the fence, it's going to be broken inside the fence, okay? If you have a suboptimal customs agent outside the fence, they're waiting outside the fence. If you have a lack of capacity at the Ministry of Industry, trust me, is going to impact your special economic zone. So you have to act systemically. One of the things that a friend of mine at the World Bank likes to say is that they're not a panacea, but they're not a magic bullet, right? You have to act systemically and recognize that policies on the outside of the zone are going to impact economic performance within the zone. So it's not all about your SEZ legal, institutional, governance, and infrastructure frameworks. It's about that mix and that relationship between the overall national economic policies and that policy within the zone. So there's a complex ecosystem out there, and you have to be responsive to that reality. I see the fingers going up there, so I know that we're running out of time. So I think the last point I want to make here, apart from why they can work and how they can work and why that's an economic reality which is grounded in solid economics, is why are we talking about industry? We're talking about industry because we're UNIDO. But should special economic zones really be about industry? Should they really be about light manufacturing? So I go back to another thing that I just want to stress 10 years on. Tom Farrell, good friend of mine at the World Bank, wrote the book, which many of you will have read, about special economic zones in Africa, which got published in 2011. I had the honor of being a peer reviewer for that book, and many of you know me from other contexts. He posed one question in there amongst many others. Is industry really the comparative or competitive advantage of Africa? Why should we not be looking at ICT zones more, service zones in particular, right? So he makes the case for that. And indeed, you do see that there are examples in Africa of countries that have moved beyond, or that are looking at moving beyond, the industrial label the special economic zones have acquired, right? So Mauritius was a trailblazer in that regard. They moved from sugar processing through to knitwears, and now what happens? Cyber cities and so on and so forth, right? So are they alone? No, they're not alone. Just a moment ago, we were talking about oil and gas zones in Nigeria. The trailblazer for that was One, of course. We were talking about Agropos, but there's also Technopole in North Africa and Tunisia and Morocco, which are ICT zones. You've got an ICT zone for SMEs in Addis Ababa. Tinapa in Nigeria was going to be focused on retail, duty-free sales, media, so on and so forth. Botswana has a financial cluster in Gabs, Gaborone, and Diamniadio in Senegal. We were talking about Senegal a moment ago, has tremendous potential for BPO and also for MRO activities around the airport. So there are going to be opportunities. I really want you to think about looking at more closely the potential benefits that a special economic zone program or policy could have for you beyond industrialization and beyond manufacturing, because that may not be where it is proverbially at in your economy. So thank you all, and happy Thanksgiving. Joyeuse Action de Grâce à tous. And I look forward to some Q&A after the panel is finished. Cheers.
Well, thank you so much. May we kindly now have you, Stefan, on the floor? Well, you know, virtually, of course. And Stefan, I'll give you 6 minutes as well. And then hopefully that will give us enough time for just about 2 questions. Stefan, go ahead, please.
Thank you so much. I hope you can see my slides. I will stick to the 6 minutes as my predecessors, right? So first of all, thank you so much. Thank you very much for the organizers, for ASO, as well as all the partners, our international organization and partners. It's a real pleasure. It's a real honor to be part of this session. Of course, it's a bit ungrateful to be, the last in the session, because you mentioned the good smell of coffee, but we hope that you can last for another 6 minutes or so. So I want to focus this last bit of the presentation on a bit of a practical toolkit that UNIDO has been developing in meeting the capacity building needs. I think many of the predecessors have alluded to the fact that there are capacity gaps at the various levels, and that we should try to address them in a close partnership between international organizations, private sector, as well as regulators, operators, and so on. So I think this connects very nicely to what Jean-Paul just mentioned. I mean, for us, special economic zones are crucial ingredients for inclusive and sustainable industrial development. This is, the mandate of UNIDO, in the sense that they can be a pivot in driving regional value chain or even global value chain integration. But it's also clear that they need to be embedded into an existing industrial context, in the sense that SMEs that have been clustering, maybe in an unsystematic or unstructured way, could be, let's say, the launching pad to bring more structure to them by the creation of a special economic zone. Or these SMEs could again be organized to become subcontractors or suppliers to tenants in those industrial zones, which I believe is the paramount principle that was mentioned also in the integrated agro-industrial parks through the regional transformation centers that UNIDO plus our friends from the African Development Bank have been successfully designing. And then comes everything which is downstream. So in order for the goods to be exported regionally and also internationally, they have to fulfill certain quality requirements. They have to fulfill certain standards. So it makes sense to also bring in that dimension very close to where the production is happening. And this is also one of the areas of support that UNIDO has been providing in terms of improving quality infrastructure, conformity assessment bodies, etc., either to be providing their services inside the special economic zone or outside the special economic zone. Now, as I promised, I want to be practical, so that's why I would like to focus the next few minutes on one flagship publication that we are very proud of as UNIDO, because it really condenses, I would say, the knowledge of UNIDO and the experience of UNIDO over the past 40 years of work, since the 1970s, when special economic zones were still called industrial estates and so on. And what this publication does, it's available in 3 languages. We encourage you to download them. It basically seeks to give a stepwise, orientation at the different phases of planning, of managing, regulating special economic zone, and then doing things like performance evaluation, investment promotion, risk management, etc., which usually is an aspect which kicks in when special economic zones become more mature. Now, I'd like to dedicate one slide to each of these steps, and also bringing this into connection with some of our work. So the first one is to do proper opportunity studies, pre-feasibility studies, and feasibility analysis. And what we mean by to do it proper is to have a reflection period, so to say, or reflection phase between each of these steps, and not to sort of take it as a foregone conclusion that because it is politically warranted or politically desired that in one region there must be a special economic zone, we then immediately delve into doing a feasibility study. It makes sense to start from the opportunity to see if there is a business case for it, if there is a real demand from existing industrial actors or actors that want to come as potential investors, moving to the pre-feasibility study stage and the feasibility study stage. And these are not cheap endeavors, but it can pay off, because if a special economic zone is built and then it's not meeting its promises, it's a loss of capital, it's also a loss of reputation of some sort. So UNIDO's toolkits can help. They are not the only one out there, but we believe they can help. So especially when you look at defining the parameters and the dynamics of the broader industrial context, we have things like the competitive industrial performance indicators. We have in industrial analytics platforms, which shows which are the driving sectors in an economy that produce exports, that create jobs, etc. So once again, it makes sense to anchor a special economic zone narrative or in a promotional narrative around those competitive value chains. And when it comes to the financial modeling part of SEZ planning, we're also happy to bring in our tool, which is a software which is very precisely in doing feasibility analysis and reporting. Now, the second step is, now the zone has been built and now it needs to be properly managed. So the management comes with properly defined formal governance structures that the different parties can relate to, and they can also revise periodically. And this is work that UNIDO has been doing, for example, in relation to the Amniadio Industrial Park in Senegal, in the context of its PCP program for country partnership. Policy making, I believe Jean-Paul made it very clear that the nexus between the pockets of industrial policy that are ascribed to a specific special economic zone cannot live a life on its own to the national level industrial policies. And here again, we have interesting toolboxes that we developed together with our friends from GIZ, where policy design and policy monitoring is a process that doesn't come from the top, from international expert, but it's actually a process undertaken with those practitioners who are then to lead those policies towards becoming better. The other issue is becoming eco. I mean, COP is has just concluded on some important resolutions, and this is an issue also for special economic zones. And it's not just an issue because it's part of the global agenda, but it's also an issue, it's a selling point. Many of the future investors will not come unless a special economic zone can prove it is making real efforts to become green. And it's making real effort to change its energy mix away from fossil fuels to renewable energies. So here again, we're happy to bring in, once again, an expertise which looks into the transformation from a special economic zone towards an special economic zone. And that has to do with energy management. It has to do also with smart co-location of the tenants. One tenant using the heat of another tenant, or using what is considered waste by one producer can be an industrial input to the producer next to that first producer, and so on and so forth. And then the final point is in relation to linkages. Backward linkages are crucial, again, so that SMEs, entrepreneurs outside the zone do not feel being decoupled from a positive industrial trajectory, but they feel they are part of it, and the opportunities also spill over to them. So working with suppliers and subcontractors is very important. Now, the last point is on investment promotion. what we think is very important from our work is special economic zones operators should almost at every point in time have a fairly precise picture about what their tenants are doing, not in the sense of policing them, but in the sense of understanding whether the original promise or the original pledge in terms of jobs being created, in terms of manufacturing value addition, etc., which in many cases lead to the granting of, incentives, are being lived up to in the actual operations. And that has to do, with doing investment aftercare, having a regular engagement with those investors to see how they could sequentially reinvest, how they can expand their business, etc. So it's not, job done the moment a tenant has located, but actually it's the beginning of a long-term partnership. And this is what we see also with the COVID pandemic. Many investors are considering reshoring, relocating back to where they came from. Now, if a special economic zone operator has a very constant dialogue with that investor, it facilitates contingency planning. Now, the final point, I need to ask for another 2 minutes. I'm so sorry. I'd like to, again, acknowledge the EU and also OACPS, who you heard Yvonne as kicking off this industrial prospect session, to supporting the business-friendly program in the ACP region. And I'd like to present a quick video about a digital solution that we are planning, which we hope can be useful for special economic zones. And this is something that would require, a reciprocal partnerships, in the sense that SEZs also provide information and take interest in showing what they can do on the portal. So I'd like to show quickly this video, and then that's the end of my presentation. I will just change to, I hope you can even hear the sound. Yeah, thank you very much for your patience. So looking forward, if there's still time, to answer some of the questions from the virtual as well as the physical participants. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Stefan. We will take only 2 questions so we can still catch up with time, Dr. Banji. And then 1 other question, please. Just 2 questions for now. Dr. Banji has got 1 question, kindly given the microphone. Thank you so much to Yvonne and Stefan and John Paul. You've got the first question coming from Dr. Banji. Go ahead, sir.
Just a short clarification from the previous speaker. I think there's a confusion about what is industry, what is not industry. ISIC classification tell us what is industry. Wood, clothing, textile, ICT, pharma, all of them are industry. So there's no exclusion. One doesn't preclude the other. Some advisors will say, oh, don't set up industry, Africa. Go and do ICT. How do you do it? How do you build phones? How do you build telecom equipment if you don't have a base? So I disagree with those kinds of qualifications. I think Africa needs to industrialize, whether you start from agriculture, wood, process like we have in Gabon, very successful, or you have textile garment as in Ethiopia. Industry, at the heart of it is manufacturing. It simply means the processing of materials, whether it's chemical, whether it's mechanical, and whatever. So I think we just need to make that clarification so people don't get confused. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Oyebanji. Do I have a question or a comment, please, from anyone? 1 more question or comment? All right. Okay. Well, it looks to me like our final session was absolutely clear, concise, precise, and we don't have any questions. Thank you so much to Mr. Jean-Paul Gauthier, Senior Industrial Parks Advisor, UNIDO, Mr. Stefan Crush, Investment and Technology Promotion Division, Department of Digitalization, Technology and Innovation, UNIDO, and finally, Mrs. Yvonne Semba Chileshe, Expert Commodities and Value Chains Development, OACPS. Thank you very, very, very much for making our final session today a very good one. So ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of the first part of our day, and I'm so proud to announce that the second part is all about partying. How do you feel about that? And for all of those who are joining us virtually, please go get your champagne, your wine, whatever it is virtually, because we're about to go and award some very deserving people tonight. It's going to be worth our while. But we're going downstairs for a group photo, and the group photo will be taken right on the landing. So there's a huge big banner, and we would like to entreat all of you kindly to join us to take the group photo. Our dinner starts at 7 p.m. May I kindly and respectfully announce that the dinner is reserved to all our registered participants. If you have your tag, etc., kindly do join us, and don't be the typical Ghanaian and call your friends and your family that there's free food. So kindly, yes, sir, you have your hand up, kindly, yes. I do believe that you have your program right behind you. Does anybody want to talk to what, Farah, would you like to talk to what's happening tomorrow kindly? There's a question at the back. Kindly do us the honors. Do you need this?
Thank you all. Thank you. And thank you for this first day of the program. So I will talk regarding the gala dinner it will be sponsored by the African Development Bank. And thank you so much. So the arrival of guests, it will be at 7 p.m. We will have the red carpet to take some photos. At 7, we will have some music, dinner, speech by the CEO of Ghana Prisons Authority, speech by ISO. We will have some videos that will be shared by the African Development Bank. Music, we will have some award presentation, closing remark, and group photography, and then departure. Thank you so much. And tomorrow, we will have the tour guide visit to Tema free zone facilities. Then we will visit some industrial facilities. After this, we will have general assembly, especially for only ISO members. Then we will have lunch with the CEO of Ghana Free Zones Authority. So we will start at 9. At 8. Exactly. Okay? Exactly. Direction. To Mozambique. Exactly. Don't forget to bring with you the badges, please. Are you staying where? Tomorrow. Exactly. Exactly. Okay? Is there any other question?
Thank you so much. All right, thank you everyone. Please don't forget the group photo on the ground floor, please. And please don't forget tomorrow, the buses are leaving at 8 a.m. for Mozambique and Alisa. Kindly be at the bus by 7:45 a.m. as the program starts at 9 a.m. sharp at the Tema Export Processing Zone. See you later tonight at 7 p.m. Thank you so much. See you. Merci beaucoup, mon frère.
Achieve inclusive growth and economic transformation.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, please, please don't forget to leave your translation devices on the chairs. Kindly don't take them to the hotel. Leave them on the chairs and the team will pick them up, please. The translation device.